Hello and welcome to our virtual open day. I am Tom from the communications team and thank you for joining me today. It's a pleasure to have you. Sadly, we can't welcome you to campus in person, but we hope that what we've got lined up for you today is the next best thing and we'll get you as close as physically possible to being there, without actually being there in person. So we've got loads coming up for you during the day, including things other than this live stream as well. It's not just the Facebook Live that we've got happening today. So I'll first tell you about those things. We have the virtual tour coming up that you've got. You can take a self-guided virtual tour around campus, and I'm just going to show you that. So this is our self-guided virtual tour. You can get started with it and take a tour around Keele in your own time. There's lots of video content, images. You can have a look at some 360s, so go inside some of the spaces yourself and actually experience where you'll be studying on campus. So let's take a look at some of our central science laboratories, and you can watch one of our videos there. So make use of the virtual tour. And alongside that, we've also got Unibuddy. Unibuddy is a fantastic tool that enables you to talk to our staff and students at the university. So current students as well are on here. And this is Unibuddy. All you do is you scroll down here and you can select your level of study, the area of study that you're interested in. So I'm going to select medicine, and then you can select your country as well. And it will give you the people who are closest matched to what you've entered. So I can chat with Mustafa here. Mustafa will also be joining us on stream later. But you can find staff, students. You can have a look at some of the blogs as well that our students have written about things like what does an English student actually do. There's some vlogs as well, tips for student entrepreneurs, online study tips. There's some great stuff on the Unibuddy page there. So make sure that you check it out. So alongside that, here on Facebook, let's take a look at what we got lined up for you on Facebook. So let's take a look at part one of our schedule. So throughout the day, this kind of splits into three different categories. We have subject Q&As, accommodation tours, and then our big campus tour as well. So subject Q&As, I'll be joined by academics and students from the university on those courses, and it's your chance to ask them a question live. So throughout anything we're doing on stream today, if you've got a question, make sure you drop it in the comments, and myself, John, or George, who are also hosting some of the stream, will ask that to whoever's live at that point. So we start at 9:15 with social, political, and global studies. Then at 9:45 we're heading to computing and maths. Then at 10:15 we have our first accommodation tour. Now the accommodation tours, I'll be joined by an ambassador who's lived in that accommodation, so they know what it's like to live, work and study there. And then I'll also be joined by one of our accommodation team who know everything to do with things like how much things cost, what's in the room, all the finer details that you need to know. They'll be here as well. So any questions about accommodation and living on campus, that's your chance to ask them. At 11 o'clock we head over to foundation year. Then at 11:30 we're heading over to law. And then let's take a look at part two. So part two, 12 o'clock, we head over to Horwood. And then at 12:30, we go to chemical and physical sciences. At 1 o'clock, we've got nursing and midwifery. 1:30, Holycross and the Oaks accommodation tour. 2 o'clock, we've got public health and social work. And then finally, onto our last stretch, at 2:30, we've got allied health professions. At 3 o'clock, we've got our beautiful campus tour. So we're joined by two ambassadors who are going to guide you around our campus. We'll start at the very top and work all the way through, so you can ask questions along the way as well and have a look at campus and just walk through it yourself. We go from top to bottom in one take, so it's your chance to experience our amazing campus. And then at 3:45, we have psychology. And then at 4:15, we finally end with Harper Keele Vet School. So much going on today, and I hope you can stick around and join us for as much as possible. But like I say, make use of all the other things that we've got going on as well alongside this, like Unibuddy and the virtual tour, and I'll also be shouting out things that are happening. Just to mention Unibuddy, we do have a couple of live events as well. So the live events, our staff will be on hand for that hour to answer any questions, staff and students. There's two of them throughout the day. The first one starts at 10:15, and that is all of our schools except computing and maths, foundation year, Harper Keele Vet School, pharmacy and bioengineering. So if you're interested in any courses apart from those that I've just mentioned, head over to Unibuddy at 10:15 until 11:15, and there'll be some live chats happening then. And then the second live chat happens at 2 o'clock till 3 o'clock, and that is all schools taking part except allied health professions, Harper Keele Vet School, pharmacy and bioengineering, and public health and social work. So if you're interested in any of our courses apart from those that I've just mentioned, then head over to Unibuddy at 2 o'clock till 3, and you can chat to some of our staff and students. But throughout the day, staff are on hand to answer your question between 9 and 4. If you head to keele.ac.uk/chat, you can chat to staff and students. There just won't be live events, but they'll be there on hand to answer your questions. And also, just to note, Unibuddy isn't just for today. It is a 24/7 thing, so you can make use of it throughout the year. And if you come up with a question in a week's time, a month's time, pop onto Unibuddy and find someone who can answer it for you. But first of all, I'm going to hand over to our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Trevor McMillan, who's going to tell you a little bit more about studying at Keele.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to Keele University. I'm Trevor McMillan, and I have the great privilege of being the Vice-Chancellor here. Thank you for taking the time to visit our site today. We do recognise how big a decision it is for you to choose your university, and this virtual open day has been designed to anticipate the questions that you might have about Keele, and to give you the chance to investigate what we have to offer in a bit more detail. I want to just spend a few minutes giving you some of the background about the university before you get into that detail. Keele is built around academic excellence, and a fantastic student experience sits alongside world-class research in a combination that you won't see in all universities. We were formed in 1949 as a university with a very strong focus on innovative education and a strong student experience. And that was to sit in a university with a very clear social conscience that addresses research that is important to society. We are also a university that has a strong sense of community, as well as having an important role in the communities outside the university that we partner with, both locally and indeed around the world. You can imagine that when we were formed, it was important that the university rose to the challenge of needing to support students in very uncertain times, providing opportunities for students from all backgrounds and preparing them for a rapidly changing employment situation where the number and nature of the jobs available wasn't clear. Our predecessors did take on that challenge, and it is a legacy that we hold on to very strongly, and it's probably more relevant now than it has been at any point since that post-war period. We strive for a very student-centred approach to our education, and that has been reflected in strong performance in assessments of our teaching, including gold in the Teaching Excellence Framework, an unparalleled performance in the National Student Survey over nearly a decade, and graduate employment figures that show that the vast majority of our students get jobs that do require a degree-level education. Sadly, it's not possible for us to hold this open day on our campus at the moment. But when you do get here, you will find that at over 600 acres, we have the biggest university campus in the UK, with lots of green space, which I'm sure we've all learned to value even more in the last few months, giving us plenty of space to keep safe. Within the campus, we have done a lot in recent years to enhance our facilities. Recent examples include over 400 new bedrooms, a new home for the Keele Business School, an extension to our medical school. A new vet school is currently under construction, and we've invested heavily in new teaching laboratories for the sciences, including the David Attenborough laboratories, and it was a great pleasure to see Sir David on campus last year to open those facilities. While he was here, we talked a lot with Sir David about Keele's approach to the environment and sustainability, in which we have, for example, turned our campus into a living laboratory to evaluate new ways to both generate and to use energy. We've recently ranked in the top 25 in the world in a global world rankings table looking at the green agenda. Creating a sustainable future is one of the key global challenges that we are addressing here. That is alongside, for example, social inclusion and global health. You can see the relevance of all of this to the current specific challenge we are all facing at the moment. And Keele has responded in a variety of ways to address this. From looking at the biology of COVID-19 to the social implications of the pandemic, from the work our staff and students have done in the NHS to the production of hand sanitizer in our laboratories. We truly have had a big impact in the last few months. In addition, one of our companies based on our campus is likely to be manufacturing a COVID-19 vaccine right here at Keele. The pandemic has also brought out innovation that I mentioned earlier in order to continue to deliver our courses safely, but with social distancing in place. That will be using a blend of digital and in-person learning in line with our published 5-stage plan. The last few months have emphasised even more than usual to me how much effort we put into supporting our students when things get a bit tough. And I have to say that it is one of the things that I am proudest of about Keele. When students do have difficulties, whether with their health, with finances, relationships or other things, we have many ways in which we can help. We have excellent support teams in the university and the student union, as well as, for example, a medical practice and a pharmacy on campus. Ultimately, our ambition for you is that you stand out from the crowd and go on to be successful and make a real contribution to society. A degree at Keele won't just give you a certificate, but countless other skills needed to succeed and to stand out in your chosen field. Our degrees are designed to make sure that you have breadth as well as depth in your knowledge. And we help our students prepare for employment in all sorts of ways, including by providing volunteering opportunities or placements and internships, some of which are within our integrated Science and Innovation Park here on the Keele campus. It might seem like a long way off, but your graduation will come upon you all too quickly, and we will make sure that you're as prepared as you can be for whatever comes next for you. And the 100,000 alumni we have around the world will provide a network that you will always be part of as an integral part of the Keele community. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this. We hope that you will get to visit our beautiful campus in person soon. But in the meantime, you can hear what our students say about studying at Keele, chat to our academics, and find out everything you need to know at our virtual open day today. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Social, Political and Global Studies, running as part of our virtual open day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm George and I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Rebecca Leach, who is a Senior Lecturer in Sociology, Dr. Jonathan Parker, Senior Lecturer in Politics, and Vic, one of our current students. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you might have about studying at Keele. Just to give you a little bit of context, the School of Social, Political and Global Studies contains several courses, including criminology, education, international relations, philosophy, politics, sociology and liberal arts. So if you have a question about any of these programmes, please pop it in the comments below and we'll try our best to answer as many as we can. We've already had some great questions submitted in advance, so before we look at those, I'm just going to ask Rebecca, John and then Vic to introduce themselves. So over to you, Rebecca.
Morning, thanks for joining us today. Really pleased you could come and find out more about the School of Social, Political and Global Studies. I'm Rebecca and I'm a Senior Lecturer in Sociology, as George said, George has asked me to just give a very brief overview on the principles and values that the school holds. If you're going to study social sciences and philosophy and liberal arts, one of the things that you might be wondering is what it's all for. And obviously we do explore a social scientific and a humanities worldview with a scientific lens, and that's the purpose of the social sciences. But many of the students who come to us ask the question what they're going to do with that work, what that analysis of the world around them, and it's never been more important than it is at the moment to understand what society is and how we can think about change in the future. And many of our students add to their scientific skills and their critical analysis skills that real need to make a difference. And so if you're thinking about what difference you can make in the world, then social sciences, philosophy and liberal arts are really the perfect subject to get that started.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for that, Rebecca. Just before we jump into the questions, John and Vic, would you mind just introducing yourselves, areas of expertise? So yeah, I'll hand over to you, John.
Hello, I'm John Parker. I'm a Senior Lecturer in Politics. I teach American politics, so I've been a little bit obsessed these past couple of weeks, and that's my area of expertise. But I also teach on international relations and the liberal arts program.
Brilliant. Thanks, John. And Vic?
Hi, I'm Vic. I'm a first year education and sociology student, and I'm also a second year student at Keele in general.
Brilliant. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so some of the questions we've had sent in are based around sort of the teaching methods and sort of the ways that within the school the students are taught. So, Jonathan, could you just give us a little bit of a flavour on sort of the teaching methods and what students could expect, please?
Yes, the teaching methods. I mean, we have a pretty standard practice across most of the programs. We tend to teach with a mixture of lecture and small group teaching. So again, Keele has a very strong community feel to most of the programs. The students all get to know each other, and so we really do value that small group interaction. So you'll probably have an hour of lecture each week for each class, and you'll have some sort of large group, and it could be interactive at times. You know, I prefer to have students live in the room and actually come down and ask them questions. I can't do that right now, but then we'll have small groups. I'm currently teaching my first years in groups of 12. And then we get a lot of nice interaction with that, and we can really dive into political debates in my classes, certainly.
Yeah, great. And Vic, is that something that you can resonate with, sort of the small group teaching and sort of, you know, really making the most of those smaller groups?
Yeah, the small groups are really helpful because it gives everyone a chance to have a say and share their opinions, especially if you're someone who's a little bit less confident. Because it means that you feel you can speak a bit more as opposed to like a group of 30 or even more people.
Yeah, which actually is, I suppose, is a really important skill. Sort of, you know, it's one of those sort of life skills. Rebecca, how are sort of those soft skills, those transferable skills, embedded into the programme? So those skills that employers are going to be looking for. How do you make sure that students are ready for the world of work through the programmes?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of the small group teaching, as John and Vic have explained. So, for example, one of the things that develops is a student's capacity to listen to views that are different to theirs and to appreciate how we can come to a consensus. And that's really important in the world of work. It is a soft skill that employers constantly say they need. That's that appreciation of how to think differently. One of the key skills in the social sciences, philosophy and liberal arts is really analytical, as I explained at the start. So having people do problem solving on the issues that surround them, you know, but take them further than just sort of personal opinion, that's absolutely fundamental to what we do. And students get the opportunity in all our subjects to practice debating those, to practice writing about them. And in the end of their degree, we sort of we build that into a final project, what we call a dissertation, where the students do something that's probably the closest to the kind of report writing that they might do in the world of work. They work one-to-one with a supervisor, they work with drafting and having to take advice. And in the end, the students produce a really professional and polished piece of work that they can take with them as a kind of case study of their critical skills that they've developed throughout. In addition to that, most of our programmes offer the opportunity to develop a wider range of skills, like, for example, doing formal presentations, doing direct data analysis, collecting data, and so on. So there's a variety, really, on all of our programmes. Some of the skills that we offer are less soft in the sense of in the normal learning environment and are more directly experiential in education, for example, in criminology. There are plenty of opportunities to work alongside teaching or criminal justice agencies in normal times, where students can do small placements or even longer placement opportunities in the placement year. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities for developing work-based skills.
Brilliant. And we've touched on the programmes that are included within the school, but obviously there's opportunity to study a combined honours programme. John, could you perhaps give us a bit of an idea on how a combined honours works? Is it a 50-50 split? What can a student expect if they're studying a combined honours degree?
Yeah, I mean, combined honours, in a simple world, it's just a 50-50 split. But again, at Keele, we tend to keep the number of combined honours combinations small. So we tend to put together departments that know each other, that work together, you know, so politics and sociology, politics, international relations. So it's not just 50-50. We all know each other. We're in the same school. We work together, and you get this nice cross-disciplinary vibe going with that. And you can pick and choose courses that really supplement what you want to do, what topics you're really interested in, and it allows you to pursue that across more than just one discipline.
Brilliant. And Vic, could you just give us an idea on the course that you're studying and sort of the modules that you've been covering, anything that's particularly stood out so far in the course?
So I am actually studying a combined honours. I'm doing education and sociology, and it's really interesting to see how the two different courses, the modules, can really interact with each other. So on my education side of things, I'm doing a module at the moment, which I think is called Childhood Policy and Education. And it's really interesting to see how things from that are interacting with some of my sociology modules, and some of my sociology modules, such as one which I think is called Inequalities in the Contemporary World, is helping me with stuff in education. So looking in more detail at stuff that might cause disadvantages in education and stuff like that. It's really interesting to see how they can help each other.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. And we've obviously touched on those soft skills. Are they the kind of things that you feel like you've been developing alongside your course as well as sort of the academic and theory-based sort of teaching? Those soft skills, those transferable skills, do you feel like you've really had the opportunity to sort of develop those as well?
Definitely, especially some things such as just in general, like confidence in terms of speaking up and sharing opinions and stuff like that. And also talking in groups of people.
Yeah, which is hugely important, isn't it? Sort of as you go through your career. Vic, something that you've just touched on, confidence. Perhaps if I come to you, Rebecca, if there's students out there who are thinking, I've never studied sociology before, or I've actually, I think I'm interested in it, but I've not studied at A level. Will I be able to keep up with the teaching? Could you give us an idea on sort of how a student might sort of start that journey and the support that they can expect through the school?
For sure. I mean, we take a large number of students who haven't studied sociology before, and typically they come in, and actually that's true of all our subjects. Obviously, we prefer students to have some background in those subjects, but it's not a barrier if you don't have a politics A level or a philosophy or religious. I think it's called religion and ethics now, isn't it? The relevant A level. Yeah. So all of our first years are adaptive, so that students can build both advanced skills to move them on in their subject interest, but also to make sure there's enough scaffolding of core skills. And the first year is that sort of testing ground to try out those new ideas. But in addition, we have quite a good support structure across the school and the university. So, for example, on day one that students arrive, they will meet with what we call their personal tutor. And their personal tutor is a pastoral support person who is there to really ensure that student knows where to go if they're having any difficulty, perhaps to support them with their study skills if they need to develop a particular area, or just to be there and listen if they're worried about being away from home or got other kinds of things going on, which young people always do have. And so that personal tutor stays in the ideal times alongside that student for their whole degree. We can't guarantee that absolutely, but we try very hard to make sure that's the case. So you build up a strong relationship with one member of staff, and they know you and they know what your challenges are. So that's the core part of our pastoral support. But of course, in day-to-day seminars, as John said, we know our students incredibly well. We are a small campus. Many staff live on the campus themselves. And that we're around and getting to know people. Most of the people who teach students in our school are lecturers and professors. They're not sort of people parachuted in from outside. So we've got a kind of vested interest in making sure our students are quite happy and looked after. And actually that bears fruit, I think, in our student satisfaction ratings. Across our subjects. We don't really drop below sort of 85% student satisfaction in our school. So I think we're pretty confident that when we see a problem we fix it. When we see a student struggling, we know what to do, and they're well supported.
Brilliant. And there might be perhaps students who are watching this who aren't sure if they're ready for a full degree programme at the moment. John, just coming to you, are there foundation years available for the programmes within the school if someone thinks they need to sort of bridge that gap between sort of A level or where they currently are to studying a degree?
Yes, I mean, you can do a foundation year program for, I think, all of the subjects at our school. That's not a problem at all. If you feel you're not ready. And again, it's good to have a chat with someone at the university to find out if that's the case. I mean, a lot of students are not very confident sometimes, and they are actually ready for the full degree program. So again, I would suggest, if you're not sure, just to have a chat with us, because it's very, very easy to sort of tease out what you've done, what sort of skills you have. And what's most important, I think, is just to be interested in the subject. That will carry you so far, and that's why you don't have to have an A level in it. A level is great, but I'm more interested in the fact that you like politics and you're obsessed with it than I am about the actual skills. The skills from any other A level will be just about as good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's definitely something that we try and communicate to sort of prospective students, that actually just having a love for a subject will, stand you in really good stead. Vic, I just wanted to come to you and perhaps just talk a little bit more about your experience as a student at Keele. So if we go back to when you were actually applying to Keele, what was it that made you choose Keele, and what made you sort of come to Keele as your final decision?
As a final decision, what really drew me to Keele was the campus. So I looked at a few universities, as everyone does, and it's quite unique to have such a, not small because I think it's the biggest in the UK, but everything being so close together and easily accessible compared to some of the universities where, you've got buildings dotted all over a whole city.
Yeah.
And also it's just a very pleasant place to be. So I live on campus. I have for the last 2 years. And where you've got all the trees, and obviously Keele Woods is so close, and there's Keele Hall, it's just nice to walk around if you've got a day off from lectures. It's just a really nice place to be, very pleasant, especially in the summer.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously we wish all of you that are watching could come and experience sort of campus sort of firsthand. We're sure we'll get to that point at some stage in the near future. But yeah, we are a 600-acre campus, but everything is right at the heart of campus. So it's sort of like its own little community. And Vic, is there anything that you wish perhaps you'd been told before you applied? Anything you wish you knew before coming to university that you think might help a student who's possibly, hoping to apply to the school?
I can't say that there's necessarily something that I wish I'd known, but it's just sort of a thing of university isn't as scary as you might think it is. It's a big, big change, and especially for if you live quite far away or you're an international student, it can be like a very big deal, but it's not terrifying. Like, the lectures are absolutely lovely. They're all really supportive. And, if you're a first year, you'll be other first years who feel the exact same way as you do. If you're living on campus, you'll find other people who've just moved out their parents' house and they're like, oh God, I don't know how to cook anything other than toast. Yeah. It's not as scary. You get into it very, very quickly. And just, if you're on the fence about whether you'll enjoy it, just give it a try. It's actually quite nice.
Yeah. I'm sure people will really appreciate that insight. And if we just go back to sort of when you first came to Keele, Vic, were there plenty of opportunities to sort of make friends, make connections and that kind of thing, and get yourself sort of embedded into sort of the Keele community? What kind of things did you get yourself involved in?
I get involved in everything too much, to be honest. So when I started, things were unfortunately slightly different because of everything going on at the moment, but there was a whole week of freshers events run by the SU. The university themselves run all sorts of freshers events themselves. There's so many societies at Keele. I can't remember the exact number, but there's over 100, I think. And I'm involved on quite a few committees for those. And even just going to society socials and getting involved, even if it's only for a few weeks, gets you to meet so many people that you share interests with. It's slightly unbelievable. And yeah, there's just a lot of ways that you can meet people. And again, it's that thing I said before of it's not as scary as you think because everyone else is just in the same position.
Yeah.
And you might meet people who are in higher years who can be like, hey, this is where this is where that is, we do this on this day, and it's really helpful.
Great. Rebecca, I'm sure you probably see sort of friendships being built sort of through the courses and, through common interests and that kind of thing. And that must be sort of really, really sort of valuable for their time at Keele.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're really proud of in our school is the amount that our students get stuck in. So I said at the start that often studying the social sciences, philosophy and liberal arts is about making a difference in the world. I mean, just to give you an example, the liberal arts students join in with the natural science programme, and they they engage as part of their learning. Anyone can join in actually in what's called the Grand Challenge series of lectures.
Okay.
And the Grand Challenges are kind of global social, environmental and other kinds of scientific issues that really need solving. And so, I mean, they're mostly held in the evening. They're public lectures. Many of us go along to them when we can from across the university. And that sense of sort of being sort of in a place where you are, you know, searching for answers and beginning to kind of address those quickly, it's incredibly motivating for our students. And we see them go on to do really great things. I mean, just this week, a sociology graduate received a CBE for his services to Jewish care in the voluntary sector. So, you know, we're beginning to see that, you know, bearing fruit. Many of our alumni work in some work in the commercial sector of great note, but many end up in the public and sort of third sector, doing really great work, you know, from John's area in international relations and politics, you know, in journalism and so on. But that usually starts at university. You know, the students chuck themselves into writing for the student press and online, doing volunteering, you know, all kinds of things that are fun and build those relationships, but at the same and often lasting friendships. But at the same time, you know, are really powerful experiences for them and very, very profound experiences for them.
Brilliant. So it sounds like the school is very, very much sort of forward thinking in its approach and, you know, sort of looking at how they can develop students ready for the next step. John, could you perhaps give us a bit of an idea on the types of careers that are associated with the degrees within the school? You know, sort of what can students expect to sort of be aspiring for?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because you've got so much to choose from. I mean, politics students, the stereotype is that you go into parliamentary politics. And a number of our students do. The ones who are really interested will go into that. And I think we had almost a sweep of the candidates for MP in the local district the last election. not this past one, but too bad. Yeah. So that's there, but that's not what most of our students do. Most of them go to work in the voluntary sector, or they'll work for international organizations. You could do anything. I mean, most employers don't care what subject you did, to be honest. They want a set of skills. They want you to be able to think and analyze and get along with people and work together cooperatively. And that's the sort of thing you'll practice all the way through here. And if you have those sorts of skills, you can do anything. So you do need to get out there. You need to volunteer in different places. You need to take summer jobs just to see what sorts of things you like, because that's the key to getting on with your career. And again, the key thing is just to not be scared to take a chance. If you make the wrong decision, that's fine. You learn from it, and you're that much stronger in the next job you take.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that, George? I think John's right. That issue of sort of getting stuck in is really crucial. And I think, you know, if students or applicants are interested, we do have lots of data on the careers outcomes for all of our subjects online. So if they wanted to join one of the UniBuddy live chats or contact any of us one-to-one afterwards, then we can point them in the direction of that data. But across our subjects, students do go into an incredibly varied range of careers. Including, for example, for criminology, it's often criminal justice careers like probation or graduate level police. In education, often mostly teaching, but not always. In sociology, often social care at a kind of higher level. But of course, as John said, those transferable skills do apply across the board, and so we have many students working in, you know, human resources, marketing, commercial management too. So I think it's about getting the best range of capacities out of your university experience and also drawing on the networks. I mean, we have quite a strong alumni, that's, you know, people who've graduated from Keele, a huge global community now, and that's an incredibly important form of what we sociologists call social capital that students need to draw on. And so building those relationships while you're here is really good.
Yeah, brilliant. And Vic, I know you've still got a little bit of time left with us yet, but have your thoughts started to turn to sort of your career and what you might want to go on to do after your time at Keele?
I have been trying to think about what I'm going to do. Again, there's so many options, it's almost overwhelming. But for me personally, at the moment, I think I might be looking more into continuing the academic side of things. Because I've just completely fallen in love with research into stuff in sociology, and yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at doing at the moment. Particularly,
she's great at it, by the way.
There you go. That's brilliant. So just before we wrap up for this session, Rebecca, any possible lasting comments from you about the school just before, like I say, we bring it to a close?
I just think it's a real shame, as you said, George, that people can't come and visit us because it's a singular experience being on campus. And there is something about that community environment and that closeness of relationships between different staff, students and different departments that brings something special, I think, to Keele. So hopefully we'll get the chance to open up at some point next year for people to come and visit. But you know, the social sciences, critical thinking in philosophy and liberal arts are really about how humans talk to each other and how they solve problems. So Keele's the perfect place to do that, I think.
Brilliant. Nice note to end on. So thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for the School of Social, Political and Global Studies as part of our virtual open day today. Many thanks to Rebecca, Jonathan and Vic for joining us to answer your questions. Apologies if there were any questions that we didn't get. I'm told that Rebecca and John, you're going to be available on Unibody live chats throughout the day, so students can still connect with you. Great. So coming up in around 5 minutes, we've got another live Q&A with the School of Computing and Mathematics. Hopefully you found this Q&A useful and we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's virtual open day. Thank you for joining us.
We live today in an age of science, and we're dazzled by the vast technology it has created. But the elaborate paraphernalia of the scientist is nothing more than a tool for thinking.
Good morning and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Computing and Mathematics, running as part of our virtual open day today. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Marco Ortolani, who's going to be answering your questions about computer science and data science programs, Dr. Ludmila Prikastikava, who will be answering questions about mathematics, and Lucy, who is a current student. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions that you may have about studying at Keele. So if you have a question about any of the programs within the School of Computing and Mathematics, please pop in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can. We've already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll just ask Marco, Ludmila and then Lucy to introduce themselves. So over to you, Marco.
Hi, thanks, John, and good morning, everybody. My name is Marco Ortolani. I'm a lecturer in computer science, and my area of research is artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is one of the areas of research we have at our school alongside evolutionary robotics, natural computation, and software system engineering. So welcome to you all. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have on computer science and data science. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marco. And Ludmila?
Hello, everybody. My name is Ludmila, and I'm a lecturer in applied mathematics. So my research area is connected with vibrations and waves, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about mathematics program at Keele. So feel free to ask your questions.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ludmila. And Lucy?
Hi, I'm a second-year maths student. I've lived in Horwood for both years, and I'm a local student, so I'm happy to answer any questions about studying maths or about studying at Keele in general.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. So like I say, we have had some questions submitted in advance, so we'll probably start on a few of those, but if anybody watching does have any questions that they want to ask, then please pop them in the comments below, and we'll, of course, prioritise those. So just to start off, Marco, data science is a relatively new programme at Keele. Would you mind just sort of explaining a bit about what data science is, what it involves when you're studying it?
Yes, actually it is brand new. It's going to start this coming year, and it's it's an interesting program because we are the School of Computing and Mathematics, and basically data science. It's kind of joining those two disciplines together. It's the study of making sense of data. That's what I think data science is. And in our program, we will give you basically the introductory preparation. So you will need some preparation about statistics and mathematics, of course. And of course, the other side is the programming preparation. So you will have the theoretical and practical tools of understanding this data. It's an interesting program because it's really, really in high demand those days. So most industries and companies require data scientists. So any specific other questions that anybody can have about specific modules or anything, feel free to ask, but that's the general introduction.
Fantastic, thank you, Marco. So a few questions that have been asked about the data science programs then, kind of looking at the sort of previous knowledge required and the kind of entry requirements. So we've been asked if you require an A-level in mathematics for the study of data science.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a common question. No, so the answer is no, we don't require a level in mathematics. We will give you the preparation. So don't feel discouraged because of the theory that it may require. We will have introductory modules. So our first year is designed to give the preparation that is needed. And then later on, of course, there will be more advanced modules for specific like probability or linear mathematics and so on. So we do not require any specific preparation, previous knowledge on that, but of course you can then later on talk to the instructors if you encounter difficulties or anything. Everybody will be happy to to support you in your studies.
Fantastic, thanks, Marco. And a kind of quite similar question, asking if any previous knowledge of statistics is required for study of data science.
Yes, exactly. It's statistics is important for data science, but again, there will be specific modules for that. So it's not something that you need to know in advance. So it's basically it's an introductory program program. It's open to everybody that has an interest in data science and want to become a data scientist. So don't feel discouraged by those big names or disciplines. We will give you the necessary preparations on those.
Fantastic, thank you very much. A question, quite a common question really that we get asked about the kind of class sizes for the 3 different programs. So obviously, like say, Marco, data science being a new course, we won't kind of fully know that. But in terms of computer science, what would you say a typical class size would look like for that course?
Well, it depends on the year, but so in general, our modules, of course, we will have lectures and practical labs. So for lectures, at first year, we expect around 100 students. So that would be the normal size for a lecture in first year. We will have big rooms to accommodate all students. So it's, and of course, we will give you the material in advance. So we'll have you will also have everything online. So it's very, very easy to follow the lectures. As regards labs, we also have, at the school, we have 24-hour open labs, and we also have the CSL, which is a very, very big building, and an entire floor is full of PCs that just dedicated for computer science and mathematics. And then in our labs at the school, there are, of course, smaller rooms, and that's why we kind of divide up our practicals into smaller groups so that people can be followed by typically a demonstrator. So those groups are usually no more than, let's say, 40 or no more than 50 people in one group. We can follow each of them if they have questions and everything.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Marco. And Ludmila, how about in terms of mathematics? What are the kind of typical class sizes like?
Yeah, in mathematics, it's pretty similar to computer science. We have lectures and we have small class tutorials, which are very important for students to go through the questions while being able to ask questions from the demonstrator or from the lecturer. So for the lectures, we'll have up to 100, I think, students. And for the small examples classes, it's usually up to 20 students in the class.
Fantastic. And Ludmila, again, in terms of Marco obviously talks there a bit on the kind of facilities and study spaces that there are in terms of computer science. Is it similar for mathematics? What are the kind of study spaces like for the maths course?
For the maths course, we have some facilities at our department. We've got labs because we've got some modules which require a little bit of programming. But the computers and all the software is provided in the labs at the department. Also, there is plenty of space in the library, and there is a common room in the department for students to gather together and discuss things, and as well as some spaces in the library for group work and also for individual work as well.
Fantastic, thank you, Ludmila. So we've had a question asked in the live chat. Thank you very much, Mark, for this question. And just a reminder, if anybody has got any questions, please just pop them in the comments below, and we will get to as many as we've got time for today. So one for you, Marco. Mark is asking what a typical week looks like for computer science with AI, and also ask about how much self-study you would expect a student to do.
Yes, thanks for the question. Yes, it's interesting because this year we are starting also with these specialisms, as we call them. Basically, one of these is computer science and AI, and we also have computer science and software engineering and web app development and games, which is also an interesting one. Now, in particular, in general, I would say for the computer science in general and computer science and AI in particular, what we have, we expect 4 modules per semester. Each of these modules is a 15 credit modules, which basically means 2 hours of lecture time. So with your teacher, basically can be in the same day or in 2 different days. And then, of course, I would say all modules have practical labs or, some specialized labs, basically. So for the programming modules would be actual programming labs and time in the computer. And also for that, you can expect 2 hours. So for 4 modules in the semester, you would have 2 hours lectures and then 2 hours lab. And then you would have a self-study. Self-study is, of course, individual study. You can expect, I would say, for a module, you can expect many more hours, I would say, for self-study. It will be guided because the teachers will provide you the material, a reading list, and the lecture. And so they will tell you what's expected each week and in general for the entire module. We have an online learning system where you can log on and you will find all the information. So I'm hoping this answers your question, but in case you want any other information, please feel free to ask, of course.
Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you, Mark, for asking that question. Had a second question come in as well from Nai, who is asking whether we offer a foundation year for computer science, and if so, what that involves.
Yes, the answer is yes, we do. And in general, foundation year, again, for computer science as well, our philosophy is we do not ask you to have a previous knowledge of programming. So you don't need to know how to program in advance. You don't need to know any special language or anything. Our language in the course is Java, but we will teach you that. Anyway, if you feel you don't have sufficient preparation, if you don't meet our entry requirements, yes, there is a foundation year. The foundation year, it's interesting. I think it gives you a good preparation, both for your transition from school, basically from a different way of learning and teaching to the university, and also it will give you a general scientific preparation if you feel you don't have enough. So basically, it gives you a more gentle introduction to the university. In particular, the foundation year is for science, so it gives you the scientific preparation that you may need.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you everybody who's asking questions. Again, just a reminder, if you have got any questions, please pop them in the comments below and we'll get to as many as we can. So Lucy, you are a current maths student at Keele. So I was just wondering, could you just tell us a bit about kind of why you chose maths and why you chose Keele to study maths specifically as well?
Well, I chose Keele because when I came around for the open days, I just really liked the feel of the campus, and then attending the open days for maths in particular, it was really good to hear about what they offered, and I really liked the course. I chose maths because I just always really enjoyed studying it, and I wanted to go further into this, and I thought it was a really good course to give lots of options in the future for different careers.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And what would you say you've sort of most enjoyed about university and the course so far? Kind of, what's been your favourite module or your favourite topic to study, or even anything that you're looking forward to studying over the kind of next year and a half that you've got left at Keele?
Well, I'd say my favourite topics, I much prefer the pure topics. So I really enjoyed algebra in the first year, and again exploring algebra and analysis this year. I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to study French again next semester as an elective option, and I just really like the feel of Keele campus and the community feel there.
Fantastic, thank you, Lucy. So we've had another question in from Horrific. I apologise if I've pronounced that name wrong, as I probably have. I'm just asking about admission to the university. So typically for our undergraduate programmes, admissions would be through the UCAS platform. However, that may kind of vary if you were an international student. Best thing to do, there are some really good web pages from the admissions team which kind of talk you through the application process and kind of different places that you might need to apply from. But they should also be contactable on Unibody as well. So if you did have any specific questions, just get in touch with the admissions team via Unibody, and there'll be more information on how to do that from the Virtual Open Day homepage today as well. And we've had another question come through for you, Marco. This is from Luke. Thank you very much, Luke. Luke says he's decided to come back to education after 2 years in his field, which is an IT technician. It's been looking on the website. You can see that computer science for a foundation year is offered. And so he's just asking about how the kind of foundation year and the first year are set up to sort of avoid overlap between the two. So kind of how the foundation year would differ from year one of the course. Good question there, Luke. Thank you. So over to you, Marco, on that one.
Yes, hi Luke. Yeah, as John said, anyway, go through the admission process. Let them assess your preparation, your curriculum. Which they, if you have any specific question, they will hand over to the admission tutor in our school, which I happen to be anyway. So, and then we can answer any specific question that you have if you need, specific preparation, if you want to know more about the modules and everything. As regards your question, anyway. There is no overlap. So the foundation year is a preparation year. So for somebody that feels they don't have a strong foundation, or for instance, in your case, like some time has passed before, after you went to school, or your previous preparation, technical preparation, and you feel you want to refresh that preparation, that's what the foundation year is for. So it's a general preparation on the mindset of studying at the university, previous concepts about, general mathematics and science. The first year is entirely different because the first year is focused on computer science in that specific case. So we will start teaching foundation of computing, foundation of programming. So really, it's already specific to the subject. So it's I wouldn't say there is any overlap between the two. There are a lot of people, of course, that just jump into the university. The majority, I would say, they jump directly in first year, of course. So they feel they don't need foundation year. So it's mostly your choice. If you need any advice, of course, the admission team is there for that, and myself as well, of course. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marco, and thank you, Luke, for that question. We've got about 10 minutes left, so if anybody has got any questions, again, please just pop them in the comments, and we'll answer as many as we're able to. So, Ludmila, back to a few pre-submitted questions. We've been asked, basically somebody saying that they're trying to decide which course to choose. And they're sort of split between combined honours or single honours. So have you got any kind of advice about the differences between the two options and how someone might kind of come to make that decision about what course to study?
Yeah, I would say the rule of thumb is if you feel that you're interested in mathematics only, then go for the single honour degree, where you'll find lots of math disciplines studied in depth. However, if you feel that there is some other subject that you're interested in, say physics, chemistry, biology, say something from finance like accounting, business, or even philosophy, we've got philosophy and mathematics combined honours, then it might be good to think about combined honours. So then you'll have mathematical background plus something that you're interested in, something which is not connected to mathematics. So it could be anything. We've got quite a wide range of combined honours. So just check them out.
Thank you very much, Ludmila. And another question we were asked just about which areas of research the mathematics department is active in, and how that's used within the teaching of the course.
Right, we've got three main streams: applied maths, pure maths, and statistics. And say in applied maths, we've got a very strong internationally recognized group of scientists, in particular in continuum mechanics, including both fluid and solid dynamics. So say fluid dynamics, studying, for example, tsunami waves. It also has applications in meteorology, climate science, and has some application to geosphere and biomechanics. So lots of quite interesting applications. In solid mechanics, we study waves and vibrations. And for example, we have a team modeling, say, for example, earthquakes, biomedical applications, so things like that. How do we use it in teaching? Our staff members, they usually have modules, especially in year 3 and in maths, which are related to the area of research. And then it's quite interesting how they discuss these questions, how they implement these modern research topics into their subject, into their teaching. Another area of our research is financial statistics, so there is another opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ludmila. And Lucy, I just wanted to ask, so you are obviously a student ambassador. So how would you find kind of balancing the demands of that job alongside your studies, and what kind of work have you sort of had the opportunity to take on so far as a student ambassador?
I find being a student ambassador is a really good job whilst you're at university, because it's quite flexible, so you can pick what you do and what you don't do, fitting around your lectures and your study. So last year I worked at some open days, which were really good, and helped out in the maths department, and also some separate events where school children came to Keele, and we helped out with them learning more about higher education. And then since then, we've been working online on the UniBuddy platform, which is a really good way to earn some money and help out with the university and get more involved, because it's very flexible around your life, but you can also do as much as you want with it or as little. For instance, I've been writing blog posts as well to get more involved, but they are completely optional.
Fantastic. And during your time at Keele, have you been involved in any societies, or are you kind of aware of any societies that are linked to computing or mathematics in particular?
Yeah, I've been involved in a few different societies related to maths. I'm in the Maths Society, and they do a series of events throughout the year. There's a wide range from socials to a weekly coffee morning where they play board games, to gaming nights, to they ran a trip to Bletchley Park last year, which was a really good experience, and they do loads of things involving that.
Fantastic. Okay, so I think just time for one final question that we've had pre-submitted. So just asking about if there's any laptops or devices or textbooks that need buying for any of the courses. So Marco, if we start with you in terms of computer science and data science.
Well, as I said, typically, of course, you would probably need your laptop. It's easier for you to program, but we do have 24 hours labs. They are open at our school. So all our courses, all our modules, we do not require you to buy any specific software, hardware. So we will provide it to you. And of course, if you want, it's entirely possible to access those labs both in presence and remotely as well. As regards the books, each module provides a reading list. Now, the reading list, we are in computer science, so of course, a lot of the books and the manuals and everything, they are available in an electronic form. And of course, we have a library. In the library, you will find most of the textbooks. You can borrow them in physical form if you want, or even electronic, so ebooks. So I wouldn't say this is any problem. So we don't require you any additional effort, economic effort on that regard. Now, for programming, of course, if you have your own laptop, it may be easier for you to program. But anyway, in the school, we also have an IT supporting team that can support you. There is one in the library as well, so you will be supported in any way. And in general, for your studies, it's not exactly this question, but in general, you will be supported by personal tutor as well. So any issue that you may have, just come to us and talk to us, and we will do our best to solve it, basically.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marco. And just same question to you, Ludmila. Any equipment, textbooks, or anything that people need to pick up in advance before starting the maths course?
Well, a laptop would be useful, but again, having said that, we've got computer labs where we've got plenty of computers with the pre-installed software that you might require for the course. And also in the library, there are some facilities. So it's, I would say not necessary. About the textbooks, revision of A-level material would be useful. but every module would have a recommended reading list, and then your lecturer would advise you on which particular books you might need. And again, as Marco said, some of the books are available from the library, and some of them even available from the library in electronic format, so you can access them online.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Unfortunately, that is all that we've got time for, but thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for the School of Computing and Mathematics, which is part of today's Virtual Open Day. Many thanks to Marco, Ludmila and Lucy for joining us today to answer your questions. Apologies if there were any questions that we missed or didn't get to, but we have got staff and students available on Unibody all day and anytime in future as well. So if you have got any questions, please feel free to contact us via that platform. Coming up next, in about 5 minutes' time, we've got our first accommodation tour, which is going to be showing an ensuite superior room and shared flat in Barnes Halls residence. Hopefully you found this Q&A useful, and we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's Virtual Open Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So we're going to start with our first accommodation tour now, and I'm joined by Mustafa and Joe. So first of all, do you guys want to introduce yourself? Mustafa, starting with you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Mustafa. I'm a third-year medical student. I lived in Barnes back in the day, and I'm going to take you on a whirlwind tour.
And Joe?
Hi, I'm Joe. I work in the accommodation office, so we allocate the accommodation and other things.
Amazing. So we're going to start by having a look at Barnes. Now, Mustafa, you've lived in Barnes, correct?
Yes, yeah. So I have many experiences and many memories of good times back then.
Have you lived anywhere else on campus?
No, I haven't. But I've
Just
been
Barnes.
in all. Yeah, I've been in all of the different buildings. So on parties and things like that. So I know all of campus.
All right. Well, let's take a look. So we'll start by taking a look at the top of campus. So just so we can see where in relation to everything else Barnes is. So this is Union Square, kind of the beating heart of campus. And to get to Barnes, we go down past the chapel, past Chancellor's, past the nursery, and then all these buildings you see here are Barnes. Now, I say this every time, but Google Earth still hasn't updated, and Barnes Y and Z are so new that they're not actually on the Google Earth yet. But this patch here is that you're looking at in the center of the screen is where New Barnes is. But all of this is Barnes. So shall we head outside, and Mustafa, you can show us around the exterior of Barnes?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, everything you look at right now is Barnes. There's lots of different types of buildings which have lots of different types of rooms, but everything is Barnes. What you just saw there was the Islamic Center. And what we're turning on to now is the sports field, passing Barnes A to F. The sports field is huge. What you're seeing is a very small fraction of it. And there are loads of things on it. So there's full-size football pitches, AstroTurf pitches, lots and lots of things. In terms of the Islamic Center, if you guys are curious about that, at the moment they're not using that building, but they're up in Home Farm. If you are interested in doing having prayers there, which they hold every day, then you can register online and get Keele card access to the building. I hope by next year when you guys join, everything will be back to normal and you'll be able to use the Islamic Center again as normal. Just moving up now, on our left-hand side, what we're passing is the sports field again. It's absolutely massive. And on our right-hand side, in terms of buildings, we're passing the shared flats. So if you're interested in applying for a shared flat, you'll see everything on the right-hand side as a shared flat right now.
Just to say, we're going to head into these in just a moment. We'll have a look at Barnes Y first, and then we'll head into one of these shared flats and houses. Also, just to say, any questions as we're going through the tour for either Mustafa or Joe, drop them in the comments, and I can ask them as we go. Mustafa, back with you.
Thank you. Literally ask me anything. I'd be more than happy to talk about my experiences and things like that. How I dealt with lots of different strange new friendships as things went on. So what we're seeing right now, you're basically in the center of the shared flats right now, G to V. And the price does vary for different accommodations on Barnes. I'm not exactly sure how much the shared flats are this year. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the shared flats at the moment are £113.30p a week.
Yeah, so it does vary. They are on the cheaper end of things, with Barnes Y and the en-suites in Barnes Y being on the more expensive side of things, if you are looking for an en-suite experience. The shared flats, you share one kitchen with 4 people and one bathroom, I believe, with 4 people as well. And that might sound a bit daunting if you're interested in coming into university for the first time. But it trust me, it's not that bad. And you get used to it very quickly. You're really sharing with friends. So everyone's really polite and really, really friendly there. So I've never had any problems with sharing anything. This is the Sty and Barnes Bar at the moment, which are in the center of Barnes. And the Sty is the common room to Barnes. And you can really do anything in there. Anybody who lives in Barnes has access to the room. And there's sofas. I've had birthday parties in there, people who have gone in to play games and things like that. So as long as you're not too loud, you can pretty much do anything you'd like in there. We also passed Barnes Bar, which is a bar. It's one of 4 on campus, and you can go in there, have drinks. Crap, which are the Keele Rock and Appreciation Posse, have loads of their socials in there too. So if you're interested in rock music or just having socials, then you'd be more than welcome to go into there and have those fun events. And as we're moving through Barnes now, you can appreciate the size of it. Barnes is actually huge, and it takes you at least a couple of minutes to walk through. The last time I did a tour, Tom made fun of me for how slow I walk. But literally, I'm telling you, it's huge.
I would say 2 minutes is probably right. Yeah, from one end to the other, about 2 minutes. It's the largest accommodation site on campus, isn't it? So it's got the most bedrooms. Joe, do you know off the top of your head how many bedrooms are actually in Barnes?
There's around 1,200.
So many. There's so many. Just imagine how many like friendships you can make without 1,200 people living on your like literal doorstep. So I mentioned at the beginning that Barnes Y is like new Barnes Y is so new that it's not on Google Earth, and you can still appreciate how new it is. Everything looks so fancy compared to the old versions, or the other types of accommodation on campus. It's really, really pretty, and there are multiple entrances as well, as you can appreciate. It's split into 3 different sections. So you can walk in through the accommodation office side, or you can walk in through the side that we're looking on right now.
So should we head inside? Do you want to take a look at Barnes Y?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that everybody wants to see, right? Inside, where they're actually going to be living. So what we're walking in right now is just a flat. So you and your flatmates will have access to this corridor. Nobody else in Barnes Y will have access to this corridor. So if you'd like people to come into your flat, then you'd have to let them in, just for that extra level of security there. Most of the doors on the left and right hand side you'll see are people's rooms, which we're going to take a look at right now. Yeah, and there's a shared kitchen at the end of the corridor there, which is actually quite big. It's relatively
huge,
big.
yeah.
It's huge. I lived in Barnes B back in first year, and I was sharing a relatively small kitchen with 14 people. It worked out really well, but when I walked into Barnes Y for the first time, I really did appreciate the size and the space and how new everything was in these new blocks. And you can see right there that there's a lock on the front door of your room door as well. So you need a Keele card access to your corridor, and there's an extra level of security with a lock on your front door as well, if you don't want people in your flat to enter your room. The room is really big as well, and it comes with a double bed. Am I right in saying, Joe?
Double bed, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and there's underbed storage as well.
I'm not too sure in Barnes Y and Z. I think
there is in this.
There is.
We take a look. There is in this one. We take a look in just a second. And I think we do in the shared flats and houses as well. There's storage under the bed as well. So we take a look at all that in just a minute.
Yeah. So my room. So there's a lot of things going on in the Barnes Y room. So there's a little bit less floor space, but in terms of the size of the room, it's actually quite big. I lived in old Barnes, so Barnes A to F, and I had a lot more floor space, just space to walk around really, because there's less stuff in my room. But every room on campus should come with a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, some shelves, and internet access. So on campus, if you're anywhere on campus, you'll have EduRoom. An EduRoom is the shared internet connection from all the universities. So I've been to Central London, and I've had EduRoom access through Keele University to universities in Central London, like Imperial, UCL. So you're a university student, and you have Wi-Fi basically all around the country through EduRoom. And
other countries.
Yes.
I've been to New Zealand and logged on.
It's all free as well, which is just great. And it's usually a really, really good connection as well. Some of the switches there, they power the under-shelf lights. So if you'd like some extra light on your desk, then you have that. And you have a push pin notice board there as well. So if you'd like to put some things on your notice board, you can do that as well. The wardrobe is actually quite big as well. You think you wouldn't be able to fit a lot of stuff in there, but if you organize yourself well, okay, I don't organize myself well, but if you do, you can fit a lot of things in there. And you also have a mirror on the left-hand side there. So if you'd like to look at yourself, make sure you look good in the morning, then you can do that.
So how did you kind of make the room your own, Mustafa? What tips have you got for students who are moving away from home for the first time and want to make that space their own?
I brought a lot of things from home. So a lot of my personal possessions, which helped me feel like I was at home. So I brought my full desktop computer, and then I hooked that up to the Wi-Fi. So it made me feel a bit more comfortable that way. Also, as a Secret Santa present, my friend who I live with in my block got me a K-pop pillow cover. That made me feel at home. It was a bit crazy. But you do make some great friendships, and they get you, you get gifts and things like that. And I use those in my room to make me feel like I was more at home as well there. Lots of people put up posters though. I wasn't into that, but people put up posters and they put up photos. They have these, like some of the girls I know, they have these massive walls just covered in photos, like photo collages and things like that. And Snapfish lets you print off 50 free photos a month. So you can really fill up your wall very quickly if you use Snapfish. What we're looking at right now, by the way, is the bathroom, and the bathroom is really good. Like, this is your bathroom, and because of that, it's your responsibility to clean. But it's your bathroom, and you don't have to like take anybody's crap really. You can just have your own space, a nice space to chill out and relax there as well. It works really, really well. Yeah.
So how many of the blocks in Barnes come with an ensuite, Joe? Is it just Barnes Y and Z, or are there more with ensuites?
There's W and X as well. They've got ensuite. They've just been refurbished up to the ensuite superior standard.
I think last year the midwives were using those. Am I correct in saying that?
Possibly. The nursing and midwifery students, we move their accommodation year on year, so they're in different places. I think they've been everywhere.
Yeah, they really have, haven't they?
Go on, Mustafa, go on.
I was just going to say quickly, as far as Barnes, you can have 3 different types of contract: a 37-week, a 41-week, and a 44-week. I don't think you can have longer than a 44-week on Barnes.
The 41 week is actually aimed at the new veterinary school students. So it's only those students that would have the 41.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was a question from Rosie.
Yeah.
Rosie's asked, Rosie said, how much per month is the accommodation you're showing now?
So I haven't got the monthly price, but the weekly price is it's £170.59 a week.
So it is. I think it's one of the more expensive ones on campus. But
the most, yeah.
Yeah, but for what you get, for what we've shown you in terms of the ensuite, the double bed, the size of the kitchen, like this kitchen is otherworldly compared to what I had in first year. It's a lot of convenience and a lot of peace of mind. You're going somewhere where you can actually enjoy living. So some people would say it's definitely worth the price. If you're curious about fridge space, by the way, because a lot of people are, there are 6 to 8 people sharing a flat in Barnes Y, and there are 2 fridges there. Each fridge has about 4 shelves, so there's 1 shelf for each person. And because you're just a single person, you're not a family of 4, you'll be able to fill up 1 shelf comfortably. And I've not seen that many people go over 1 shelf in terms of food. There's also a lot of cupboard space as well, so usually one person takes a cupboard and they fill that up with cupboard food as well. And again, I've not had any problems with just 1 cupboard.
So in terms of the kitchen space, what do we get with the kitchen? What do you need to bring and what do you not need to bring? And if you need to bring something, what things should you probably wait till you get there and discuss with your flatmates first?
Sorry, Joe, please.
No, go on.
I was just going to say, what you should bring is you should bring nothing, in my opinion. You should buy everything as soon as you get there. Because Joe will explain what's there, but you don't want to buy something and have all the hassle of bringing it to campus and realize it's already there. Yeah. It is. Obviously for this accommodation you get the kettle. In some other accommodation, I think it may just be a water heater, but it's still the same thing. With regards to toasters, we don't provide them in the accommodation. But we do say to people, don't necessarily bring a toaster with you. Wait and see if anyone else has got a toaster that you can use. You don't want to turn up and there be 20 toasters in your kitchen. Yeah.
But yeah, you need to bring all your pots and pans and plates and cutlery, all that sort of thing.
Oh, the whiteboard is really cool, by the way. I really like the whiteboard. It's a great place to put passive aggressive messages to ask people to clean up their stuff. But it's also I've seen it used as like a score chart for competitions and things like that. And I think we just missed the view, but the view from Barnes Y is really, really great. And if you're a med student, you should definitely apply to Barnes. Maybe Barnes Y because it's the closest to the medical school, and you can literally see it from your window. Like you can wake up at 8:59 and still make it on time for lectures at 9 a.m. So yeah, that's the medical school there. It's within touching distance, really.
And you get some nice views as well, because it's on the top of campus, isn't it? So if you're on the I'm going to call it south-facing side. It's probably not facing south, but you know, that side, you get some nice views of the kind of the main part of campus, don't you?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's the top of the hill. So when you wake up in the morning, you're walking downhill, and then in the evening, you're walking back uphill. But in the mornings, it's really great because you're always just walking downhill during those tired days.
Millie's asked, so does Barnes have shared bathrooms too? So it's not just ensuite, is it? There's a mixture of there's ensuite and shared at Barnes, and we're actually going to take a look at one of the shared flats in just a second, aren't we?
Yeah, there's a really great diversity of accommodation on Barnes. I think it has some of the cheapest accommodation and some of the most expensive. So if you're looking for a variety of room type, a variety of people, then definitely apply there. Because I think it's probably the best in my opinion. It gives you that variety. It's in the center of campus, and there's lots and lots of people on your doorstep. So lots of things happening all the time. The Barnes bar and the common area also make that social vibe really cohesive as well.
Another question from John. John's asked, how do we apply for accommodation? Are we guaranteed accommodation if Keele isn't our firm choice?
The applications normally start in around the start of February. Students get emailed once they've accepted Keele as either their firm or insurance choice. And they get till the end of May to apply. It's not first come, first served, so that's an important thing. As long as you apply within those dates, you've got as much chance as the next person. As long as you apply by the due date, which is, like I say, the end of May, you are guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Great question from Yolanda. This comes up quite often. You know, I'm studying X. Which accommodation is best for me? He's asked. I can't actually see. But she's asked, is this accommodation only for certain courses?
Definitely not. I'm sure all courses can apply to all types of accommodation. There's no restriction whatsoever, unless you study a very specific course like nursing and midwifery, which have a certain length of contract. Because the course that nursing and midwifery studies is very, very long compared to the rest of courses that Keele offers. So you have to apply to a specific accommodation, which the accommodation team will tell you about.
Yes, but there are different variations within that, different room types.
Another great question. So are you putting flats along with other people from your course, or are they all mixed?
So people ask me this all the time in terms of, I'm studying medicine, will I be put in with medical people? No, you shouldn't hope for that. You should hope for that, a cohesion between different courses and between different types of people. So when you apply, at least in my experience, the questionnaire asks you things like, what do you like doing? Would you like to live with mature students? And some other questions about your personal preferences. And then the accommodation team, somehow, with their dark black magic wizardry, decide through your personal preferences who you're going to live with next year, basically. So you won't always be put with medical students, but if you do live in Barnes, there's a very high likelihood you'll be with some medical students, because all medical students apply to Barnes. And there's no point of having Dave Weatherall at one side of campus and next to touching distance of Barnes Y, and then applying all the way to the other side of campus in the Oaks or something like that.
Okay, we'll jump into Barnes shared flats. So we'll take a look at the one where you share with 4 people with a shared bathroom. But just as we head into this one more question from Rosie is, when your contract is up, can you reapply to the same accommodation, or do you have to move out and find somewhere else?
I mean, you can sort of apply for the same room types. It's dependent, obviously, whether you're eligible to apply in your second year for accommodation. It's not always guaranteed unless, obviously, there is a health reason why you need the same room again. But of course, for most students, you'd move out over the summer anyway and take all your belongings back home.
Brilliant. So, Mustafa, do you want to show us around Barnes shared flats and houses?
Yeah, sure. So there's G to V is shared flats and houses. And what you can see here is they have all of the exact same things. They just don't have that ensuite. So they have the bed. This time it's a single bed, though. They have the desk, the shelves, under shelves lights, and the notice board as well. So they have all of the exact same things. They're just in a shed, a flat with no ensuite. So you'll be sharing your kitchen actually with less people in one of these. you'll be sharing it with just 4 people instead of 6 to 8 in Barnes Y. And you'll be sharing your bathroom with 4 people instead of just 1 yourself as well. I really like these rooms because, in my opinion, they have a little bit more floor space. So a little bit more space for you to do what you'd like to do, if you do dance, if you like to practice, that sort of stuff. And they're also less of a hassle to get into because you have to climb less stairs. Yeah, so you don't have to climb a hill and you don't have to climb the stairs.
Lazy tip from Mustafa.
Yes, exactly. And you can also apply as a 4 to a specific shared flat as well. So if you're going into a second year, you may not get priority for accommodation, but you have the opportunity to apply for a shared flat with 4 of your friends. So if you're not looking to move on campus, you're looking to stay on campus with 4 specific people, then yeah, you can apply for one of these and share everything with people that you know, rather than letting the accommodation team pull their dark wizard.
So, great question from Zoe. We did walk past it when we went through the exterior tour, but are there facilities for washing clothes?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mention that. There are, and they are. It's run by a company called Circuit. So Circuit Laundry puts in these really big industrial washing machines, which you can access via a Circuit Laundry card. So you can get a Circuit Laundry card via purchasing one at Chancellor's, the Sports Centre, and the library for £5 for a £5 deposit.
£2.
It's £2. Thank you.
£2. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks. And then you can top that up online via their app or via PayPal. So you can put credit on your card, and then you just put your card into the machine, and it will read how much credit you have, and then it will charge you based off that. It's approximately £2.60 for a wash and £1.10 for a dry. The machines work really, really well, and you can check their availability online via the Keele app as well. So if you don't want to drag all your clothes over there to realize there's no machines, then just check the Keele app and it will tell you what's available. Yeah. In the kitchen right now, again, you'll have very similar to Barnes Y, all of the same resources and facilities. They just look a bit different. So it's a bit smaller with less seating area. But there's less people in the kitchen, so you do need less space overall. You also have some seating there, but not like a proper table where you can eat with your entire flat. It's just some casual seating to hang out in the kitchen, because the kitchen really is a social area when you live on campus. It's super, super social. Oh yeah, the whiteboard. I love the whiteboard. It's a super social area. It's where I made most of my friends, to be honest, when I was living in Barnes, because you just go and you just cook at the same time as people, and you meet them, you talk about food, you talk about what they like, and you make friends. And then they buy you anime, K-pop, pillows, cases.
Nice. A few questions still coming in. John's asked, we kind of saw a Hoover there, but what cleaning equipment is provided within your halls?
So yeah, there is a vacuum provided in the accommodation. Your communal areas are cleaned. Oh, sorry, I think I went then.
No, I can still hear you, Joe. Still hear you.
Yeah, still hear me. Sorry. Yeah, so your communal areas are cleaned. That's done on a weekly basis, and then, but yes, your cleaning of your bedroom is up to yourself. But there is a Hoover provided.
And what about things like bins and recycling? How does that work in halls?
Yeah, so obviously you saw the recycling bins there.
Yeah.
So do you have to empty them? Do you have to take them outside or anything like that, or are they emptied for you in your halls?
I think I think weekly a person comes and empties the bins, but you do have the opportunity to empty them yourself if they're like overflowing or anything like that, because the bin stores are not locked. They're not locked, really. So you can go in and use them at your convenience. Yeah.
Awesome. Abby's asked, do you share flats with just the same gender, or are they mixed flats? And also, do you meet your flatmates before you move in, or on the day you move in?
Do you want to take the mixed question?
Yeah.
And I'll take the meeting.
Yeah, no worries. So with the if you come in your first year and you're allocated one of the flats, then you would be sharing with the same gender. But when you're then applying later on as a group, you can apply as a mixed group.
Cool. In terms of meeting people, I didn't meet the people that I was going to live with before I moved in first year. And I think that's a good thing. We had like a group chat where you could talk about, I don't know, yourself and what you were interested in, things like that. And you can get to know people that way on Facebook, really. But when you moved in for the first time, it's quite an exciting experience to meet lots of new people for the first time, the people you're going to be living with for the rest of the year. And I really enjoyed that experience of getting to know lots and lots of people really, really quickly, rather than having a sort of idea of what's going to happen in the past. It's a little bit anxious, makes you a little bit anxious. But in the long run, it's really good because everyone's super excited just to meet each other.
Cool. So we're kind of done with the tours. We'll stick around for another sort of 10 minutes or so. We've got a few questions coming in, so I'll ask them now. So let's take some questions. So Rosie's asked, are you allowed to stay living on campus throughout the whole length of your course?
For most students, they do move out in the second year. If you do medicine, you do get the first 2 years on campus, and then your teaching actually moves up to the hospital. So obviously at that point, more students live off campus. It is a possibility. There are students, international students, who can live on campus for all 3 years.
Mm. And Mustafa, what was your experience? Did you live on campus in first year, and then did you head into the local area?
Yeah, exactly. So as Joe mentioned, I studied medicine. So I lived on campus for first year because all of my lectures and everything was on campus. There was 9 to 5 lectures or whatever. And then in second year, I had more placements at the hospital and in the local area. So I moved closer to the hospital, really. And I'm living in the same house as I did in second year, which is in between campus and the hospital. I now spend 99% of my time in the hospital meeting actual patients. So it's really convenient living off campus in third year.
A question from Scarlett. Are nursing and midwifery students put together in the same accommodation?
Yes, as much as possible. They require accommodation on a longer occupancy. So they have accommodation for 51 weeks. Yes, we house them together for that reason. But they do have different room types that they can apply for.
Yolanda's asked, is accommodation guaranteed for the duration of your course so long as you apply on time?
Not for, like I say, most students would go off campus for the second year. They perhaps don't meet the eligibility criteria to apply.
And Mustafa, when you first moved to campus, in terms of you talked about meeting people on that first day, you got any tips for people who? What did you do to make it easier to sort of integrate with your flatmates and meet them all on kind of day one, straight off the bat?
So we had a group chat. So we sort of knew what sort of people we were living with, and we sort of knew their names and what they kind of looked like. And then when we moved in, I just kept my door open. So I literally just wedged my door open. So if anybody was walking past in the corridor, then I could just say hi. And I spent a lot of time in the kitchen as well. So I made sure I spent lots of time in the communal areas or where other people were hanging out. So in Old Barnes, there wasn't necessarily a common room area in the block. There was a common room sort of building, but not in the block. So I spent a lot of time just hanging out in other people's rooms, and then other people started coming to other people's rooms. And it was just a really good place to have a social experience. If you put yourself out there. If you put yourself out there, the more you put out, the more you'll get back from other people. So just make sure you're social and happy to meet people, and people will be happy to meet you. Everyone's in the same place, right? So if you're nervous, other people will be, and you shouldn't be that worried about it. It's a positive experience overall.
And Joe, if you were living in on-campus accommodation at Keele, which block would you choose to live in?
I would probably go for something like T2Y in Horwood, which is the shared flats and houses. Well, they are a little corridor of 6.
Why those? Why in particular?
Just because I think, like you say, the 4s are very nice. I do like them as a second choice, but I think 6 just have that extra couple of people. And in truthfulness, the bathrooms in there have got there's 2 toilets and 2 showers, so you're actually sharing with 3.
These are secret tips. These are secret tips that are not on the website.
So actually, we're going to be touring around Horwood at 12 o'clock. So join us at 12 to take a look at Joe's favourite block on campus. Do you know what I would go for? The Z sheds, the little they're so cool, so cool. We won't actually see those today, but they're part of Horwood, aren't they? But they're so cool.
Yeah.
I've heard so much.
Go on,
I've heard so many good things. I've heard so many good things about those places.
Have you never been inside them?
No, I've never been inside. It's like on the edge of campus, right? By the residential house area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you say edge of campus, they're right on the Horwood side, so they're pretty near the Students' Union. But they're like the TARDIS. They look so small, but then you go inside and the most spacious kitchens, like 2-story high ceilings in the kitchen. They're lovely, but they're amazing. Yeah. So shout out to everyone who's asked us a question. Rosie, you've asked loads of great questions, so thank you. So take a leaf out of Rosie's book. There are no stupid questions. You've never done this before. You've never moved away from home. A lot of you, this is the first time for a lot of you experiencing accommodation. So ask any questions that you've got. A few more questions come in. Ella's asked, can I ask if you can have a car parking space in campus, and are you allowed to have a car?
You can apply for a permit. There's a lot of criteria that goes into the car parking, so it's quite dependent on a lot of things as to whether you'll actually get a permit.
Yeah, that is sometimes a contentious issue for students because they see the criteria and they're like, well, Keele has enough space. There's like 600 acres of land. Why don't they just make more car parking spaces? And the real issue is legislation. So it's like council and like legislation that requires a certain amount of car parking spaces and not more than that for a certain amount of buildings on campus or something like that. So Keele can't construct more car parking spaces, unfortunately, even though they'd like to. And loads of students want that sort of thing. But Keele's hands are tied with that, unfortunately.
And just a shout out, Keele has just got electric scooters.
Oh yes,
are the most amazing thing I've ever been on. We've been filming with them recently, and we are just putting together a video. But you can see them if you go to keele.ac.uk/news. You can read about them. We've just kind of launched them, and they are insanely good. They are so much fun as well. But also, it's by far the quickest way to get around campus. I mean, if you had a car, it'd be just such an inconvenience compared to these things. And you can also go down to the local area on them, so you can go to Newcastle on these electric scooters. They're something like 15p a minute, so they're the same price as a bus, but obviously far more convenient because you just pick one up and go. Have you tried them yet, Mustafa? I bet you haven't been on campus much, have you?
No, I haven't, unfortunately. So they're actually all around Newcastle. So I've seen loads of like scoot around on them, and I've been kind of jealous. I don't know where to drop them off because you have to like drop them off at another station or something like that, right?
Yeah. So you download an app and it shows you the different points, but all you do is you take it there and you just dump it. Essentially, you just leave it, and it's someone else's problem. Yeah. The company then come around, they clean them, they charge them. So that an amazing thing. And yeah, like I say, we've been filming with them recently on campus, and they're by far now the quickest way to get around campus is on an e-scooter. So a few more questions. Oh, go on, Mustafa.
No, we should just definitely do it.
Yes, yeah. A few more questions just before we go. So we're here for another 5 minutes. John said, what support is there for finding accommodation in your second, third years and years beyond that?
So off campus, we actually run an off-campus website called Keele Student Pad. So local landlords who are accredited with the local council, they advertise with us. We take copies of their gas and electric safety certificates. So we're there. We've got that, and if students need more help, they can come in and see us. Well, they'd normally be able to come in and see us. Obviously, at the minute it's a bit different. But yes, we are there available to help and support. But there is a surplus at the moment of off-campus accommodation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone's like, oh my God, I want to live on campus because it's so risky to live off campus. But it's really not. As Joe mentioned, there's a surplus of accommodation. There's 2 universities in the area, so Keele University and Staffordshire University. So there's a lot of landlords just opening up their accommodation for students. And you shouldn't be worried about trying to find a nice place because there's so many good places around. And they're very, very cheap because there's so much competition. You'll find arguably cheaper accommodation off campus than maybe on campus. And if you're really paying for the convenience of living on campus when you're there. And you also get other things that I forgot to mention during the campus tour, like the GP in Horwood. So if you're on campus, you get access to a GP if you register with them, which is super convenient. And you also get access to sheltered bicycle storage as well, which you may not get in off-campus accommodation.
And you've just answered Yolanda's question there. Is there bike storage?
Yes, there's sheltered bike storage. There's if you go to Keele, keele.ac.uk/KC, I think, that's the Keele Cycle Club. And there's a map of where there is all the sheltered bicycle storage on campus. It's a very small nominal charge to get access to that. And you just register via a Google form and it gets added to your Keele card. So you can just boop, boop, and the door's open. You just tap your Keele card on the reader.
So Mustafa, as our
some
resident...
of the marquees, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Some of the marquees.
Okay.
Still a bit old.
So Mustafa, as our resident slow-walking lazy student, what is your ideal way? What is your ideal method of getting around campus? What ways have you found to get around campus? Any top tips?
Any top tips for getting around campus? Walk fast, I think, is my primary tip.
But that's not something you're capable of, surely, because we heard that it takes you 15 minutes to get from Barnes to David Wetherall.
It does. Barnes to David Wetherall.
It really doesn't.
Barnes to CSL. That was the thing.
Okay, 15 minutes?
Yeah, from Barnes to CSL, 100%. I'm calling it
rubbish.
So my top tips now would be probably the Zwing scooters. I've not used them yet, but if you recommend them, Tom, I would highly recommend them. I've seen loads of people use them off campus, so like around the local area, and they go about 12 miles an hour, I think. So they go pretty
22
fast.
They're all in kilometers per hour, so it's 22 kilometers per hour, which I think is about 12, yeah. But they're awesome. And obviously a bike is a great thing to have on campus, isn't it, if you've got that?
Yeah, it's super, super good. But the only thing that bikes require is a lot of effort. And if you're trying to climb up the hill that Keele is on in the morning, you need to be like an athletic god to be able to climb that. Because it's insane. The hill is like, I don't even know what degree, but it's probably, I'm going to say like a 30-degree angle or something like that. Absolutely massive. And so the Zwing scooters just take all of that effort out. You can just electrically zoom.
We did actually film us going up the hill, and they just do it with the breezes up the hill. No effort. Yeah. It's amazing. Alice, a couple more questions before we go. Alice has asked, what is the criteria for car parking permits?
Oh, there's so much criteria. It's a long list of things. Things like you are part of a sports club in society and you're responsible for their equipment. Things like you are a specific, you need it for your course.
Placements.
Placements. You're like a caregiver and you need it for exceptional circumstances. It's a long list of criteria that will get emailed to you in due course, and you'll be able to apply. It's quite contentious.
Yeah, there is more information on the website as well.
Perfect. John's asked... Millie's asked, are there any sinks in the bathrooms? And John's liked it. So both John and Millie on this question. Are there any accommodation blocks that come with sinks in the rooms? Sorry, not in the bathrooms, in the bedroom.
Yeah, so the classic accommodation comes with that. So the classic and the classic plus. You've got a sink in your room.
Yeah. We've kind of already touched on this with nursing. Isabel's asked, where are healthcare students, midwifery, nursing likely to be placed this year? So is that for, I think she probably means 2021.
To be honest, we don't know yet. All we can say is probably, well, definitely they won't be in the same place they are now. That is the only thing you sort of guarantee. It's moved around every year, simply because obviously if accommodation is kept on a 51-week occupancy all the time, there's no time to do any sort of paintwork, any niceties to the accommodation, any of that. So it is moved around for that reason.
That's actually a good point. So the university actually does do a lot of niceties to your room. So I lived in Old Barnes. But when I moved in, the room was completely renovated. Everything inside was new. It was completely painted. My blinds were new. My carpet was new. My desk was new. My shelves were new. So I guess it was quite a good year to move in. But yeah, Keele does put a lot of time and effort into the accommodation. And if you do actually have any problems, then you just email the accommodation team and they'll fix it. Like they're like the best landlord you could have.
Yeah. What would you give them in terms of a rating score, like a TripAdvisor score?
TripAdvisor, solid 4.9 out of 5. Yeah,
very good.
Knocking out one.
Still room for improvement, Joe. Though
yeah, room for improvement. There's always room.
We'll get there. But that's great. I don't think we mentioned the price for this for the shared flats and houses, the letting terms for those occupancy periods. Joe, do you want to give us those?
Yeah. So the shared flats and houses, they were £113.30. Most of them are on the 31-week occupancy. There are some on the 44 and the 51 at the moment, but again, we don't know the letting plan for next year, so we don't know what occupancy periods will be available.
Okay, quick one before we have to jump. Alice has asked, is there disability accommodation, and if so, where is it?
Yeah, so there is accommodation that is more suitable for students with disabilities, dependent on what it is. Students are encouraged to go through disability support to register with them. Disability support then they get in touch with us and discuss what the students' needs are and where best place to put them. There are adapted accommodation. There's accommodation with deaf alerters. It's a lot of different things that get taken into consideration.
What I'll do is, because we've got to go, I'll make a note and we'll talk about it in more detail on the Horwood accommodation tour. But yes, there is lots of support, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But before we go, describe Barnes in one word. Mustafa.
Variety. Yeah.
Nice. Joe, different one word.
Different one word.
Stop looking at your notes. Now, we've had a briefing with Joe, and I warned her we were going to do this. She was like, "Oh, I've already written some words." Joe, you've got to make it feel like it was just spontaneous.
Well, I always think Barnes, and I think red, mainly because red is all the halls have a different colour scheme, and Barnes is red.
Cool, awesome, variety and red. There you go. You heard it here first. Amazing. Thank you both. Thank you, Mustafa. Joe, you'll be joining us for the Horwood accommodation tour later on at 12. We're going to head over now to foundation year subject Q&A in just a moment at 11 o'clock. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you both for joining me, and I'll see you again soon.
Tom, just one more thing. If you guys have any questions whatsoever and you'd like to message me privately, I'm on Unibody. So just if you open up Unibody, I think it's keele.ac.uk/study/chat. Then you can just
keele.ac.uk/chat.
Just chat. That's chat. Yeah. Thank you. You can message me there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. See you later.
See you later.
Good morning and welcome to this live Q&A session for foundation years at Keele, running as part of our virtual open day today. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Simon Remington, Director of Foundation Year, and Amit, a current student. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions that you may have about studying at Keele. Keele offers foundation year routes onto the majority of our undergraduate degree programmes. So if you have a question about any of our foundation year routes or a general question about the way that the foundation year works, please pop it in the comments below and we will answer as many as we can. We've already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll ask Simon and then Amit to introduce themselves. So over to you, Simon.
Hello, my name's Simon Remington and I'm the Director of the Foundation Year. So I've been at the Foundation Year for just over 5 years now. And here to answer any questions.
Fantastic, thank you, Simon. And Amit?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Amit. I'm a master's student in medical microbiology, but before that I did the foundation year at Keele and then went on to do biochemistry.
Fantastic, thank you very much both. So like I say, if you have got any questions, please pop them in the comments down below. We'll be here for about 20 minutes, so we'll answer as many as we're able to. But just while we're waiting for some questions to start coming in, we have also had some that have been pre-submitted as well, so we'll cover some of those. But just before we make a start, Simon, maybe you could just explain what we kind of mean by a foundation year and what a foundation year is at the kind of top level.
Okay, so the foundation year, it's an integrated part of a degree. So the students who come onto the foundation year perhaps haven't met the requirements to go directly onto the degree that they want to go on to. And the foundation year gives them that transition into the degree that they want to go on to. The Keele foundation year is unique in the fact that it offers routes into every single degree that there is at Keele. And so it's basically part of a degree. It adds a year on, but it's for those students who don't quite meet the requirements for direct entry into first year of the degree that they really want to go on to.
Fantastic, thank you. And how does it kind of work in terms of progressing onto the degree then? So is it an automatic process, or is the foundation year something that's kind of separate to the degree programme?
No, I think the key words that I'm going to use again and again is it's integrated. So what you are doing, so like Amit will probably tell you from his experiences, he was registered on a biochemistry degree and the foundation year was part of that journey. And so in terms of the progression, you needed to do modules, you need to pass those modules, you need to meet those progression requirements and so on. But as long as he did those, met those requirements, he progressed straight on, and like for anybody would progress straight on to the first year without doing anything else.
Fantastic, thank you. And we've had our first question in from Olivia, so thank you very much, Olivia, for this question, who's asking, is it worth doing a foundation year course first? So Simon, what would you say the kind of benefits of studying a foundation year, and maybe kind of what kind of people typically do study a foundation year at university?
Well, we get quite a wide range of people who come onto the foundation year. We get, as I've mentioned, the students who haven't quite met the entry requirements. We've got students who perhaps haven't decided what they want to do, people who are coming back into education and so on. Now, one of the key things about the foundation year is it's been designed as a transition year. It helps you to move from the kind of study that you did within schools and colleges into how you're supposed to study at higher education. There is a big leap, and I hope perhaps Amit can confirm that. But there's a big leap into coming from what you do at school, college, and what the expectations are for you to do within a degree. And so the foundation year provides that real kind of supportive transition so that you can be successful in a higher education environment.
Yeah, do you want to pick up on that then, Amit? What did you kind of find was your experience of the foundation year and the kind of transition between the two?
So I think to directly answer Olivia's question, I think, yes, doing the foundation year is definitely worth it, especially if you find yourself in a position needing to do a foundation year, be that through your grades or for any other reason. And I found that because of the support that I got in my foundation year, both from the academic staff and through all the other staff that I was taught by, it was just a much more, I felt much more supported, and that really helped me when I then progressed onto my first year of my degree. I found that because I'd already been at Keele for a year, I knew how to do things like use the library. I knew my way around campus, and I had a pre-established group of friends. That anxiety of like making a social group wasn't really there, which I know a lot of students can have. Like, are they going to make friends at university? And that's something that the foundation year can kind of set you up for as well, is that you become pre-established in the university before you actually start your degree. So I think that's one of the really big advantages of it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amit. Thank you very much for that question, Olivia. And just a reminder, if anybody else has got any questions, please pop them down in the comments below. We have had a second one come in from Ala, who asked about will the interview be tailored around the foundation year or the course? So I think in terms of the health foundation years, we obviously do interview for some of them. So how does the kind of interview work, Simon? Is it based around the foundation year, or is it sort of specific to the program that students are going on to?
So when it comes to the interviews are part of the requirements for some of the schools within the health, within the health faculty, and they will be specifically designed or aimed at those students going into that particular route. So it's for the degree that they're going on to, and not specific for the foundation year. And they'll vary depending on what health program that you want to go on to.
Great, thank you very much. And questions are coming in thick and fast here, so thank you very much everybody who's asking. Please keep them coming. But Nick has asked, do you apply to do a foundation year, or do you apply for the degree program and then you may sometimes be referred onto the foundation year by the university?
So within the application, then if you want to apply directly to the foundation year, then that's fine. If you feel that that's the best route for you, then that is perfectly acceptable. What we tend to do, or what happens, is if you actually meet the grades that for direct entry, then you will be offered. So if you've been given the offer for foundation year, but you meet the grades for direct entry, you will be offered that opportunity to go on to direct entry. You don't have to take it, it becomes your choice. Alternatively, if you've applied for direct entry but you don't meet the grades, then the foundation year will be an automatic offer for you in place of that.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for the question, Nick. And as I say, any more questions, please pop them in the comments below. So Amit, as you kind of mentioned at the beginning, you're currently studying a postgraduate course at Keele, but you actually started out on the foundation year. So if you want to tell us a bit about the kind of journey that you've been on to get to this point throughout your education and your studies.
Yeah, so at A level I did biology, chemistry and maths, which in hindsight wasn't a good idea. And then because I didn't really do so well in my A levels, but I still wanted to do biochemistry, I went on to do the foundation year at Keele, and I had a great time in foundation year, and it really helped boost my confidence in what I knew. So a lot of the content that I learned in foundation year was pretty similar at the time to what I'd learned in A level, and the different style of teaching really helped me to really learn the content and get the grades that I needed. Following on from this, I went on to do single honours biochemistry for the next 3 years, and I ended up doing a dissertation project in my 3rd year, and my supervisor just so happened to be the program director of the microbiology masters, and because I was doing a microbiology focused project, I thought, this is something I'm really interested in, and especially in today's climate, infectious disease is really it's a hot topic. So I thought, you know what, this is for me. So I applied to do the masters in my final year of my undergrad, and here I am. So yeah, this is my 5th year at Keele, so I've been on quite the journey here. So yeah.
Fantastic, thank you, Amit. A couple more questions have come through in the comments. Shannon asking a really good question here, actually. For the personal statement, when applying for the foundation year, should that be based on the foundation year itself or the degree programme that the student's aiming for?
I would suggest that the personal statement should be aimed at what degree you're looking to do, because that's the interest. The foundation year is part of that degree. Again, going back to the idea that it's an integrated part of your degree. What we want to see is that your interest, why you want to do that degree program. The foundation year is the transition, the integrated part of that.
Can I just second that and
say
that when you're on the foundation year, it isn't like you're not doing part of your degree. You're still treated very much like you would be on your degree program, and it's better to think of it as you're there for the 4-year degree rather than you're doing a foundation year and then your 3 years. So, for example, my interest in infectious diseases started with a module that I did in foundation year, and the content that I've learned is really carried through throughout my degree. So I think it's important to keep that in mind when writing a personal statement, that when you're there for the 4 years, you'll be focused on that subject.
Great, thank you very much, Amit. Another question has come through from Angeline, who is asking, is it mandatory for an international student to do a foundation year if they already meet the requirements for the programme? And also asking if they don't meet the requirements for direct entry onto the degree programme, is it possible to do a foundation year elsewhere, potentially even in a different country, and then transfer over?
So in terms of direct entry, then if you meet the requirements for the direct entry, then you meet those requirements. International students would obviously be able to go into the degree programme on meeting the right requirements. And again, if you wanted to do a study somewhere else and you met from that doing a foundation year somewhere else in another country and so on, as long as those requirements meet that qualification meets the requirements of the degree programme, then you can apply and be considered in any other way, any normal way that any applicant would be considered.
Great, thank you, Simon. Lots of questions coming through again, so please do keep them coming, and we're going to answer as many as we can. We're only about halfway through, so we've got about another 13 minutes or so yet. So Stuart has asked whether Keele would consider switching a student onto the full degree course if they're doing really well within the first term of the foundation year.
Unfortunately not. And the reason behind that is because obviously each semester is really important. And so if you did really well on the foundation year in the semester one, switching to the first year means that you've missed the requirements of what you would have been doing in semester one in the first year. And the problem is that it could be you could have missed whole modules, or it might be that some modules go over the 2 semesters and you'd be halfway through. Logistically, it just isn't possible. And what you also need to do is you need to meet the full requirements of the foundation year, which means you need to pass the 120 credits within the foundation year to progress on to the next year.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you for the question, Stuart. So Nigel has asked how many places there are on the physiotherapy with health foundation year, and if you know approximately how many apply. Is that something you know off the top of your head, Simon, or might we have to check that one?
It's probably, you need to check how many apply. I know we do get a lot of applications for the health programs. We tend to take around about 10 students onto the foundation year for physiotherapy. So it is a very, very, in-demand program.
Yeah. One of the more popular ones. What we can hopefully do, Nigel, is we'll pop you in the comments a link to Unibuddy. Might be worth getting in touch with somebody in the physiotherapy team via Unibuddy. They can probably advise on approximately how many people apply, but hopefully that helps in terms of places on the course, and it certainly is as Simon says, one of the more popular ones that we have at Keele. And we've had a second question from Alla as well. Thank you very much, Alla. Asking how student finance works with the foundation year, because obviously that would then make your degree programme a 4-year course. So is finance accessible for students on the foundation year?
Again, I'm just going to say it's an integrated programme. You're on a 4-year degree program, 4 or more year degree programme. You are eligible for all the same finance as you would be on a degree. So through the student loan company, it's all available for the foundation year as well.
It's no different than applying for, like, if you were applying for a 3-year program. Like, you just apply the same way.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you everybody who's asking questions. We're getting plenty in, which is great. Nigel, we've just popped you the link there to Unibuddy in the comments. So like I say, if you just get in touch with somebody in the physio team, hopefully they can advise us to kind of what the applications are like for physio with Health Foundation year. So hopefully that will help you there. So if anybody does have any more questions, please continue to pop them down below in the comments. In the meanwhile, Amit, as we said, you're on a postgraduate program at the minute. You've been at Keele for 5 years. Do you know what you might want to do after graduating from Keele? Any ideas on career at this point?
I mean, so with microbiology, there's quite a lot I could go into in particular. So there's PhDs which are available. That's always an option. There are a lot of graduate programs. So if I was to wanted to go into pharmaceutical industry in particular, that's an option. Postgraduate medicine is something that I've considering, and is currently my top choice. But there are other. I think it's important to remember whenever you're doing a degree, it's not what you're learning is important. It's the ideas and the methodologies behind it. So with my degree, if I decided I had enough of science, I could make a transition into doing business. Or I have plenty of friends that have gone from their undergraduate science degrees to go and work in like sales roles and other like analytical roles, where you don't necessarily need to know the subject matter, or you don't need to bring in your knowledge of, I don't know, the body or whatever, drugs or protein receptors or whatever else we learned at undergraduate. But it's just the fact that you can apply your analytical skill set. So currently I'm keeping my options open, but I still want to stay in the field of science so far.
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. And I have to ask, really, but you've been at Keele for 5 years now. So what has kept you at Keele for so long? What do you enjoy about the university?
Well, I'm from down south originally, so I'm used to a very, very different environment. And prior to coming to Keele, I'd never really been further north than Oxford. So it was a real culture shock for me. But I really like it up here. The community environment it feels very homely. So because it's a rather small university and a lot of students are on campus, it kind of feels like one like closely knit community. Everybody kind of knows everybody, and if you don't know somebody, you'll know somebody that knows them. So it's the Keele bubble feeling is, I think, the way we best describe it. And I think in particular, especially like coming from somewhere far away, it's been really helpful and like settling me here. So yeah, I like it, and the local area is quite nice as well. Like Newcastle under Lyme is like a nice little town, and Stoke isn't too far away. So yeah, it's nice here. I like it.
Great, thank you, Amit. Had a few more questions come through. So one for you, Simon. Nick is asking, what are the entry requirements for the foundation year? He is interested in particular in psychology and neuroscience with the foundation year.
So for those, we're looking at between 40 and 48 UCAS tariff with from a level 3 qualification, so A levels, BTECs, and so on, including GCSE maths and English grade 4 or C. So it's pretty much, and it doesn't really. The whole thing is it's about the tariff, getting those UCAS tariff points, and not necessarily it doesn't have to be in psychology or anything like that. It can be, again, the foundation year allows you to move the type of subject that you want to do. So if you've done history or history or English or something, you can move into sciences, and vice versa.
Great, thank you very much, Simon. Thanks for the question, Nick. And a question from Stuart asking how many places there are on the psychology or business and psychology foundation year. Do you know roughly sort of how many places we have for the foundation year, Simon?
Well, I can tell you how many we've got this year. So we, at the moment, with psychology, we normally get about 40 or 50 students who apply and are actually on the psychology foundation year, and a similar number for business. So there are plenty of spaces, but in terms of so there we go.
Great, thank you, Simon. And one last question that we've had through from Rebecca, asking about the Health Foundation year and whether that would be useful for applying to other universities for a physiotherapy undergraduate degree. So is it possible to kind of do a foundation year at Keele and then go on to another university and apply for courses elsewhere?
Yes, I mean the Keele Foundation year is recognised by across all the other universities as a very high quality foundation year. Obviously the entry requirements for other universities may be different and so on, but you are, as we said, it is an integrated degree, so we try and encourage people to stay at Keele, which the majority of people do, but for whatever reason there are students who do decide that they want to go to other universities, and you go through the normal application process, which would be through UCAS, but stating that you're doing the foundation year at Keele.
Great, thank you. And Shannon has asked what the entry requirements are for midwifery with Health Foundation year.
Okay, that's something that we'll perhaps have to, because unfortunately there's slight variations with the health one, and it's not, so all those ones, I haven't got those on the top of my head, so perhaps that's something we can pass those details on.
Yeah, no problem. What we'll do, Shannon, is we'll either link you to Unibuddy so you can ask and we'll find that out for you, or we'll pop it in the comments.
Those entry requirements should be on the website for
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem then, Shannon. Yeah, so if you head to if you just search for Keele Midwifery of Health Foundation year, you should be able to get that from the course page, hopefully. With, as well as Simon's kind of said previously, obviously very much integrated with the foundation year, so you're kind of thinking about applying for not just the Health Foundation year but the midwifery program as well, so obviously thinking about things like the work experience and stuff like that. So thank you everybody for all your questions there. Unfortunately that is all we have time for today, but we've had loads of really great questions asked, so thank you so much for all of your engagement. Obviously this foundation year Q&A has been part of Keele's virtual open day that's running today, so please do check out everything else that we've got going on throughout the day, including various course videos, and contact us via Unibuddy as well if you have got any more questions. Coming up next in about 5 minutes time, we've got another Q&A, this one with the School of Law. But hopefully you found this foundation year Q&A useful, and we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's virtual open day. Thank you very much.
Decided to come to Keele. Marvellous. Now with that in mind, you're going to be asked one specific question around 83 times over the next few weeks by your mum,
hello,
auntie,
hello,
second cousin,
hello,
friend,
hello,
dog, and that question is, where even is Keele? Scotland? Germany? Antarctica? No, Keele is here, in the middle of England, 53.0034 degrees north, 2.2721 degrees west. 44 miles south of Manchester and 47 miles north of Birmingham, 3.8 miles from the M6, 3.6 miles from the nearest Nando's, and 0 miles from the absolute best university in the land. Probably.
Good morning and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Law, running as part of our virtual open day. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I'm George and I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Mark Eccleston-Turner, who is a lecturer in law, and Thea, one of our current students. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you might have about studying at Keele. Just before we get started, for a little bit of context, the School of Law offers a range of LLB law programmes with the option to study law with areas such as politics, criminology, business and professional legal practice. So if you have any questions about any of those programmes, please do pop them in the comments and we'll answer as many as we can. We've already had some great questions submitted, but before we do have a little look at those, I'll just ask Mark and then Thea to introduce themselves. So over to you, Mark.
So, hello, thank you all for joining us this morning. I'm Dr. Mark Eccleston-Turner. I'm one of the lecturers in the School of Law. I specialise in international law and infectious diseases and public health law. So it's been quite a busy year for me. And I'm also the Director of Admissions for the School of Law.
Hi everyone, I'm Thea. I'm a second year law student here at Keele. If you've got any questions regarding student life or what it's like from a student's point of view studying law, then just let me know.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So Mark, coming to you first, could you perhaps give us a bit of an idea on the values and the ethos of the School of Law at Keele, please?
Yeah, sure. We're quite a small research-intensive university, so we take in around 200 students per year. We're not like one of these large universities that take in 500, 600, maybe even 700 students per year. So we're quite a close-knit law school. We get to know our students really well. So it's very much an inclusive law school. And we focus not just on the academic aspects of studying law, although that is obviously very important. We also dedicate quite a lot of our time to extracurricular activities and ensuring that our graduates are well-rounded individuals who stand the best possible chance on the job market for law. So lots of things that are beneficial when it comes to finding work in the legal environment, but also are transferable not just to jobs in law.
Brilliant, perfect. And Thea, I suppose just thinking right back at the start of your journey, what made you decide that Keele was the university for you, and sort of, why did you choose law at Keele?
So I always knew that I wanted to study law, probably from about year 11 time. I went to just Crown Court and watched in the public gallery, and I really enjoyed it, and I realised that that was something that I wanted to do, and I sort of based my A-level choices off of that. And then when it came to sort of visiting universities for open days, I looked at a few, and I did quite like them, but I never really sort of saw myself there. And then I came to Keele, and I could really see myself there. I sat in a lecture. All the staff are really friendly and approachable. Like at the end of the lecture, spoke to them and everything. And also on the campus is so beautiful, and although it's big, it's also sort of confined at the same time, and I feel like everyone kind of knows everyone, especially like in my year group anyway. And yeah, I just really like the atmosphere of the uni as a whole.
Yeah, brilliant. And Mark, just coming to you for a little bit of context in terms of the modules and the types of things that students can expect to study within Keele's law programmes. Could you just give us a little bit of an idea on sort of the module content and the key themes that go throughout the law programmes?
Yeah, so so a law degree contains a couple of different aspects. So you have to study the foundations of legal knowledge as part of the Law Society's requirements to have a qualifying law degree. So you have to study things like public law, criminal law, contract, land law. These are the foundations of legal knowledge. But the way in which we approach these modules is quite different to other law schools. So we are a critical law school, I guess you'd consider it. We don't just teach the law. We teach the law in its context, and we consider and critically evaluate how effective the law is, how fair it is, how just it is within society. So we're not just concerned with learning these rules, we're concerned with learning how they work and concerned with how they impact society. So we're quite a critical law school in that respect. So those are the QLD modules, but then aside from the QLD modules, the Foundation of Legal Knowledge modules, we also have the elective modules. Now, the elective modules are modules that students can choose to study because they align with their interests or they align with the career they want to have. And it's for us as academic staff, this is the chance where we get to teach in our specific research area. So you can choose electives in international law. My colleague Sen runs a module which is very interesting and unique called Law and Emotion. I teach my research specialism around controversies in intellectual property law, which is all around access to medicines and intellectual property rights. But you can also study things like healthcare law, international law, family law, and there's a range of modules which you can study. And Thea, I know you're studying family law at the moment, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And how's that going?
Oh, it's brilliant. Yes, so obviously we have our lectures every week and then our seminars, and it's really sort of focused on every single week on something different relating to the family. And then obviously we're told, next year we can progress to childcare law if we really like it. And obviously you've got CLOC as well and the divorce clinic, which links into the module as well.
So
That's
just
great.
to say a little something about CLOC. CLOC is our community legal companionship scheme, and this is a module in its own right. And this is where students can go and work as legal companions at the court, helping people who lack legal representation. So we have a huge problem in this country at the moment with cuts to legal aid, which mean that individuals are going to court unrepresented. And our students accompany them, and our students aren't there to give legal advice. They're not qualified to give legal advice yet, but they're there to explain the process. And that process can be really complex and really difficult to understand if you have no legal experience. So we train our students to act as legal companions to unrepresented clients, and talk them through the process, help them fill out forms, help them understand what is going on. And that's a really important thing to do to help ensure that people... I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to go to a courtroom and have decisions made about you and your life and have no idea what's going on. And our students are really there to help overcome that barrier. And CLOC originated in Keele. Our colleague Jane Krishnadis set this scheme up, and now we train other universities to do CLOC work as well. So we train up other universities, including Oxford, who now use our CLOC model, and we train the law staff at Oxford how to do community legal companionship properly. So it's a really important piece of outreach for our law school to do, but it's also an incredible experience for students in terms of the experience of working with clients, of working in an actual courtroom setting whilst doing your degree. That's a really, really big bonus for our students when it comes to writing your CV, writing your applications to apply for those first jobs in the legal sector after graduating.
Yeah, such a fantastic and unique opportunity. And like you say, it's not just the student that's getting something out of it. It really is making a difference to sort of the people in the communities. So, I mean, that's obviously an example of one thing that we do here at Keele that really does prepare students for the world of work and their career. Mark, could you give us an idea on some of the other sort of extracurricular activities that students can get involved in? Because I know there's various things that go on within the school aside from, just the academic.
Sure, yeah. We run a couple of legal clinics, which is where our students, under the supervision of one of our in-house solicitors, can help give legal advice to real clients. So we run 2 such clinics. One of them is around divorce and family law proceedings. And the other one is around commercial law for small and medium enterprises and startup businesses. So depending which area of law you're interested in, you can choose to work in one of those clinics and get real advice of handling real clients and real cases from start to finish under the supervision of one of our solicitors. And that is a really, really big benefit if anyone wanted to enter the legal the legal sector. But we also do a number of competitions as part of extracurricular activities. The first one is mooting. So for those of you who don't know what mooting is a mock trial. It's where you are given a fictional scenario, a fictional case, and you are either appointed to the appellant or the respondent's side, and you argue the case in front of a real judge. And we have an internal competition. And the final of our internal competition last year was judged by Lord Hodge, a member of the Supreme Court, at the Supreme Court. So our students went to the actual Supreme Court and mooted in front of a real Supreme Court justice. Now, there are most lawyers will never have a case heard before the Supreme Court. So to get to do that while you're doing your degree is an extraordinary benefit. But we also moot against other universities. So we don't just moot against our own students, we moot against other universities, and we do very well in a number of external competitions. We also have a client interviewing competition internally within the school. And that's a really, really big benefit. When I did my degree, which was, it ended 11 years ago now when I did my undergraduate degree, the first time, no one ever told me how to interview a client. No one ever taught me how to take a case history. No one ever taught me how to work with clients. So the first time I ever interviewed a client was a real client on my first day working in the legal sector. That was terrifying. And I'm sure I got many, many things wrong. So we have an internal client interviewing competition where we train students to actually interview clients. And we also have an external client interviewing competition where we where we compete nationally and internationally against other universities. And these are these skills which are so important to develop as part of a law degree. It's not just about getting a good law degree, it's about getting a good law degree and the skills which mean that you can excel in whichever field of work you choose to go into.
Yeah, absolutely. There's perhaps a bit of a stereotype as well, though, that if you do a law degree, then you absolutely must, want to go and be a lawyer or a barrister. Could you perhaps give us a bit of an idea on the other types of careers, within the law sector and, outside of the law sector that students can go on to sort of pursue?
Yeah, sure. I mean, a law degree is a very valuable degree to have. It's very well respected within the legal sector, but also outside, but because of the skills which we teach. So there's a real emphasis on critical thinking, analysis, writing, reading, presentations, attention to detail. All of these key skills which you develop as part of a law degree is very well valued. And a law degree is well valued as within the legal sector, but as an entry route into policing, banking, the commercial sector, graduate recruitment schemes. There are graduates go on to a range of different careers. And a law degree is beneficial in each one of them. You don't just have to do a law degree because you want to become a lawyer. And indeed, when I was doing my law degree, I realized I don't think I want to work in legal practice. I chose to become an academic. I worked in legal practice for a short amount of time. But becoming an academic is a really good thing to do with a law degree. But there are a range of careers available to someone with a law degree. It's a very valuable degree to have in that respect. It's very well respected when it comes to applying for jobs.
Brilliant. And I know, Thea, you're still very much on your journey, but have you started to think about the kind of career that you'd quite like to get yourself into, and sort of have your thoughts started to go that way?
Yeah, definitely. I think the staff as well, they kind of, if you tell them what you sort of want to do from day one, they're there to help you and give you advice. And like Mark said, you don't have to just go into law. Like I was thinking about, maybe joining the police. And obviously if you've got a law degree and you join the police, and you've got the opportunity to fast track, become a detective pretty quickly after joining. So I do think it shows how the degree, you don't have to make up your mind just yet. And, you can change your mind as well. Like, I might want to become a solicitor. It depends, what modules you do, doesn't it? So, if you find a module that you really, really enjoy, then, you might want to go into that.
Yeah. And perhaps could you give us a bit of an idea, Thea, on the types of modules that you've studied, and just a little bit of a flavour on sort of the content that you've been studying?
Yes. Okay. So what's good about Keele is even if you're doing a straight law degree, you can also do electives in other subjects. For example, in first year, I did my elective in Mandarin, Chinese, and, it's just to keep the credits up, but it also, it forms a more sort of well-rounded student that way, doing other, topics as well as the law degree, even if you are doing straight law. And then obviously you have to do the core subjects for a law degree. However, to make up the credits, you do get options. So for this year, I'm doing family law for the first semester. And then for the second semester, I decided to do an elective in philosophy of religion. So again, that is different from law, but it's all about creating sort of a more well-rounded student. But you can do other law modules as well. I know there's a module in mental health law for semester 2. And that was one that I was considering, actually. But yeah, there's lots of options, so you can sort of shape the degree to, what you want to go into.
Yeah, that sounds great. Mark, is there anything else you'd like to add on that sort of topic?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do in the first year at Keele is we don't allow you to take an elective in the School of Law in the first year. So in your first year, you get 2 elective choices, and we don't put any on in the School of Law. We want you to leave the School of Law for at least 2 modules in your first year, and go and study something else. And you can study wherever you want. You can be like Thea and study Mandarin, which would be very, very beneficial if you wanted to go into international commercial law, because then you have an ability to speak a language with a major global producer. But you can go and study politics, English, philosophy, history, and that comes back to this idea that we want you to study and understand and appreciate law in its context. we want you to understand the political ramifications of law. We want you to understand its historical origins. We want you to understand how it interacts with ideas of freedom that we find in philosophy through this module that Thea's studying on the philosophy of religion. So we want you to think more broadly than just law, because we think that makes a more well-rounded and better law student and better lawyer, someone who can understand law within its place in society and politics. And that's a really key thing that we do in the first year, is we make our students take an elective outside of the School of Law.
Yeah, great. And as well, I think it sort of demonstrates that appreciation and that awareness of what's going on around you, and different, gives a different perspective on law as a sort of area. Mark, obviously we obviously know that things like networking and having connections with people in the law profession is a really valuable skill. Are there any opportunities to engage with legal professionals directly through the law course, or is that something that students are encouraged to do as an aside?
There's a lot of opportunities to engage with legal professionals. So we have talks throughout the year for our law society with alumni, so people who previously studied law at Keele, and we have a range of those who are very actively involved in the School of Law, from solicitors, barristers, right the way up to High Court judges. Michael Mansfield QC, who's one of the most well-known barristers in the country, he studied law at Keele, and he regularly comes back and speaks to our students and works with our students in a really proactive way. So we have a range of talks from previous alumni, which is arranged through our law society, but we also do things like our internal mooting competition. We get some of our alumni, our practicing judges and barristers and solicitors back to judge those courses. So there are plenty of opportunities to interact with the legal profession, but we've also got legal professionals on our staff. So we have solicitors who teach legal skills and legal practice and supervise our law clinic. We have Boyd Morwood on staff, who works as a judge, who teaches at Keele as well. So there's a range of opportunities to get involved with the legal profession. It's something we really encourage our students who want to become part of the legal profession to do.
Brilliant. Now, I imagine that a lot of students who are hoping to go into law are very familiar with programmes such as Line of Duty and that kind of thing, and all of the programmes that you see on TV. Can you give us an idea on how realistic are those programmes? How closely is that to sort of a profession, within the law sector, Mark?
Not very. But I mean, the thing is, a legal professional's job or working in law is so broad. There are so many things you can do as a lawyer. So, you can be a detective, as Thea was talking about earlier. You can be a solicitor who deals with wills and probate every day. Or you can work for one of the big magic circle firms and do mergers and acquisitions on multi-billion-dollar deals, international deals. But also you can do some of the stuff that I do, which is go and talk at the Biological Weapons Convention in Geneva about non-proliferation of biological weapons. You can really diversify what you do as a lawyer. So there's really not a typical day in the life of a lawyer. But I mean, those programs always get brought up when we talk to prospective students, and I think it's great. I think it's great that students have something that makes them passionate about law, and that's one of the things that we really want, and one of the things we really look for in potential applicants is a desire and a passion to do well as a lawyer. And a reason to do well on this law degree. And it doesn't matter what that passion is. It doesn't matter whether you want to become a lawyer because you want to save the world and you want to be like Erin Brockovich and make a real meaningful difference to the world. That is a very noble, good reason to enter the law. But equally, it doesn't matter if you want to enter the law because you want to make an awful lot of money doing not an awful lot of work. It really doesn't matter what motivates you to become a lawyer. What we look for is that motivation. And that's such an important characteristic for a Keele prospective student, is having a real desire and a real motivation to actually study law.
Yeah, absolutely. And Thea, just coming to you, obviously the law is evolving, rapidly changing, and is obviously quite a dynamic area. Do you think this has been sort of reflected in your studies? So, you feel like you're sort of really progressing with sort of what's current and what's going on in the world today?
Yeah, definitely. All the lectures that were given, all the case, like a lot of the cases which are put on there are up to date. Obviously, we're given like the old cases which, established certain things, but there's always sort of cases given to us which are up to date. Similarly, because a lot of things are on Teams now, we are given like updates just in the Teams chat of, recent cases, links which are in the news, which relate to what we're studying at that moment in time.
And
Yeah,
just on
brilliant.
that point of
And Mark, I think you can give a bit of insight, can't you? Yeah, absolutely. If you can give your insight, because I know you've been quite prominent in what's going on at the moment in the media and sort of, really exploring your area of expertise.
Yeah, so I work on pandemics and international law and public health law, so I've been pretty busy. So as part of my role at Keele, I've been as part of what I do, I advise the World Health Organization on matters of international law, but I also advise the Foreign and Commonwealth Office on the response to the pandemic and the UK Vaccine Task Force. I've been advising. So the pandemic has really been put into stark relief how current some of our work is. But just on that point, one of our colleagues, Dr. Maria Tizzano, runs a module on law and emerging technologies, which is all about the legal regulation of artificial intelligence and big data and cutting edge technology, which quite frankly terrifies me. And it really her module is fascinating, but it's all about big data and artificial intelligence and all of that sort of thing. So you can study things which are right at the forefront of current developments, and you can also study my module on global health law. So there are lots of key changes and key things which you can keep up to date with. And the lawyers of the future, some of them are going to have to know an awful lot about regulating big data and artificial intelligence. And we are one of the few law schools in the country who can really do that with our students through Maria's module.
Yeah, brilliant. Now we're into our last sort of 2 or 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask you both a really light-hearted question. Mark, I'm going to come to you first. Mark, can you give us an example of what is the most ridiculous or funny piece of law or legislation that perhaps is no longer in place, or an idea of something that you think, wow, that's ridiculous?
Well, there's the classic one of that is you always hear these sort of like rumor things of it's legal to shoot a Welshman in the grounds of Shrewsbury Castle on a Tuesday if you use a longbow and all of those sorts of things. And that's an example of a piece of legislation which was never formally repealed, but has been impliedly repealed. So you're not actually allowed to shoot a Welshman in the grounds of Shrewsbury Castle. I can gladly walk around Shrewsbury Castle whenever I feel like. But it's one of those things that have been replaced by subsequent pieces of legislation. But it's always one of those things that people ask about or mention is shooting a Welshman in Shrewsbury Castle. Maybe that's just because it's me. Maybe it's because I'm Welsh.
And Thea, if we just come to you, we're literally really wrapping up now. Could you just perhaps give us a little summary of your time at Keele so far? Perhaps perhaps in 3 words you could describe your time as a student.
Oh wow, 3 words.
I'll give you 5. 5's easier.
It's just been a really. I'm not sure now. It's been busy, but busy in a good way, not just with the course, making friends, going out, extracurricular, law society, everything like that.
Brilliant. Perfect.
My question was much easier, George. Sorry, Thea, that was really hard.
Well, thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A as part of our virtual open day. Many thanks to Mark and Thea for joining us to answer your questions. Apologies if there were any questions that we didn't get to, but Mark, I believe you're available on Unibuddy throughout the day, and the staff from the law school who are available to chat to, and that's visible on our open day web pages. Coming up in around 5 minutes time, we've got our second accommodation tour, which is showing a classic plus room in Horwood Hall. Hopefully you found the Q&A useful, and we hope you enjoy exploring everything else that's on offer as part of our virtual open day today. Thank you.
Keele is surrounded by a wealth of culture and arts, theatres, museums and local attractions, cinemas and shops.
There are shops and bars on campus, but if you fancy a change of scene, you can hop on a bus just outside the Students' Union.
Our nearest town is Newcastle-under-Lyme, which is only 10 minutes away. Newcastle has a fantastic high street with lots of cafes, bars, pubs and restaurants, plus 4 supermarkets including Aldi, Lidl, Morrison's and Sainsbury's. In the centre of Newcastle you'll find the Limelight Boulevard, which is home to View Cinema, Laser Quest and Escape Room. Just down the road is the New Vic Theatre, where you can enjoy a range of shows, comedians and artists.
Stoke-on-Trent is the closest city and it's only 20 minutes away. Into Potteries is packed with a variety of shops and includes the Hive, which has restaurants and a place to see the latest films at Cineworld. It's also home of the Cultural Quarter, which is the hub of creative and entertainment venues, which includes the Regent Theatre, Victoria Hall and the Mitchell Arts Centre. You can also visit the Potteries Museum and Art Gallery or the Emma Bridgewater Factory, where you can try your hand at decorating your own piece of pottery. Just across the way from Hanley is Festival Park, which includes a variety of shops and restaurants, Odeon Cinema, 10-pin bowling, a dry ski slope and Water World.
Looking to go for a day out nearby? There are so many places to explore all within an hour of campus.
So whether you're looking for an exciting day out or a peaceful walk around Britain's biggest campus, Keele offers the best of both worlds.
Hello and welcome back. So we're about to jump into our tour of Horwood, but before then, I just want to tell you about all the other things that we've got going on today alongside this Facebook Live. Don't forget, we've got the self-guided virtual tour and also UniBuddy, which I'm just going to quickly show you again, just in case you missed it. This is UniBuddy here. UniBuddy is a great tool that you can use to chat to our staff and students. So that's staff, academics, staff from admissions, accommodation, all those places, and also student support. And just to say that the student services team are available to answer questions all day about support and guidance at Keele, including things like student finance, dyslexia support, and all those things there. So make use of them. UniBuddy, you just put in what level of study you're looking for, the area of study if you know it, or you might just want to chat to someone in general. And I know you can also find people from different countries. So if you're an international student looking to chat to another international student, you can find them there. And here, if I'm looking for biology, I can chat to Liberty. And I can also have a look at some staff, and I can chat to some of our staff from the biology course as well. So make use of UniBuddy. There are some live chats. I think we've got one more live chat at 2 till 3. That is all schools apart from allied health professions, Harper Keele Vet School, pharmacy and bioengineering, and public health and social work. So if you're interested in any course apart from those ones I just mentioned, head to UniBuddy at 2 till 3, and there's a live chat happening there. And again, you can also take a look at our self-guided virtual tour, where you can have a look at our campus, inside buildings, and all sorts of different things like that. So here, I can have a look at a 360 of just outside the business school, and I can take a look around Keele in my leisure, which is great. And just to mention that the Students' Union have also got their own virtual open day. If you go to keelesu.com/open day, you can see their virtual open day there, where they've got videos about the officers, sports clubs and societies, volunteering, nights out, all of that good stuff. So head over and have a look at that. But now we're going to take a look at Horwood. So I'm joined by Joe again, and also Natasha. So Joe, for those who weren't watching earlier, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do at Keele?
Yeah, so I'm Joe. I work in the accommodation office, and we allocate the accommodation amongst other things.
Fantastic. And Natasha?
Hi everyone, I'm Natasha and I'm a third year biomedical science student, and funnily enough I lived in Horwood in my first year.
Amazing. So we're going to take a look at Horwood, so I'll just get the map ready to go. And we'll start by having a look again at where Horwood is in relation to everything else on campus. So Horwood is definitely, Natasha, it's the closest to the centre of campus, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. It's so easily accessible to the likes of the Student Union, as well as the health centre further up into Horwood, and Keele Hall too. It's really accessible, so you quite easily can get to anywhere on campus from there.
Yeah, so this is the centre of campus here, Union Square, and we just head to the right, and this is Horwood in the centre of the screen now. All these buildings, and as Natasha just said, you are right next to Keele Hall and the lawns and things like that. So you're in a prime location being on Horwood. And we'll have a look at the health centre as well that you mentioned in just a moment. So let's take a look on the exterior of halls, and Natasha, show us around, tell us what we've got at Horwood.
So we're panning to the right now, but if you pan to the left, just before you get into Horwood, there's the KPA, which is the Keele Postgraduate Association, which is a pub as well as the association itself. And what you can see in front of you is the large white bit is blocks D and E, and now we're following through that way. As you can see, this large patch of grass is really, really lovely in the summer. So what often happens is the students bring the benches onto the grass and do quite nice revision sessions on there as well, and spend time out in the sunshine. It's really beautiful. And then up there as well, you've got barbecue pits, which are specially designed for barbecues. So you don't do the barbecues on the grass. That is not a good idea. So as you can see here, we're panning around to the car park for the GP and the health centre. And that's a permit-only car park. And then if we're panning to the right here, the building on the far right there is the laundrette for Horwood. So how that works is to get into the laundrette, you use your Keele card, and then to do any kind of laundry, you need a circuit card, which you can buy from points all across campus, and you load money onto your circuit card to pay for your laundry. It's really quite handy.
And so how many rooms have we got at Horwood, Joe? How many people stay in this area?
About 700 in Horwood.
Pretty big. And are they a variety of rooms, or are they all quite similar at Horwood?
You've got Classic Plus and the shared flats and houses.
Awesome. And then Natasha, I think just around the corner here is the health centre that you mentioned. So do you want to talk us through that? Oh, have we lost Natasha? Natasha, have you frozen? I think Natasha's just paused for us. So yeah, as Natasha mentioned earlier, we're just heading to the health centre. So the health centre is for all students on campus and for the local area as well. But if you live in Horwood, you've got the convenience of it being on your doorstep. So you can register with your GP there, and it's just so convenient to have on campus. It's a really, really good thing. So we'll try and get Natasha back. Maybe if she rejoins the call, we can try and regain Natasha. Here we go. She's coming. Natasha, can you hear me? Yes, we've got it. Perfect.
Yes, I'm ever so sorry about that.
It's all right. It was just a small hitch. It's fine. But yeah, we just looked at the health centre. So Yeah, Natasha, do you want to explain the health centre? I've kind of done it, but from a student's perspective, do you want to give us an intro into it?
Absolutely. So the health centre is so handy. It's your on-campus GP. I would really, really recommend that when you first come to Keele, you sign up here. It's so handy having a GP on campus that you can just phone up in the morning if you're feeling really unwell and they can get you an appointment. It's one of the amazing things, particularly about being in Horwood as well, that it's so easily accessible.
Awesome. So what we'll do now is we'll head inside Horwood and take a look. We're going into Horwood A, which is, just remind us what kind of, if you go on the website, what is this room listed as? Joe or Natasha, do you know?
This is a Classic Plus.
Classic Plus, perfect. So here we are. So Natasha, do you want to show us around?
Fabulous. So you're going through the door here. Just on the outside is the outer door, and you get in using a key there. So as we enter here, there are rooms either side of you and the kitchen right in front of you there. So as we enter into this room, you enter using the same key as you got in. And this is the room. So you've got a nice desk there, a nice bedside table, and a single bed there.
Just to say as well, just to pause you there, Natasha, if you've got any questions whilst we're doing this tour, by the way, pop them in the comments and I can ask them to both Natasha and Joe. So fire away with any questions.
One of the really nice things about Horwoods, particularly with the rooms that I've been in, is they have wonderful large windows. So you get a beautiful view of the green outside. And as you can see, the perks about the Classic Plus room is you've got the wash basin as well. So there's the view of the single bed that you've got. It's got really nice under the bed storage as well, which is really handy hint if you want some extra storage space. And as you see above the desk there, the green thing is a cork board type thing, so you can pin things on there as well.
And so, Natasha, how did you kind of make the room your own? How did you make it your space?
I'm a lover of plants, so I brought quite a couple of plants to uni with me, as well as some nice photographs from home of my friends and everything that kind of made my room at home. So I just brought those things as well. But please remember that you don't want to bring everything you own to university. You've got to be quite strict with what you bring to uni. You're not moving out yet.
Are you talking from experience there, Natasha?
Oh, certainly, yes. The amount of kitchen equipment I brought as well was extreme. So that's another thing to look out for too. One handy hint is to make sure you like the student life page as well, because on there what usually happens is people create Facebook groups for your residents, your halls of residence and your individual blocks. So there you can gather which pieces of equipment other people are bringing. For example, if someone's bringing an iron or a toaster, and that way you're not doubling up on stuff and you're also conserving space in your communal areas as well.
Amazing. So what did you bring to your room that you kind of didn't need?
So I brought quite a few lamps. I bought loads and loads of stationery that I didn't use in the end. I didn't need a rug. Just because
you went all out.
Oh, I did.
You were renovating. You weren't just decorating. You were renovating.
It was extreme. I saw loads of people recommending me to bring rugs and pillows. To be fair, the pillows were very, very comfortable, and my friends did enjoy sitting on them. But the rug just got messy by the end of the year. It was not attractive. But I definitely recommend making it homely, but don't go to that extreme. Take it from experience.
Good. So these are actually shared bathrooms and kitchens, aren't they? So we're going to take a look at the bathroom now. So Natasha, people might be worried about sharing a bathroom. How did you find it?
So at the beginning, I was also incredibly worried about sharing a bathroom, but I can promise you, at no point where I was living in Horwood did I have to wait for the shower or the toilet at all. And you may think, no, that's wrong, you're lying to me, but honestly I am not. Everyone has different schedules and you're in and out of your accommodation at all times, so it's rare that I ever met anyone in the toilet or passing that way or had to wait at all. So please try not to stress too much about that part, I promise you.
And how did you find things like, if you've got an ensuite, you can leave things like your toothbrush in there. Do you have a little bag that you kind of carry from your room into the bathroom and back and things like that?
I did, yeah, just to make sure everything was in the same space. I had a little plastic bag for it all. Of course, you leave stuff in there like shower gel or shampoo, but I just tended to take everything backwards and forwards because then I knew where everything was and I didn't lose track of anything at all that way.
Amazing. So the kitchen now, so these are quite nice kitchens. You get a nice little dining table there. Do you have flat meals with the people you're living with?
I had a couple of flat meals, yeah, but when things started to get busy with our courses, they kind of dropped off a bit, which was rather unfortunate. But we did have lovely sit-down revising sessions in the kitchen as well with all of the flatmates. And although we were on different courses, it was really, really fun to kind of have that social aspect as well. And because the kitchen was so nice and large.
And then talk about fridge space. So how did you kind of split the fridges when you lived with people in Horwood?
So we split them. We each had a shelf in there, and I know that sounds quite scary to begin with, but to be honest, I had no problems throughout the year, and I love cooking myself. But also another life hack is that if you do team up with a couple of other people, you can share space in there, and also there is the option to order food to campus from things like Tesco and Sainsbury's. They do delivery services, so if you get a group of you together, it can reduce the costs drastically, and also you can have a lot of space in the fridge as well.
You're an avid cook then, Natasha. You like your cooking. What's your go-to dish?
Oh, my go-to dish. I was a keen roast maker. I love a beef roast. So I can remember back and everyone was like, "Oh, this Sunday, Tasha, are we having a roast?" And I was like, "Oh, let me check my timetable, guys. Let me check." But that's one of my favourite dishes anyway.
So, do you kind of, is everyone, well, you're that person, but I'm guessing you always get that one avid cook who can just kind of keep the flat alive almost, keep you all fed.
Oh, 100%. We also had another girl who was whose mum was a professional cook, and her pancakes, I must say, were amazing. Anytime you needed a breakfast, you just go to her. It was fabulous.
Nice. So we mentioned it before, but I think it's important to mention again. What should you bring to the kitchen for kitchen appliances? Just speaking now, what's in the kitchens already, and what should you bring or what should you not bring?
So already in there is a kettle. If you want things like a toaster, as I mentioned before, I'd highly recommend joining one of the groups on Facebook that usually created quite a long time before you start your university degree and go into your accommodation, just to get an idea of whether someone's got a 4-piece toaster and is bringing that along, or whether you need to think about investing in a toaster or things like a panini press, or if you're getting really fancy like that. But I'd definitely recommend the staples, like your cooking utensils, a baking tray. Everyone seems to forget a baking tray. And the really bare essentials like that, because there's a town just right about half an hour walk away. It's only a bus ride away as well. It's very close. So if you do forget anything, it's so easy to get on the bus and go into Newcastle and to pick up anything there.
So Kelly's asked, is it easy to get shopping delivered to the exact location?
So particularly with COVID restrictions at the moment, it's a bit unsure of how it worked in my first year. Was you met the delivery person outside of your halls of residence and you took it into your halls. I'm unsure of the exact regulations now. You'll need to check when you do your orders, but I found it was very handy and easy to deliver it to the campus.
And so what did you put for them to deliver directly to your block? Did you have just your room number and block, and that's how they found you?
So what I did was, to make it a bit easier, I said the location I'll pick up is at the KPA, because that's a very standard location that a lot of delivery people know of. So if you do get it delivered to there, take your bags down, and then you'll be able to load it back into your room or your kitchen that way.
Perfect. A few questions coming in. Yolanda's asked, how many people does the kitchen that we've just seen, how many people share that kitchen?
That's 21. There's 21 in that block, and there is the one kitchen diner.
And they're all on multiple floors, is that right? So we've just seen, I think there's kind of 6 people on this ground floor, is there? And they kind of go up from there. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
So there's not 21 people to that bathroom. There's a bathroom on each floor.
No. There is a bathroom on each floor.
So it's just the kitchen that's shared by that many people. What is the difference between Classic and Classic Plus?
The difference is generally the sort of the number of people that you're sharing with the facilities. But like that is a Classic Plus. Well, while you've only got the one kitchen there, but it's a big kitchen. Whereas some of the Classic have got smaller kitchens with no dining area.
Okay, cool. So we're going to be here for another, let me check, about another 5 minutes or so. So if you've got any questions, keep dropping them in the chat. But just to make note, the ones we didn't get to last time is, someone asked, what is the move-in process? So you've had your place accepted, you've been assigned your accommodation. On the day of the move-in, what happens?
So when you do your induction, your accommodation induction, there is a booking slot for a time to arrive and collect your keys at Keele. When you come onto campus, you'll have a place where you will collect the keys. This has moved recently over the last few years. So no doubt after this year and our experience, it may change again. So it is a different location, but you do get notified of that before you arrive. You then get given a parking pass so that you can park outside the accommodation as close as possible for sort of half an hour to unload, and then you'd be expected to move the car onto another car park.
Do you recommend bringing things like if you've any trolleys or anything to carry stuff in? Is that kind of ideal to bring with you when you move in?
I mean, obviously, it depends on how many people you bring in with you. People do bring a lot, and they bring extra vehicles and other things as well. A lot of people, I've always been recommended to use those IKEA bags.
Yes, yeah.
When moving, quite good to carry as well. Just throw it over your back, sort of thing. And
they're just good in life, they are, aren't they? It's worth a trip to IKEA just to get the bag, let alone the anything else from there. Brilliant. So, Joe, one for you. What is kind of the most bizarre thing you've seen someone moving into their halls of residence? That you can say on stream as well.
I mean, we're normally, either on that day, we're normally in the accommodation office helping with inquiries, or at the key collection point. So I've never seen anyone actually on arrival day and what they've arrived with. I have witnessed one student once who moved rooms, and I couldn't believe how much stuff they got and how they got it into the accommodation. It was a lot.
Amazing. And Natasha, do you want to tell us about when you first moved in? So what was your move-in process?
So my moving process was very, very different to what it is now because of the current regulations. At the time, we had move-in buddies as well, which helped us move everything in, and that was really handy. I remember having some snow sports members helping me move in all my stuff. But although it seems quite daunting at first, and it's something that you probably might get a little stressed about, it's not as stressful as you think. And once you get everything in, there's kind of a relief that you've got everything in and everything's sorted, and welcome to university.
So a great question here. Someone's asked, are the move-in days normally on the weekend? Because obviously term starts on a Monday, doesn't it? But do they move in before then, or are they just going to arrive and throw everything in and then go to class?
No, it is. It's normally the Saturday before is the main day, and then there's also slots available on the Sunday as well. So it is the whole weekend. Obviously, this year was slightly different with the events that were available. So most people normally want to come on the Saturday because obviously you've got events on the Saturday night at the Students' Union.
Perfect. So we kind of overrun on the last one, but I do want to, Joe, just talk more about the support that we've got in place in terms of accommodation for anyone with a disability or anyone who just needs extra support. What support can Keele offer them?
So obviously when you apply for accommodation, you can there is a section on the application form where you can note any health issues, any disabilities. We do our best to meet your requirements, but we do recommend that you get in touch with disability support to get their support, and they can assess what you need and also notify us of that. Like I said before, we've got different types of accommodation. There may be with the en-suites, there are some rooms that are wet rooms rather than the shower cubicles that we saw on the last video. It's sort of those sort of things. There's rooms with the grips, the handle, I'm trying to think what they're called, handles, so that you help with that. But they also provide other help as well. We've got student services as a team who can provide financial assistance, just anything like that, student support. They can help with any issues that you're having. There's a great support network at Keele.
Amazing. And Joe, you mentioned that Horwood was the place that you would choose to live on campus.
Yes.
What is your favourite thing about Horwood?
I think, like Natasha said, it is. It's quite close to the centre of campus, so you're in on everything. You've got Keele Hall, you've got the lakes and the lovely ground there as well. I know you pointed out the grass in the centre of the sort of they're not quite quads, but yes, they look lovely, and I know a lot of students sit out there in the summer. But you've also got Keele Hall just around the corner, where you can go and do the same there on the grass outside. It's just a really nice place, I think. The accommodation itself, like I say, the shared flats there, I really like.
And Natasha, same thing to you. What's your favourite thing about Horwood?
So I think I'm really echoing what Joe said then. It's such a lovely area. It's so green as well and so close to the centre of campus. If ever I wanted just a quick meal, I could pop into campus, the centre, and just 2 minutes it'd take me, and I'd pop into Costcutter and get something. And I remember specifically having lovely times with my friends revising on the lawns of Keele Hall and in that little quad area as well. It was absolutely beautiful, and the sun was shining, and it was can't recommend it anymore.
Amazing. Kelly's asked, would you recommend requesting accommodation closest to your course location, where most lectures will take place, and the walk to social events / bars, or would you suggest being closer to the social scene and walking to lectures? The thing with this question is, I think when people look at other universities, especially city universities, you can be quite far away from things. At Keele, it really doesn't matter, does it? What I'm going to do is we'll demonstrate this by just going back to that top view of campus, and just showing you just how close you are to everything. So, Natasha, you're in Horwood and you're going for a night out. Where are you heading?
So if I want to go for a night out in the SU from Horwood, what I'll do is I'll pass in front of the KPA. There's a lovely little path in between the trees there, and I'll drop into the square there and head to the SU, and it takes me a maximum of 3 minutes walk.
So this is the KPA here in the centre of the screen now, and what Natasha's saying is just under this tree line there's a nice little walk, and then you get to the centre here, and you've got the SU, and you've also got other bars on campus, haven't you? So some of the blocks have bars. So obviously Barnes has got a Barnes bar here, and then you've also got Lindsay Bar and Cafe, which is over here. I'm in Lindsay, and I want to get to the Central Science Laboratories. How would I get there, Natasha?
So you head out of Lindsay and you head onto the road at the top there, and literally just in front of you there is the CSL building, the Central Science Labs. It's so easily accessible, but I must say that I never if I was travelling from Horwood to the other end of campus to Oaks or to Lindsay area, it would take me a maximum of maybe 10 minutes. And travelling across campus was never ever a problem for me, and all of my friends thought the same. So it's definitely up to you where you choose your accommodation, in my opinion.
Yeah, so you kind of get to pick what room is best for you rather than where you're located, because again, so all these buildings on the screen now are the sort of central teaching buildings, and you're so clever. You've got Lindsay there in the bottom of the corner there, Horwood on the right, Barnes at the top there, and then also Holycross just down here. So you're a maximum of 15 minutes away, aren't you, from anywhere really? So perfect. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll wrap up by just asking you to describe Horwood in... And Joe, if I see you looking to the right or left, I will change the question. Natasha, you can go first. Let's go for 2 words.
Community and friendly.
Amazing. And Joe?
Keele Hall. It's 2 words.
I'll let you have it. Amazing.
No,
thank you.
We did notice earlier, I'm sure, on the video that it's green inside the bedrooms. The colour theme there is green.
Yes. Cuts off a little early then. Perfect. I'll tell you what we'll do. That's perfect. We'll wrap it up there, and we'll be heading next to another subject Q&A. It is nursing and midwifery. So we'll head there in just a moment. But thank you both for joining me, and Joe, I'll see you again shortly.
See you later.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Chemical and Physical Sciences, running as part of today's Virtual Open Day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Graham Jones, who will be answering questions about chemistry and medicinal chemistry, Vicky Cartwright answering questions about forensic science, and Raphael Hershey to answer any questions about physics and astrophysics. We're going to be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions that you may have about studying at Keele. So if you have got a question about any of the programmes within the School of Chemical and Physical Sciences, please pop it in the comments below and we will answer as many as we possibly can. We've already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll ask Graham, Vicky and Raphael to introduce themselves. So Graham, if we start with you. Oh.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Which is not a problem I normally have. I'm Graham Jones. I'm the admissions tutor for chemistry. So if you have any questions about chemistry and medicinal chemistry, you can ask me that. Maybe things about the way that we teach or the research or what happens in labs. And myself, I'm an organic chemist and I also teach NMR spectroscopy as well.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Graham. And Vicky?
Hi, my name is Vicky Cartwright and I'm a lecturer in forensics.
Oh, apologies, I think we're just having some issue with Vicky's audio. Do you want to, you're right, just to try and move your mic just a bit closer, Vicky, see if that works. Okay, do you want to try now?
Yeah, okay. I am Vicky Cartwright.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all in. Okay. I'm Vicky Cartwright and I'm a lecturer in forensic science and I'm also the admissions tutor for all the forensic science programmes. I lecture on topics such as forensic identification and forensic genetics, so looking at aspects of sort of DNA profiling, forensic science. So if you've got any questions about the core entry requirements, I'm happy to help today.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Vicky. And Raphael.
Hi everyone, I'm Raphael Hershey. I'm a professor of astrophysics. I'm also a school director of research, so feel free to ask me questions about teaching or research.
Fantastic, thank you very much, everybody. So like I say, we're going to be live for about 20 minutes or so. If you do have any questions about any of the programmes in chemical and physical sciences, please do pop them in the comments below and we will answer as many as we're able to. But we have also had a few questions pre-submitted in advance, so we will just make a start with those. So this was a question asked for chemistry, about how many hours of laboratory work there are per week. So over to you for that one, please, Graham.
Okay, so the number of laboratory hours sort of depends on which year you're in. Generally, we would be working at about 5 to 6 hours a week in our chemistry laboratories. And what you have to understand is there's not just the work in the laboratories to do. Aligned to that, there would be sort of 2 or 3 hours a week as well, which will be work related to the laboratory practicals that you will be doing. Things then slightly change when you move into year 3, because in years 1 and 2, you're doing more scripted experiments. In year 3, you're doing a research project, and there you're allocated hours and you can go in those hours. And then if you decide that you really want to move into research, we probably recommend that you study our MChem course. And in that, in the final year, you're working not in teaching laboratories, but research laboratories. And you're basically in there every hour. You're not in some other form of teaching.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Graham. And a second question, another chemistry one, if that's all right, Graham. We've been asked what sort of equipment is available for undergraduate students to use.
Well, one of the fantastic things that's happened in Keele recently is that we've had a new central science laboratory built. And not only have we built a new building, but we have completely re-equipped the laboratories. So there's a whole range of spectrometers. So there'll be some spectrometers that you will have already come across, such as infrared spectrometers or UV visible spectroscopy. But you can also use things like mass spectrometry, nuclear magnetic resonance, NMR spectroscopy, a whole range of different techniques which are available for you to use there. And one of the things that we like to do when we can show people around the labs is really to show them the equipment and tell them exactly when they're going to use that as part of the course. We spend a lot of time training people on how to use the different types of equipment that we have. And it's one of the real strengths in Keele, is that you're able to get hold of this equipment.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And we've had a question asked by Angeline. Thank you very much for this question. A very pertinent one at this point in time, asking about what the labs have been like during the recent situation with COVID. So, Graham, do you want to pick up on that first, and then we can see if Raphael or Vicky have anything to add afterwards?
Yeah, okay, so it's been a very challenging time, but in many ways we have been saved by our new central science laboratory. We have had to cut our lab hours down, so at the moment, most of our sort of first and second years are doing sort of 3 to 4 hours a week maximum in the labs, and that is all socially distanced. So we've had to reduce the amount of times so that because there's only fewer people in the laboratory, but because we've got so much more space to be able to actually use laboratories, we have been able to maintain our laboratory courses.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Raphael, anything you'd like to add from the perspective of physics during coronavirus?
I'm just going to repeat what Graham said. Our new central science laboratory has saved us and offers a great space, and which means that sometimes we still had to double the number of sessions to make sure every student could still get their lab session. So it meant extra work for us, but still the same learning experience for the students. So it's been hard work, but as good as it can be in the circumstances.
Fantastic, thanks for that, Raphael. We've had a second question here relating to forensic science. So Becky, wondering if you could answer this one, please. Asking about what support there is for people with dyslexia. Rochelle is interested in going on to study forensic science. Obviously, we do have a kind of central student support team as well, and it might be worth kind of contacting them on Unibuddy. But Vicky, anything specific you want to say about support within forensics specifically?
Is the sound okay? I just want to check.
Sounds all good, thanks, Vicky.
Right,
good.
Okay. This is true really of all the subjects we offer at Keele. So in addition to the support that will come from disability, we always ensure that everything that we do in the sessions is released before the session itself. So you can actually look over materials. So this would be things like lecture slides, laboratory scripts. I know for the subjects that are here today, we actually do laboratory scripts, and we provide these at the beginning of the year so students can read over that, identify any issues. And we also record lectures. So pre-COVID, if we're doing our lectures, we actually use playback, and these are recorded actually live and in our learning environment. Then students can access these at any time during the year. Obviously at the moment we're recording lectures. At the moment, we're doing online problem classes as well, because we always offer problem classes to support lecture material. And with these, again, these can be recorded, and all the information, like slides, are always put onto the learning environment to help students.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vicky, and thank you, Rochelle, for that question. If anybody does have any more questions, please do pop them in the comments below, and we will answer as many as we're able to in the time. But for now, I'll return to some of the pre-submitted questions. Vicky, I think I'll stay with you in terms of forensic science, if that's okay. We've been asked what the BTEC entry requirements are for the forensic science course.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're doing a BTEC, we're normally looking at the extended diploma. So that's the one that's equivalent to 3 A-levels, and we would want in applied science or possibly one of the forensic science options. So what we would do with the BTEC is we always need to look at the biology and the chemistry units that you're studying, because it is slightly different depending on where you're taking in the qualification. So my advice is, if you're doing a BTEC, it's best to contact me via email and provide the units that you're taking both this year, and if you're in your first year of your BTEC, the ones you'll be taking next year, and I can just check that it meets the science requirements we need, because it is different for every BTEC.
Fantastic, thank you. And then another question as well about the entry requirements for forensic science. And does somebody have to be studying both chemistry and biology to get onto the course?
No. What we're looking at is enough biology or chemistry. So you can be doing a chemistry A level or a biology A level or equivalent. So this is why we accept the BTEC. So no, you don't have to do both. What I would say is if you've got the option, if you're joining us today and you're at a younger age, okay, so you might still be maybe doing GCSEs, then I would always recommend taking both biology and chemistry at A level. But for those that are just doing one of those subjects, what we do in the first year, we do a lot of background in both biology and chemistry to bring everyone up to speed. So don't worry if you're just taking one of those qualifications or a qualification with just more chemistry or biology. We do a lot of that background in the first year as well.
Great, thank you. A second question asked by Angeline, so thank you very much. Angeline, please keep your questions coming. Asking what the office hours are like in general and how often they happen. So I think kind of going back to pre-COVID, where hopefully will be come next September, fingers crossed. What would kind of typical office hours be like? Raphael, do you want to start with this one, and then we can see if anybody else wants to add to it?
I guess there are probably two sets of office hours. Is like what are the studying time, right? And this is generally between 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, but this depends on the specific course that you take and module that you will follow. We generally have an open door policy at Keele, and outside of COVID time, we are most of the time in our office. So we are very happy for students to come and visit us in our offices. Usually 9 to 5 is the default open office hours. As I said, the student study time is also generally between 9 to 5 or 9 to 6.
Fantastic. Vicky or Graham, is there anything you'd like to add to that, or do you think that Raphael's covered it all there, really?
I'd just say that some staff do work part-time, so sometimes you might have to make an appointment to see people and just send them an email. But I mean, you will always be seen within a couple of days of you needing some help.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Graham. Anything to add, Vicky?
Well, I was just going to add, I think we're all learning new ways of meeting with people. So one thing I've found, and again, what Graham said, working sort of from home or part-time, is that now we can arrange a lot more calls and brief meetings with students using these sort of virtual platforms. So I think even after COVID, and hopefully when we return to normal delivery, we'll probably still take advantage of some of these online meetings as well to help support students.
Fantastic. Yes, Raphael.
Yeah, I just want to add that one of the strengths at Keele is the student support. And if somebody is not free that day, there's always somebody else who you can call upon. So, for example, there are personal tutors, module tutors, year tutors. So even if somebody is not free when you have a problem, you always have somebody you can talk to on the day or visit or see in the office. So we are very happy and proud of our student support at Keele.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much. Rebecca, I see you've just asked a question relating to electives within the pharmacy course. What we'll do, we haven't unfortunately got one of these live Q&As with the School of Pharmacy today, but we'll pop you a link to Unibuddy in the chat so you can get in touch with that department, and they should hopefully be able to help you with that question. But thank you very much for asking, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible there. Raphael, just sticking with you, I have to ask, what is the image in your background?
Okay, thanks for asking. Yeah, this is a snapshot from one of the computer simulations that I do as part of my research. So I use supercomputers to recreate what's happening inside stars on a computer. So basically, you see flow gas flowing inside the star. So just imagine this is a small rectangle in the middle of the star where carbon fuses. So you have two carbon nuclei fusing together, releasing some energy about this height. This makes the gas buoyant, it flows up and does a U-turn and a loop. And we are studying how nuclear reactions and turbulence interact in the interior of stars.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, it's certainly a very distinctive image, so I thought I kind of had to ask what that was in the background there. Raphael, another pre-submitted question. We've been asked what the difference is between the single honours physics course and the physics with astrophysics programme.
Yes, another good question. So obviously astrophysics is part of physics, so there is a lot of overlap between physics with astrophysics or single honours physics only. I think in terms of content, as you can imagine, the astrophysics with astrophysics focuses additional or extra modules on astrophysics, so stars, galaxies, space in general. There's also a practical difference in terms of what skills and transferable skills are learned during the course. And in astrophysics, it's more focused towards data science, software skills, whereas in the physics without astrophysics, there's a stronger focus on instrumental and experimental skills.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Raphael. So just a reminder, we're here for just under 10 minutes. If anybody does have any more questions, please pop them in the comments and we'll answer as many as we can. But in the meanwhile, we'll continue with questions we've had submitted in advance. So back to chemistry, Graham, and kind of in a similar vein to what I've just asked Raphael, we've been asked about the differences between some of the chemistry courses. So first of all, the difference between the MChem and the BSc degree programmes.
Yeah, so the MChem program is specifically designed for people who want to move into chemical research. And it gives you the opportunity to experience chemical research in your final year. So as I said earlier, when you're in your MChem year, you're spending all your time in the laboratory. So that might be sort of 20, 25 hours a week actually in a research laboratory undertaking the research project. And the aim of the game there is that you're hopefully going to be able to produce some novel science which is going to be published in a journal. That's how our scientific knowledge increases. And I suppose we know a lot more about this because of COVID and people talking about peer-assessed papers and all of this sort of stuff. So it's the MChem is very much focused in that final year on becoming a researcher. The chemistry degree, the first 3 years of the degree, which are basically the same, whether you're doing the MChem or the BSc, will give you a much more rounded, because in your MChem year, you specialize in an area of chemistry. In a BSc, it's a much more rounded course. You'll study all aspects of chemistry. It's for those sort of people who want to go on. They might want to carry on and do chemistry, and they might want to carry on working on the bench, but they might want to move into allied things like chemical sales or pharmaceutical sales or things like that, where having a chemical knowledge, environmental work would make a real difference to the sort of kind of work that they want to do. So that's the main difference.
Fantastic, thank you, Graham. We've had a few more questions come in here. So first of all, a couple about astrophysics programs and then one for forensic science as well. So I'll start, Raphael, with the astrophysics ones. So Louise asks if she can continue research after studying astrophysics and maths at university. So what opportunities are there for postgraduate study in physics at Keele?
Yeah, I don't know if Louise mentioned if she's planning to do a combined honours. Is it combined honours between astrophysics and maths?
That's right, Raphael, yes.
Yeah, I think this is another key strength of Keele, the combined honours program, where you learn core knowledge in two disciplines. So I'm going to use my hands to show, and that means you have two possible career paths in the future. And then at the end of the second year, you can choose either of those topics to pursue a career in one or the other. So in case of astrophysics, we have quite a few students doing astrophysics with mathematics. They specialize in astrophysics in the third year, and then they have two options. They can carry on to do a master's if they wish to. If they're really strong, they can go straight into a PhD program so that you can carry on with the PhD at Keele and then start a research career. So one of my personal students who was undergraduate, he did astrophysics with another topic. He then did a PhD with me, and now he's a research scientist at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in the US. So you see there's no limit. The sky is the limit, as we like to say.
Fantastic, thank you, Raphael. And you did there as well answer Jessica's question, who was asking about the balance between the astrophysics and mathematics combined honours degree. So 2 birds with 1 stone with that one. Thank you very much, Raphael.
So maybe I can just add a quick comment. It is a very popular combination, astrophysics with mathematics. There are other exciting combinations like physics with chemistry, since we share the building with chemists. It's also exciting to have a combined degree between physics and chemistry, and we have a new combination between physics and data science, which you might want to consider.
Fantastic, thank you, Raphael. Yes, Graham, you wanted to say something as well?
I just wanted to say it was interesting that an astrophysicist felt that the sky is the limit. Surely that's not the limiting.
Define the end of the sky. That's my point.
Yeah, and following this, we have got Graham's stand-up routine as well, up next in 5 minutes. So we just had one more question asked for forensic science here, Vicky. So Angeline has just asked about any internship or placement opportunities that there are on the forensic science programme.
Yeah, so for the forensic science programme, we don't offer a standard sort of sandwich year, but with a lot of the programs at Keele, what you can choose to do is if you want to do a placement for a year, then you can take sort of a year away from your studies, and staff will help you organise that and facilitate sort of your applications to that. There is also the opportunity, if you're going on to do sort of master's level, that we do industrial placements there as well. So that's another option.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And we've got a few minutes left, so back to a few of our pre-submitted questions, sticking with forensic science and you, Vic, if that's all right. So we've just been asked about what facilities there are for the forensic science programmes at Keele.
Okay, so continuing on from what Graham started, so he mentioned obviously the new central science laboratories. So those labs actually are used by forensic science students as well. And we have the analytical suites that cover a lot of the analytical work that we do for forensic science. So this might be things like the spectrometers, also a lot of chromatography, but we also have specialist areas in there for forensic imaging. So we have dark rooms and sort of document analysis kit. We're really lucky at Keele because we have a very large campus. So in addition to the laboratory spaces, we have a crime scene house facility, and that's an indoor and an outdoor facility. And we have large campus space where we also do field recovery. So in areas of forensic anthropology and taphonomy, and also geophysics, where we can go out. And this has been very fortunate in the current climate because it means we can do quite a lot of outdoor lab exercises as well. So it is really split across lots of different areas of the campus.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Vicky. So unfortunately that is all we've got time for today, but thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for the School of Chemical and Physical Sciences, which is running as part of today's virtual open day. Just a reminder, we have got all sorts of other things running on today, including various subject talks on the website. You can have a look at the School of Chemical and Physical Sciences open day pages, so you can access them from the main homepage of the virtual open day. But many thanks to Graham, Vicky and Raphael for joining us to answer your questions today. Apologies if there were any questions that we weren't able to get to, but we have got staff and students available on Unibody all day and in the future as well. So coming up next in around 5 minutes time, we've got a Q&A with the School of Nursing and Midwifery, but hopefully you found this particular Q&A useful, and we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's virtual open day. Thank you very much for listening.
We live today in an age of science, and we're dazzled by the vast technology it has created. But the elaborate paraphernalia of the scientist is nothing more than a tool for thinking.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Nursing and Midwifery, running as part of our virtual open day. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm George and I'm pleased to be joined by Yvonne Flood, lecturer in children's nursing, and Aisha, one of our current nursing students. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you might have about studying at Keele. Just for a little bit of context, a little bit about the school before we get started. The School of Nursing and Midwifery contains several courses, including 4 fields of nursing. So that's adult, children's, learning disability and mental health nursing. And we also offer a midwifery course. So if you have a question about any of these programmes, please do pop it in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can throughout this session. We've actually already had some great questions submitted in advance, but before we take a look at those, I will just ask Yvonne and Aisha to introduce themselves. So over to you, Yvonne.
Hello, welcome to this Facebook chat. My name's Yvonne and I am the admissions tutor in the School of Nursing and Midwifery and also a lecturer in children's nursing.
Hi everyone, my name's Rachel. I'm a second year children's nurse at Keele and I'm here to answer any questions you've got.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, both of you. So for the first question, we're heading over to you, Yvonne. Could you please just give us a bit of an idea on the key skills that are associated with the professions, so nursing and midwifery, and the kind of skills that you're therefore looking for as an admissions tutor in applications?
Yes, thanks. So we're looking for obviously people with a range of skills, very much on the core values. So people who are able to demonstrate compassion and caring, the people who are empathetic, that you are committed to study to be in the field that you want to be in, that you're able to develop a range of clinical skills, that you have good attention to detail, that you can work well with other people in a range of different settings.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. And Aisha, could you perhaps give us a bit of an idea on the type of experiences you've had so far to develop these kind of skills?
So we obviously do a lot of work around those in lectures, but also I think mainly it's developed during our placement, our time on placement. So we're really lucky. We have really varied placements, both in the community and in the hospital as well. But it obviously depends on what field of nursing you're going into or midwifery as to where your placements will be.
Yeah, of course, of course. And if we perhaps start at the beginning, Yvonne, could you just talk us through the application process for students who are hoping to submit an application to Keele? What can they expect along the way?
Yeah, so obviously I'm sure everybody knows that you apply through UCAS, so you make your application through UCAS. Importantly, making sure you complete it, all the different sections correctly. Sometimes in people's haste, they get that done too quickly. And you've got until the 15th of January to do that. So don't feel the need to rush. We view all applications fairly during that period. So you submit your application and then that comes through to us at Keele. And what we do is we look to check whether or not you've got the entry criteria or you're predicted to get the entry criteria. And then we look at your personal statement to see that you've demonstrated your motivation. We understand why you want to do this, that we can see your key skills, that you've worked with other people, those kinds of things. Excuse me. And then if that passes through that section, then you're invited to an interview. Currently, we're interviewing remotely on Teams, but we're all getting quite good at it. So, and one of the advantages means that you don't actually have to travel in to the university if you come in from quite a range different distance. And then once you've had an interview, then hopefully you'll be successful, and then you will get an offer. We hope, and it will either be a conditional or an unconditional offer.
Brilliant. And Aisha, I don't know if you can cast your mind back. Can you remember your interview day? What did it look like? Was it just a one-to-one? Did you have a group interview at all?
So actually, a lot of people didn't show up for my interview because it was on a really, really snowy day. So it was a little bit different. I remember there was supposed to be a group element, but sort of very last minute, they did change it. But I think normally there is a group element. I remember we had a task. We were sent a video before sort of a basic skill, just hand washing, and then we had to demonstrate that during our interview, and then finally there was a sort of one-to-one discussion. I think if I'm right, there were sort of 2 academic tutors and then myself. But yeah, it wasn't that bad at all. It wasn't that scary.
Good. Well, that's good to hear. And if we think about the teaching methods, obviously with nursing, it's not necessarily just theory based, is it? There's such a huge practical element and those clinical skills. Yvonne, what are the varied sort of teaching methods that you use within the school?
Yeah, we use what we call blended learning, so a whole range of different things. So you'll be in the clinical skills labs, learning a whole range of clinical skills, from the essential core skills right up to complex skills, ward management, those kinds of things. And then obviously we have big lectures, not many, but we do have some kind of large lectures. Then we'll have small group tutorials. We'll have things like workbooks, some things that you do remotely, and then you'll have small group sessions. We do a lot of interprofessional education, so you'll be working with others, and then all these things will link with it's integrated, so the theory and the clinical practice are sort of integrated together, although they're taught in kind of separate things, but actually it's so that you can see it all together.
Brilliant. And I would imagine the interprofessional education is so important. And Aisha, I'm guessing from your placements that you've sort of realised that quite quickly, that actually it's not just other nurses that you're working alongside. It's, doctors, physiotherapists, pharmacists, the whole clinical team.
Yeah, definitely. I think I didn't realise quite how many different roles there were. So we did have a day last year where we met with other sort of health courses at Keele, and we had a day and we sort of had scenarios that were discussed, and it was like who would take on which roles in caring for the patient, and it was really interesting, and I learned like a lot more about what the other roles do and also what other roles think that we as nurses do. And it's quite surprising that some sort of don't realise how much we do sometimes, and it's really good to be able to like discuss your roles with other students, because then when they go into the hospital they have more of an idea. So now when I see the different roles in the hospital, I understand sort of every aspect of their role, not just sort of the first thing that pops to mind, which is really good.
Yeah, and I suppose it's that appreciation, isn't it, for other professions' workload and the vast array of sort of different perspectives that all come together to care for that one patient. As expected, we've had quite a number of questions sent in about placements. So Yvonne, if I could come to you first. We've had a message from Amber, who is asking whether the placements are in blocks or whether they're integrated into the course, and how they're sort of delivered.
Yes, thanks, Amber. So there are blocks. So we have blocks of theory and blocks of clinical practice. And so sort of typically the blocks are about 8 to 10 weeks long. And when you're in clinical practice, you're full time, you work a 34-hour week, you work a range of shifts. Lots of places do it in different ways, but we've sort of come to the conclusion that actually a student gets a much better experience if they can sort of embed themselves a little bit more in the clinical area, and sort of get more comfortable to be able to kind of develop their skills.
Yeah, sort of sounds like they're able to really throw themselves into that world of work
absolutely,
for a period of time.
Yeah,
brilliant. And Aisha, we've had a question from Kelly, which I think you'll probably be able to resonate with. So Kelly's asking how the placements work. Are they fairly easy to get to logistically? And due to early starts, late finishes, how do you manage that with sort of travelling to and from placement? And actually, Kelly is interested in children's nursing. So perhaps a little bit about your experience of, getting to and from placement and just managing placement alongside everything else that you've got going on.
Of course. Well, when we first start each academic year, we're asked to fill in sort of a travel form about how you're able to travel to placement, if you've got a car, if you're going to use the bus, that sort of thing. And then the placement team are really good. They sort of match your placement area to somewhere that you'll be able to get to and is accessible to you. For people living on campus, I was on campus last year. I used the bus service a lot. The bus goes directly from campus to the hospital, which is really good. And then if you stay on it even longer, it goes to the main bus station. So my first placement was actually in the community health visiting, and it was sort of the other side of Hanley. So at first I was a little bit concerned because it seemed quite far away, but it was absolutely fine. The placement team were really good. I had a few queries that I emailed them about, and they sort of explained them to me. And also the placement areas, like everywhere I've been so far, have been really, really supportive. And I remember once my bus didn't turn up and I got so worried because I didn't want to sort of be late, but they always sort of give you like a contact number and things. So I just sent them a text and they were obviously absolutely fine. It's just one of those things. But yeah, the placements, especially for children's nursing, I think they're so good because they're so varied, and we do lots in the community, which is really nice.
Yeah, and just for people who aren't familiar with the area, Aisha, could you just let us know where your main placements have been and the kind of wards that you've been on?
So most of the placements take place at Royal Stoke University Hospital, which is just sort of outside Newcastle under Lyme. And for children's, there is a children's hospital there now. It opened up last year, but also most of the adult placements take place in that hospital as well. And then literally next to that hospital, there's another hospital which is mental health, and one of the students I'm living with is studying mental health, and she has most of hers there. But also they do have community placements in care homes and things in the local area.
Brilliant. And Aisha, I believe, are you on placement at the moment? Obviously during what's going on at the moment, you're still working, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So
I'm on a surgical ward at the moment.
So just a little bit of a shout out for you, Aisha, to just say, obviously, we all really appreciate everything that you're doing. And obviously, this is a really, really strange time to be studying and learning to become a nurse. But I suppose what better way to learn how to sort of adapt to ever changing environments and sort of,
being
Good. Yvonne, we've had a question from Abby, who is interested to know how many students we take per cohort. Now, obviously, I know this can range depending on which course and year on year, but are you able to just give us a bit of an idea on sort of what students can be expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what our intake was for this September, so maybe that's kind of helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we had 140 adult students, we had 24 child, 14 adult, 42 mental health, I'm just trying to wrap my brains now,
okay.
And 32 midwifery. But obviously our targets aren't set yet for the next year, but I'm anticipating it will be round about that number.
Yeah, lovely. And so obviously some of those courses are what we'd call a competitive course, just because obviously of the sheer volume of applications. In terms of how students can start to prepare for their application, I'm sure some students will be quite worried about the fact that they might not be able to get as much work experience as they were hoping to because of the current situation. Now, obviously, we've got quite an open approach to sort of work experience and the different values that everyone can add. But are you able to give us an idea on the types of things that students can possibly use as sort of experience and the kind of things that they can still be getting involved in?
Yes. So, I mean, we are, like you say, very aware that we're in difficult circumstances at the moment, but many people may have volunteered in some way, helped their local community. We're also aware that, for many people who are applying are not yet 18. So that means that they are unable to work in a health setting in that kind of way. And what we're looking for is experience with people, working in McDonald's, working in a bar, working in a shop, in retail, any of those kind of things are about working with people, communicating with others, working in a team. I think the most important thing is what you need to do is to think about what skills you've learned from those and how those skills will transfer into being a nurse. Mm-hmm. So, using teams, maybe working with conflict, working with others, who might be making complaints. How do you manage those kind of things? And we are as flexible as we can be. And we're looking for motivated people. We're looking for the key values and for motivated people, not for people who've worked necessarily in a healthcare setting.
Mm. Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the values, isn't it, and the skills that they can bring. And Aisha, are you able to just give us a bit of an idea on perhaps the type of skill that you feel like you rely most heavily on in placement? You know, whether that's communication or, you know, what is the key skill that you think actually without having that under my belt, I'd probably struggle to be a children's nurse?
I think, to be honest, you're right. It has been communication for me, because especially at the moment where there are so many new restrictions in hospitals that are changing daily, it's just really important to communicate it clearly to sort of the parents as well as the children in the hospital, and understand that sort of everyone's in the same situation, because especially with parents, when their children are poorly, they obviously want to be there, and unfortunately at the moment there are all these restrictions about who can and can't be in the hospital. So communicating that with them, sort of like very high stress situations, is, yeah, I think that's so important. And like Yvonne said, that comes from all different experiences in life. Personally, I didn't have any experience in a hospital because I applied while I was in sixth form. So like I was under 18. So yeah, I did try, but I wasn't able to get any hospital-based work experience. I've done some volunteering work with children and things like that, but I think I was worried about the fact a lot of people were maybe a bit older at my interview and things like that, and I thought they'd have a lot more experience. So I walked away from the interview thinking I wasn't going to get in. So I think it's nice to hear that it's not like necessary.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm sure there's probably a lot of people watching this and who will watch it in future that will actually find that quite reassuring. We've had a question, Yvonne, about sort of thinking more longer term into nursing and midwifery careers. Someone's asked particularly about after they've studied midwifery, is there an opportunity to get into being a consultant midwife, and how does Keele help you get into that? So I don't know if we do anything that can perhaps directly relate to that, but just thinking about career progression, how does that work within sort of the nursing and midwifery professions?
Yeah, I mean, now, you know, both nursing and midwifery, there's a really great range of development opportunities. Typically what happens is that once you qualify, you take on an initial staff nurses or staff midwives post, and then you start to kind of consolidate your skills. And people do say that it's a 4-year program, really, because it's in that first year after qualifying where you really start to use your skills independently. And then you have to go on and do further study. So probably go on and do master's programs, maybe in a particular clinical area that you're very interested in. So maybe intensive care, you know, critical care, those kind of different, all sorts of manner of different kind of things. And then you can go on and do a PhD. So you can do a clinical PhD, or you can go on into academia, or you can go on into management. There's a whole raft of different career opportunities depending on what you want. And midwives, you can become an independent midwife. You know, as you know, actually quite often a woman may never see a doctor. That it's the midwife that manages their care. So again, I would say it's the kind of the world's your oyster, really, wherever what you want to do.
Absolutely. And Aisha, have you had chance to actually stop and think about what kind of nursing you'd like to get yourself into when you graduate? Have you had a particular placement that you've thought, actually, that's where I want to be working?
I do think that's what's been so good about our placements, because I think personally I went into the course with one sort of end goal in mind, a ward that I sort of always thought I'd wanted to work on. And then my very first placement was community based. And at first I was a bit disappointed because I was really excited to get into the hospital because I'd never done that before. But I really, really enjoyed my health visiting placement, which is not something you could go straight into because it is sort of a band higher. So they do have to do a little bit of extra study. But it really just made me aware that there are so many different opportunities about what you can go into. So I think that's why we're really lucky that we have such like diverse placements, and also that when we're on a placement block as children's nurses, we're quite lucky that sometimes it's split. So we really are in so many different settings throughout the 3 years, and it gives you like a really good taste of all the different opportunities you have for when you finally qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've just highlighted something really important, actually, Aisha, that even, you know, the job that you go into when you graduate, that doesn't mean that you're going to stay on that ward for the rest of your career. You know, you've developed such a unique set of skills, and sort of those extra skills that you learn, you know, being adaptable and dynamic and that kind of thing. And as long as you've got those vital, you know, baseline clinical skills, then they can take you anywhere, really. Would you sort of echo that, Yvonne?
Absolutely. I think, I'm working in education now. So, I mean, thinking about kind of my career started in kind of the acute sector. Actually, interestingly, worked in the community, worked with children with complex needs, and I did a bit of research, and then I've ended up, teaching, and I've finally become admissions tutor, which is not where I thought I'd start a very long time ago when I very first started my nurse training in the 1980s. So, you know, it's a wonderful career, and I'd also kind of reiterate what Aisha said about your placements. Again, a lot of students are very fixed on what they want to be. I want to be a neonatal nurse, or I want to be working A&E. And then the number of times it's every placement you go to, oh no, I think this is the one. And then you go to the next placement, oh no, I think this is the one. Yeah. So you're not going to like everywhere, and I can't say that. And we all have the areas, and I have my own personal areas that I, wouldn't be my favourite. Yeah. But like I say, it's kind of very much up to the individual once they're qualified on how they want to take their career forward.
Brilliant. We've just had another couple of questions. One from Kelly, who has said, whilst on placement, are students expected to deliver assignments, etc.? Obviously, with them having less free time, is the expectation that they'll still be studying alongside that and have assessments and assignments to do, or are they sort of seen as completely separate? And perhaps, Yvonne, you could answer that one for Kelly.
Yeah. We try where possible to ensure that the students submit in the kind of theory blocks. Yeah. However, there are some assignments that require that you're linking between the clinical element, and none of the assignments are seen as separate. So even if it's submitted in a kind of theory block, you'll be reflecting or drawing on your clinical practice. And in your final year, you do a dissertation, which is a long piece of work, and so that's done over the year. And you have to do some reflections. You also have some clinical documents that you have to submit. But we try our hardest to make sure that we don't overburden the students. But I would be lying if I didn't tell you that this is a course that requires a lot of commitment and it's hard work. But I think if you're focused and you plan well, then it's doable.
Yeah, and I imagine the reflection is something that you possibly sort of will take through with you into your career, so you can sort of debrief after sort of significant events and just actually consolidate the experiences that you're having. We have had a question as well from Shannon, Yvonne, who's asking about a foundation year, so whether we offer a foundation year for midwifery, but I suppose do we offer one for nursing as well?
Yes, so we have a foundation year, so this is particularly for students who don't meet the entry criteria for the main programme. Okay. And it is a purely theoretical year, so you're undertaking some science modules, communication modules, a whole range of different things, and it's a health foundation. It's a health foundation year, so you'll be working with other foundation year students, medicine, pharmacy, physiotherapy, and then if you complete that, then you transfer onto the main programme. We interview you at the beginning as if you were going to come on the main programme. I think one thing to be said is there aren't many places, so don't think that you are going to apply for that because it'll be an easier way of getting in. It's just purely for students who don't meet the main entry criteria. But they wouldn't need to be interviewed again because they've already been interviewed once.
But you're still looking for those sort of key skills that we've talked about, the compassion, the care.
Interview. Yeah, good question, George. Yeah, exactly the same.
Brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant. We're just literally into our final 1 minute. So Aisha, I'd just like to ask you if there's any possible advice that you could give to a student who's hoping to apply for one of our nursing or midwifery courses, or anything you think that, I wish I'd known that before I applied.
I think it's just to be aware of sort of how demanding the course is, and that it is sort of significantly longer than other university courses, and we don't have the same sort of holiday things. So just sort of to be aware of that. It does sometimes feel like you're working sort of full time, and you see all your sort of friends on really extended holidays and things, I'm not saying that to put anyone off, because I wouldn't change it, but I think it's really good just to be aware of that, because I think some people start the course and don't realise quite how demanding it is. But it's really, really fun, and I would recommend it.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. And again, I must reiterate, it must be such a rewarding thing to do. And again, we are obviously so appreciative of everything that, you know, all people working in health, allied health, all of those kind of professions are doing for us at the moment. So that sort of concludes our Q&A. So thank you very much for joining us for the School of Nursing and Midwifery Q&A. Many thanks to Yvonne and Aisha for joining us to answer your questions. I think we managed to get through most of them, but apologies if there was any that we didn't get to. But Yvonne, I believe you're going to be available on Unibuddy on the live event at 2 o'clock,
yes,
is it?
Both Aisha and I are available on Unibuddy from 2 on the live event, and we're also in the Unibuddy chat. So if anybody wanted to message us individually, then again we can respond to any of these.
Brilliant. So coming up in around 5 minutes' time, we've got our final accommodation tour, which is showing an ensuite plus room within Hollycross Halls of Residence. But hopefully you found this Q&A useful, and we hope you enjoy exploring everything else that's on offer as part of today's virtual open day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keele is surrounded by a wealth of culture and arts, theatres, museums and local attractions, cinemas and shops.
There are shops and bars on campus, but if you fancy a change of scene, you can hop on a bus just outside the Students' Union.
Our nearest town is Newcastle-under-Lyme, which is only 10 minutes away. Newcastle has a fantastic high street with lots of cafes, bars, pubs and restaurants, plus 4 supermarkets including Aldi, Lidl, Morrison's and Sainsbury's. In the centre of Newcastle you'll find the Limelight Boulevard, which is home to View Cinema, Laser Quest and Escape Room. Just down the road is the New Vic Theatre, where you can enjoy a range of shows, comedians and artists.
Stoke-on-Trent is the closest city and it's only 20 minutes away. Into Potteries is packed with a variety of shops and includes the Hive, which has restaurants and a place to see the latest films at Cineworld. It's also home of the Cultural Quarter, which is the hub of creative and entertainment venues, which includes the Regent Theatre, Victoria Hall and the Mitchell Arts Centre. You can also visit the Potteries Museum and Art Gallery or the Emma Bridge Water Factory, where you can try your hand at decorating your own piece of pottery. Just across the way from Hanley is Festival Park, which includes a variety of shops and restaurants, Odeon Cinema, 10-pin bowling, a dry ski slope and Water World.
Looking to go for a day out nearby? There are so many places to explore all within an hour of campus.
So whether you're looking for an exciting day out or a peaceful walk around Britain's biggest campus, Keele offers the best of both worlds.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining me again. We're going to take a tour around Hollycross and the Oaks, our final accommodation tour of the day. But before we do that, I just want to mention that please do make use of things like Unibuddy. Unibuddy is here so that you can chat to our staff and students. So just to mention the learning, and you can also learn a language whilst at Keele. So the Language Centre at Keele offers a wide range of opportunities to study English and modern languages. Modules can be taken as part of many degree programmes. Additionally, they also offer modules leading to a certificate in teaching English to speakers of other languages. So you can search for the Language Centre at keele.ac.uk/chat, and you can have a chat to someone from our Language Centre and find out more about learning a language. And as well as that, we've also got our careers and employability team live on chat as well, and they offer support throughout your degree, so not just at the end of your degree. From day one, they'll offer you support to enhance things like your CV, so having CV workshops, to dedicated events to meet employers before you graduate, so that you've already got some connections in place before you go off and graduate. But for now, we're going to take a tour around Hollycross and the Oaks. So I'm joined again by Joanne from the accommodation team and Eric. Joanne, for those who may be joining us who are brand new, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what you do at Keele?
Yeah, so I'm Jo. I work in the accommodation office, so mainly allocating the accommodation, but we do some other bits as well.
And then Eric, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what you study at Keele?
Hi, I'm Eric. I live in Hollycross and I study geology.
Amazing. Oh, so you're actually currently in Hollycross as well?
Yes, I'm here this year and I was here last year as well.
You could just get up and give us a live tour.
Yeah, I could.
So what we'll do first, we'll start by taking a look at the top-down view of campus, just so you can see where in relation to everything else Hollycross is. Now, Eric, Hollycross is kind of the furthest away from the centre of campus, isn't it?
Yeah.
But how long does it take you to walk from Hollycross to Union Square?
Really 5-10 minutes. It's not really like that long. It looks far away, but if you take a shortcut past the post room, then it's not that far at all.
Oh, so you come. This is Hollycross here, by the way, in the centre of the screen. So you come down the road, and you go up here. So
Yeah,
you go
well,
down here,
because
don't you?
I have a lot of practicals in the CSL, so it's pretty useful to have it right there.
I see. Nice trick there, going past the post room.
Yeah.
Actually, Eric, we haven't actually mentioned the post room yet. But do you want to explain what the post room is?
Yeah, basically, if you live on campus, you can get your post sent to the post room, and you go in, you scan your Keele card, and they'll give you your mail, basically. So other than that, there's the Amazon lockers at the SU, but if you live on campus, then you will be going to the post room a lot to gather any of your mail.
Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the outside of Hollycross and the Oaks. As we do this tour, as Eric's giving you a guided tour of this accommodation block, if you've got any questions, drop them in the comments and I can ask them to both Eric and Jo as we go. So yeah, Eric, over to you. Tell us about what is on the outside of Hollycross and the Oaks.
On the outside of Hollycross and the Oaks, there's a car park, mostly. There's a massive car park, in fact. It's right by the exit to the university. There's a bus, there's the 85 and the 25 that go right past. And past those yellow railings, there's the laundromat as well, which is for both Hollycross and the Oaks. If you go down there, there's Oaks B block, and then there's the common room, which is the cross, which is mostly used by Oaks people because it's a bit of a trek.
Bit of a trek, did you say?
It's a bit of a trek if you live in Hollycross.
It's not a stone's throw away.
Yeah, there's A block, and then if we turn around in the main car park, Hollycross, we're going into the fire exit, I think.
We're going to the laundrette, I think.
Oh, here we are.
Here.
Yeah, so the laundrette, you scan your Keele card, you have a laundry card, and you basically pay as you go, top up your card, and there's dryers, there's washers. It's pretty simple to get a hang of.
And so, obviously, this accommodation has a common room and a laundrette. Some of the other accommodation blocks have a bar. Are you still able to use that and go and, say, have a drink at Lindsay Bar or Barnes Bar?
Yeah, and plenty of socials will be at Lindsay and Barnes Bar and in their common rooms even. So it isn't really... They're all available to all students. They don't check which accommodation you're in at the door. And they're nice to go to when things are normal and they're open.
And you also get a carving of a squirrel.
You do.
Just phenomenal.
It is. It's like a
stunning.
monument.
It is. So which bit are you actually in at the moment, Eric? Are you in Hollycross or are you in the Oaks?
I'm in Hollycross.
And so are they all the same type of rooms? Have we got a variety of rooms or are they all just the same?
They're all the same kind of room. They're all en suites. They're quite large rooms. There's a 3/4 bed, which is basically a double. They're one of the higher priced room types. But I think they're well worth the money if you can afford it.
I think as well, we'll take a look in just a minute. We'll actually go inside the room, but your en suites are just massive.
They are massive.
For one person.
Yeah.
So really, really nice. So yeah, just taking a look at the outside. It's quite nice. Would you say it's a more scenic, quieter maybe accommodation block than the rest of them?
Yeah, because it's so far removed from the rest of the uni, it's definitely like kind of its own mini bubble within the bigger Keele bubble. Like, whilst Lindsay is right next to like Keele Hall, there's like the fields down there. There's still lots and lots of buildings, but there's only 3 buildings here. So it's a lot more of a niche community.
Yeah. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll head inside and we'll take a look at the interior. So yeah, Eric, show us around and tell us what it's like to live in Hollycross.
All right. Well, there are flats of 8 people. 8 people share a kitchen, and they're quite nice. So we're going to go into a room. This is one of the Oaks rooms because it has the yellow blinds. So to go in, there's a big bookshelf where you can put a lot of books, and we have a full-size wardrobe, double bed, bedside tables, big desk. The desk has an overhead lamp as well, pinboard, mirror, comes with a desk chair as well. And yeah, the bed also lifts up and there's a storage unit underneath it. So you can put, like suitcases, your bedding under there. It's just nice to have a bit more space. But they're really big rooms. And this is one of the 2 layouts that the rooms can have. So there's one layout where the bed is in the middle of the room, and there's another layout where the bed is at the side of the room against the wall. And you're basically randomly allocated. And yeah, you get a little bedside table. You can put a lamp on it. And the wardrobe is pretty decent sized. You get quite a lot in there, like more than you think you can. And there's a mirror inside of it.
Cool, very nice.
Yeah.
So is this your first time living in on-campus accommodation, or have you lived somewhere else previously?
I lived in Hollycross last year as well.
Oh, so loved it so much you came back again.
Yeah. And I had friends who I was going to stay in a flat with, so the desk is a really nice size as well. You can get like a lot of stuff on it. I have a printer, I have a little storage unit, I have a bunch of textbooks and stuff on my desk.
Do you find yourself studying in your room quite a lot then? Is that kind of your go-to study place?
Yeah, either my room or the kitchen. They're both pretty good places to study. And yeah, there's a pinboard. Pretty sure the one in the Oaks is magnets and the one in Hollycross is pinboard.
What have you got on your pinboard, Eric? What's up there?
I've got my timetable. I've got my visor. Because for practicals, you have to wear a visor.
Very sensible stuff.
Yeah, I've got some leaflets and stuff and a flag and
nice.
For my dog.
Here is the mammoth bathroom.
Here we go. The bathroom is mammoth. Massive mirror, massive basin. Just so much room just to have your legs out.
I tried to hide myself filming these, but that mirror is just huge.
Yeah, and the shower is massive. So you can see there the shower is either a sensor or it's a dial, and it's a really nice shower.
And Joe, do we have accessible rooms in Hollycross and the Oaks as well?
Yes. There's accessible rooms in both of them, mainly on the Oaks. But yes, there are some still in Hollycross as well. There's some rooms that are wet rooms, so they haven't got that shower cubicle. Yeah.
I have a friend who's in an accessible room, and he has a button which he uses to unlock his door.
Yeah.
And a wet room as well. So it's really good for accessibility, actually. And here we are, the kitchen.
So these are quite unique, aren't they? They're split into sort of two areas. So talk us
Yeah.
through how it all works and how it's all laid out.
Yeah, well, it's like there's 2 kitchenettes. It's meant to be 4 people to each one. There's 2 fridges, 2 freezers. Well, you should have like 1 cabinet each as well. There's an oven, there's a hob, there's a whiteboard if you want to doodle and stuff. It's a kitchen.
Do you like your cooking, Eric?
Yeah, I do like my cooking.
What's your go-to dish? You cooked lunch. What did you have for lunch?
I had a breakfast sandwich for lunch.
And what did that consist of?
I made a little sausage patty, had a fried egg, some cheese.
Very nice, very bougie. Very nice.
Yeah.
Any cooking faux pas when you first arrived at uni? Or were you quite had you cooked a bit before you arrived?
Yeah, I cook quite a bit at home as well, so pretty good. But I do have flatmates who live exclusively off of like microwave pasta.
You need to help them out. You need to teach them some skills.
Yeah. So in the Oaks there's a round table with chairs, and in Holy Cross there's a table with a bench. And I guess there's 6 seats on the bench, and there's also 6 seats in the round table as well.
And so you quite like this area to study in and sit down and relax in the evening and things like that?
Yeah, it's good to hang out with my flatmates as well. It's just a nice little social area because there's usually enough space for all of us to, sit around, have a drink, have a chat.
And how is it? So a question that we get quite a lot: what is in the kitchens? What is not in the kitchens? What should you bring and what shouldn't you bring?
So there's a microwave and a kettle. You should band together with your flatmates in week 1 to buy a toaster. And you should bring cutlery, dishes, kind of like cookware, and towels, dish towels. Pretty much the only things that will come with the kitchen is a kettle and the microwave. So everything else that you can think of, cups, plates, maybe a little rack to put your washing on by the sink. That's been really useful. So dishes don't just pile up and they actually get dry. That would be a good idea. Really
amazing. So Joe, we've had a question from Shannon, but I'm sure everyone else is wondering, could you tell us the pricing for the occupancy periods of Holy Cross and the Oaks?
Yeah, so they are ensuite plus rooms, and they are £162.74 a week. They're available. This year they're on a 37-week occupancy, although there are some 51-week as well. We've got some postgraduates and some of the nursing and midwifery students in the Oaks.
Thank you for that. John has asked, does the squirrel have a name?
Well, I'm not in the Oaks, and the squirrel is kind of the Oakses, so I don't know what the squirrel's name is, but I'm sure it does have a name.
Eric, give it one now. Oh, go on. Do you know what it is, Joe?
I can't remember. It's been there a while now. I will have to find out now though.
Let's rename it. Eric, give it a name.
Oh, I'm bad at naming things.
You can't call it Eric either.
No, I wouldn't name it after myself. I'll call it Josh after my flatmates who looks a bit like a squirrel.
Oh, Josh.
Oh, I love him,
Josh. Let's we can have a ceremony as well. We'll get him back on screen because where is it? Where's my squirrel? Holy Cross exterior. Oh, we're on the yeah. I can't find him. We'll get there eventually.
Ooh.
Anyway, any questions? We're here for another 10 minutes. So, go on, Eric.
Also, while we're here, there are 2 main entrances to Holy Cross, basically diagonally from each other. So there's that one which leads onto the car park and the laundrette, and there's another one directly opposite it which kind of leads towards the university. So that's probably the one you'll be using most often.
We've had a question from Megan. She said, what building and hall would you live in when studying sociology and criminology? A common question that I guess the answer is it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter at all.
Do you want to explain why it doesn't matter, Eric?
Well, because people from all subjects are going to be living in different accommodations because, well, for one, a subject doesn't have a given demographic of student, so different students can afford different accommodations, so students will be all over the university depending on what they can afford. I have a wide array of friends in Holy Cross who do a wide array of subjects, and I mean, unless you want to try and get with friends who do your subject in later years, which you can apply to be in a flat with 3 other people, there's no real way that you can kind of control which people you're studying with in your kitchens. And your kitchen is for socializing. It's for having a bit of a break from your subject. So I mean, might not even be good to be in a flat with people who are doing your subject, because you might want an escape.
And also, if you're studying sociology and criminology, your lectures, under normal circumstances, will probably be more likely to be in chancellors and places like that. So,
they're easily accessible.
Yeah, you could be in Barnes, which is probably the closest to chancellors, but you're talking about shaving minutes off your commute than anything big. So it's best to choose a room that's kind of suitable to what you need and your budget, isn't it? Rather than how close I am to a certain building.
Yeah. Plus, logistically, most stuff is in the center of the uni, and each accommodation block is kind of sort of equally spaced away from the center of the uni. So unless you're doing social work, in which I would not say to be in Holy Cross, because I have a friend who did social work, and it was all the way in David Weatherall, which is at the very other end of the university from Holy Cross. That would have been like a 20-minute walk every day. So there are certain subjects which you'll have to have a look and ask at your uni buddy meetings, which buildings are these subjects usually taught in, and so kind of sometimes that is a thing, but for sociology and criminology, you will be in chancellors, which is right in the middle of the uni, so it doesn't really matter.
And Megan, your question was a great question. It's just one that's very unique to Keele, really, and because we're a campus university, if you go to a city university, you'll find that accommodation can be 20, 30 minutes away from a different building, and some accommodation blocks are closer to that building, but because everything at Keele is on a campus, you get the benefit of it just all being next to each other. So you're right next to whatever teaching space you probably need to be in anyway. So if you lived in Barnes and you had a lecture in the central science laboratories, you're still only about 5 minutes away at most. So that is kind of the benefit of a campus university. So not a silly question at all, a very viable question. But yeah, just at Keele, it doesn't matter. So choose the room based on what you need and your budget, really. That's all we can advise. And don't worry about where you'll be studying, because you'll be just around the corner, whichever block you're in. Like we say, Holy Cross is kind of the furthest out, but like you said, Eric, 10, 15 minutes to the centre of campus?
Yeah, it's not that
bad. Yeah. So Eric, talk about, was living in halls the first time for you moving away from home?
Yes.
How was that for you? How did you find it?
I was really looking forward to moving out, and it's nice to have a bit of independence. It's a good kind of balance of you're living with people, so you're not entirely on your own, but you're still having to cook for yourself, do your dishes, do your laundry, clean. Well, first year we had a room cleaner, but because of COVID, they're not really coming in. Clean your room, do your bed. It's a good kind of middle ground between being completely alone and having a lot of independence kind of when you're first stout away from home. And yeah, I didn't have very good flatmates in first year, but this year I have really good flatmates and I'm really enjoying it.
Amazing. we've had a question from Shannon. Shannon's asked, which accommodation is the cheapest, would you say? Joe, do you know that one off the top of your head?
The traditional accommodation. So those rooms are in Lindsay, which we're not viewing today. But they're basically they're more of the traditional accommodation, so on corridors rather than flats, and there's no sink in those rooms.
So Lindsay has a bit of a variety, doesn't it? You can actually, if you go to the virtual tour, there is images of Lindsay, and you can look at some 360s and things like that. So you've got Lindsay Court, which are they're en suite. That's right, isn't it?
They're still the ensuite plus, so very much like the Holy Cross and the Oaks, really.
Yeah, they're very similar.
And then you've got, so then the traditional ones are kind of around the edge of Lindsay, aren't they? They're a block of flats kind of thing.
Yeah, and then they've got the classic and the classic plus as well. So it is quite a wide range. The only thing they haven't got is the shared flats.
I really love Lindsay Court. I think it's really beautiful, that little centre section. And Lindsay's kind of got the most in terms of its facilities, hasn't it? Because you've got a common room, you've got Lindsay Bar and Cafe, which is really popular. Good food. Have you ever had any food from there, Eric?
Yeah, I have been a couple of times. And I would hang out with my friends in the Lindsay Common Room and play board games and stuff.
yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah.
John's asked, what is the cheapest en-suite option?
So it is, the ensuite plus is the cheapest one. So these accommodations.
So Holy Cross and the Oaks, is that right?
Wouldn't it be the shared flats? Because I know there's one in Barnes that's, I think, 4 people to a flat.
Then
they just don't have ensuite.
I went in one and it was ensuite. That's weird.
Maybe they built their own bathroom.
Yeah.
Another great question from Megan. She said that she also lives locally, but is hoping to get that independence that you just spoke about, Eric, by moving into accommodation and moving away from home. And will Keele still consider local students if they want to move into on-campus accommodation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yes. At the minute, I know other universities, obviously, they work to postcodes and things like that, but we don't do that at Keele. You can apply. And I know a lot of local students who do live on campus for the first year and then actually move back home for the second and third year. It's just to gain that experience and friendship groups.
Yeah. Do you know any people, Eric, who live at home? Do you think it's you really, if you do move onto campus, you throw yourself into it, don't you, and you get more of that experience and the independence that you kind of talked about earlier?
Yeah. I don't know anybody who was on campus last year but now lives at home, but a lot of people I know live off campus in shared houses with other students from second year onwards. It's pretty much the expected progression because it's a lot cheaper to live off of campus.
So are you second year, Eric?
Yes.
So you is there a reason why you chose to be on campus rather than going to the local area?
Mostly because I didn't really have a very established friend group I wanted to live in a house with in first year, but also because I like the convenience of being on campus. It's really valuable to not have to get a bus in every morning, never practical. It's just really useful to be on campus and be able to leave 10 minutes before a lecture.
And you're probably in the bubble then, aren't you? So you can you've kind of got everything on campus that you need, don't you? So
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Do you think you'll stay on campus for your third year?
Yeah, me and my friends have already started planning our flat for next year.
Awesome. So that is Holy Cross. I'll just check if we've had anything else. Yolanda's asked, Millie's asked, is there any catered accommodation? If so, which ones are catered?
We don't offer catered accommodation at Keele, but there is a catering package, so you can sign on to that on top of your accommodation, and that's in various, mainly in the Chancellor's building, but I think there are other places where you can get your food from as well on that.
And then final one from Yolanda before I get shouted out for running over again. Can you still apply for accommodation even if Keele is your insurance choice?
Yes, and it's very important to do so. Again, the deadline for insurance choice students is the end of May. It's very important because if you do find that you are coming to Keele after results day, it puts you at a disadvantage if you haven't already applied.
Amazing. Shannon, you can find out about grants and finance on our website. I'll drop you the link just as we go into the next break, so bear with me and I'll post some links to you there where you can find out more information. But that was awesome. Thank you both for taking us on a tour of Holy Cross. That was a final accommodation tour. Joe, you're leaving us.
Yes.
Why are you leaving us? Joe just said to me, I'm glad this is my last one. I can put my washing machine on now. So go do your washing. But before we go, let's have one word to describe Holy Cross and the Oaks. Eric, you go first.
Convenient.
Convenient. Amazing. Joelle?
Ensuite.
Can I do one more shout out?
Go for it, Eric.
At 2:00, there's going to be the second round of Unibuddy live talks. I'm going to be doing the geography, geology, and environment talk. You should all go and talk to staff and students. There's a bunch of talks for a bunch of subjects. Go and ask your questions. They're very, very useful.
Amazing. Eric's doing my job for me. Thank you very much. But yeah, 2:00 is the next Unibuddy live event. So head over to keele.ac.uk/chat and you can join people like Eric and lots of other of our staff and students there and chat to them one-to-one. Amazing. Thank you both. And I'll see you again soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for Public Health and Social Work, running as part of today's Virtual Open Day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Ross Wilkie, Senior Lecturer in Public Health and Epidemiology, Helen Franklin, Lecturer in Social Work, and Charlie, a current student. We're going to be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you may have about studying at Keele. Please pop any questions in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can. We've already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll just ask Ross, Helen, and then Charlie to introduce themselves. So over to you, Ross.
Thanks, John. I'm Ross Wilkie. I'm Senior Lecturer in Public Health and Epidemiology. I lead the Public Health degree course at Keele, and I welcome any questions that you might have about the course and around careers in public health as well.
Fantastic, thank you, Ross. And Helen?
Hi, I'm Helen. I'm lecturer in social work on both the BA and MA programmes, and my kind of core part of my role is to lead on the placements and practice learning part of the course.
Fantastic, thank you. And over to you, Charlie.
Hi, I'm Charlie and I'm in my third year on the social work BA course.
Fantastic, thank you very much, everybody. So like I say, we have had some questions submitted in advance, so we will take a look at those in a minute. But if you have got any questions, please pop them in the comments below and we will answer as many as we're able to in the next 20 minutes or so. So just to start with you, if that's all right, Ross, I just wanted to ask, what is public health as the kind of degree programme at a sort of top level, and why would you advise people to consider studying it?
Okay, so public health is going to be increasingly important, I think, over the next few years. The COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated the importance of public health practice. So the degree itself will develop skills that would allow students to become public health practitioners at the end of the degree programme, and they can go on and work in local councils as public health practitioners in numerous areas. So public health, the overall objective is to try and improve population health as a whole, and the target is the overall population. But ultimately, it's about how we manage epidemics, and epidemics like COVID-19. But other important epidemics that we target are things like obesity, cancer, cardiovascular disease. And we're focused very much on how we can reduce inequality within the population. So ultimately, we want to reduce health problems in populations that suffer from them most. The course is structured around 4 themes. One is health protection, which is about communicable diseases such as COVID-19, measles, tuberculosis, conditions like that. Another is health promotion, which is about how we can prevent diseases such as cancer and cardiovascular disease. The third is how we interact with health services. And the fourth is epidemiology, because that science of epidemiology underpins the practice that we do. So within the course, we'll develop skills in those 4 areas, in addition to things like developing your leadership skills and your general communication skills. And that allows you then to go on and work to improve population health, whether that be here in the UK or whether you want to work globally. So if you've got aspirations to go and work, say, for a non-government organisation to reduce the impact of health problems in communities wherever else in the world, this is a degree that would help you to do that. So lots of different bits, lots of different pathways from public health, and a broad base for people who might be interested in it.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that, Ross. So yeah, it does kind of feel like something that's quite topical at the minute. So a question I suppose I always have to ask, but is coronavirus itself actually covered within the public health course at Keele?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Health protection is one aspect that runs through the 3 years. So health protection is about how we develop the understanding around communicable disease, which coronavirus is. So we'll build up knowledge on viruses, bacteria, environmental agents, the sort of things that means that once they occur, they can lead to a lot of people, that you can have transmission between people. That's essentially what communicable disease is. So we will definitely cover COVID-19. That's why it's such a great time to do the degree, because I think if I was to look at what's happening around COVID-19 at the moment, there is so much we don't know. There is so much that we're going to learn about in the next 4 years or so, and that includes understanding the epidemiology, which groups are more likely to be affected, what's the best way to manage COVID-19. Brilliant news that we've got the vaccines, which should be available possibly in the earlier part of next year. But I still think we've got a bit to learn about how it works. We also cover other communicable disease, which is really, really important. We spend a lot of time looking at things like measles and tuberculosis, how we can manage communicable disease. So, a lockdown is the most extreme way of managing communicable diseases. But even kind of unpicking, if we go back to COVID-19, things about the vaccine, and there will be people who choose not to be immunised. So we begin to look at how we can best protect the population. Ultimately, vaccination is one aspect of that, but there are lots of different caveats within how we can do that. So we will definitely be covering coronavirus. But I think I also have to highlight that I think what we will see as we begin to manage the transmission of coronavirus is the greater or increasing impact that this pandemic has had on the non-communicable diseases. So I would expect to see sort of increased rates of cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, cancer, certainly mental health conditions. And these are the sort of things that we will definitely be focused on in addition to COVID-19.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Ross. So if anybody does have any questions about the public health course or indeed social work, please do pop them in the comments below and we will cover as many questions as we can in the time that we've got. But Helen, just a kind of a similar question for you, really. At the kind of top level, what is the study of social work and why should somebody consider studying it?
Okay, so the social work degrees will give you the professional qualification to practice as a social worker. Social work is a protected title, so you must undertake a qualification in social work to be able to call yourself a social worker. Social work itself is concerned with the safeguarding of vulnerable children, vulnerable adults, and balancing some of the real kind of ethical dilemmas that sometimes we have in society between allowing people to be free and act as free agents with the risks and safeguarding that can come with certain behaviours. So, for example, if you have a family situation where there is perhaps misuse of substances by parents within the family unit, for example, how that impacts on their ability to safely parent a child. So a social worker might be involved within that situation to work with the family to look at how they can perhaps reduce some of the risks of that child being able to keep the child at home, or ultimately, if that's not possible, to think about how we safeguard that child by perhaps removing the child from that family parenting unit to either other close family members who have been appropriately assessed or foster carers. So social workers can be involved in either the kind of investigation of that side of things, or they can be involved in the assessment of the appropriateness of carers to care for the child as well. They'll be involved with their child throughout that and very sort of working directly with the child too and their family. But ultimately what we aim to do is around the prevention and try and keep families together as best we can. So the course itself, so that's one aspect of social work. They have actually got social work with adults, very similarly, balancing risk between independence and safeguarding where there is risk to vulnerable adults too. The course itself is based again similarly around some kind of core themes. So we have social work values, so very much looking at diversity issues, how social work and society can be impacted by inequality, and how perhaps some sectors are perhaps given more kind of power within society than others and have different types of direct influence. And look at things like the impact of poverty on how people are able to parent and maintain the safety of their child, perhaps if they're unable to afford particular aspects that will keep their child safe. Assessed values, we very much focus on skills. So we're looking at some core skills within practical skills within the course itself. So we'll be looking at having some practice with service users and carers in the classroom, looking at interviewing and assessment, decision making with them. And we have 2 placements as well within the course where you're actually out there doing the social work role within different organisations. We look at as well social work knowledge, which is very much based around a whole range of different disciplines, but drawing from law, psychology, child development, very much looking at research into perhaps what's happening with the impact of things like domestic violence on families and on the child, or looking at, perhaps drawing from gerontology and looking at kind of some of the issues around loneliness and the impact on older people, for example. And again, similarly, we will be developing skills for our students around professionalism and leadership as well. So how they're sort of moving from being a school leaver, being a student, for example, into a professional social worker.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And just in terms of social work then, does everybody have to graduate and go on to be a social worker, or do people go into other sorts of jobs as well, do you find?
Sometimes other people go into other jobs. It's entirely up to an individual what they do with a social work qualification. But the social work qualification does give you that ability to register as a qualified and registered social worker with Social Work England. So many graduates choose to at least go into that role straight away, so that they're able to kind of maintain that registration and gain some experience. We have a very high level of graduate recruitment, certainly from final placements going into the qualified workforce. So a majority of our students do follow that kind of pathway, but it doesn't mean to say that students who graduate with social work qualification can't go and work either in other countries. So again, it's an international qualification. It's recognised in other countries, so they can work as a social worker abroad, or they could go and work in charity organisations or voluntary sector organisations that are very much dealing with the real sort of front line of working with people with sort of, social issues.
Great, fantastic, thank you, Hannah. And Charlie, you are a current social work student at Keele, so could you just explain a bit maybe about why you chose to study social work? What is it about the course that interested you, and why did you choose to study it at Keele specifically?
Yeah, so I always knew that I wanted to do some kind of like community work, but I wasn't really sure like what area I wanted to go into. So when I was in sixth form, I did a 2 weeks shadowing placement at an early Sure Start centre. So it was a lot of like early help involvement and speech and language and like play therapies and things like that. And when I was there was a lot of talk of like social workers and the involvement that they had with the families that like I was seeing. So that really like sparked my interest with social work, and I'd had a look and I realised that I'd got some like transferable skills because I was working as a swimming teacher 4 years prior to that. So I've been working with children a lot and, their families, and, that was something that I really enjoyed doing. So yeah, that was what led me to doing social work. And the reason I picked Keele was, so I'd kind of done everything a little bit backwards. Usually people look at the unis like around them and then they apply based off what they liked then and there. But I'd kind of set myself like a distance, and I didn't want to move any more than an hour away. So I'd got offered the interviews, and then based off the interview day, I'd picked the uni that I liked. And the second I went to Keele, I just absolutely fell in love with it, and I knew that like I needed to be at Keele. So yeah, it just all fell into place from that, really.
Fantastic. And what is it you've sort of most enjoyed about the course so far, or is there anything that's coming up soon that you're kind of particularly looking forward to?
Yeah, so I did my 70 days placement last year. I did it in a drug and alcohol service, and originally that wasn't actually what I wanted to do, but I thoroughly enjoyed it and I learned so much from that placement. And I'm really glad that, I kind of didn't get the placement that I wanted, because it pushed me into an area that actually I didn't think I'd be very comfortable working in. And, I did get through it and I did do it. So I've got my 100 days placement coming up starting in January. So I'm really looking forward to doing that.
Fantastic. Thank you. And just a reminder, if anybody does have any questions about either the public health or social work courses at Keele, please do pop them in the comments below and we will answer as many as we have time to. today, but we have still got a few pre-submitted questions to get through, so we can kind of cover those off in the meanwhile. So Helen, Charlie just touched there a bit on the placements. Could you just add a bit more about how the kind of placements work on the social work course at Keele?
Okay, so the placements, that's my role. So every placement that we have is quality assured. I'll sort of have conversations and visits to every placement, make sure they've got the right personnel in place, make sure that they have got the right learning opportunities for our students in place before we actually use them anywhere as a placement. From there, the students, when they're first year, so if it's BA first year, they'll be sending me an application form which gives them quite a lot of information about themselves and what they're interested in, and we'll have conversations with their tutors around what they hope to do within social work, because social work is such a broad profession that you can work at anything from pre-birth right the way through to older people and palliative care. So it's the whole cradle to grave kind of spectrum. So we will talk with our students about kind of the areas that they're really interested in. And what I try to do then is try and marry up kind of a pathway for a student to think about if they really want to do adult social work, for example, and really feeling children isn't for them. We might look at placement like Charlie's, like in substance misuse, and then perhaps look at a hospital discharge placement or a community adults placement for a final placement. And they've got kind of a real complementary but adults pathway. Similarly, in children's services, we might look at, either again substance misuse placement or domestic violence placement or a schools placement for a first placement, and then perhaps going into a child protection team or a fostering team for a final placement. So we look at what very much a student wants to do and try and follow that pathway for that student, so that they're not doing a placement that is completely irrelevant to where they hope to be on graduation. The placements themselves are all sourced by us, so students don't need to be worried about finding their own placement. We will, based on the information they give them, try and match them with their placement. We look at, things if students have perhaps caring responsibilities or childcare, we'll take that into consideration. We do look at where students are living to try and give them a placement that is as convenient as possible. But with a lot of students perhaps living in Newcastle and Stoke, there is kind of an expectation sometimes that students may need to travel into either Shropshire, Cheshire East, or further into Staffordshire for those placements. So we have got a big range of placements, and so we do that for students. The one thing I would say to students and just advise students to just be mindful of is just we are living, Keele is very much in a very rural area, and our local authorities close by, Cheshire East, Shropshire and Staffordshire, are very rural. So do be mindful that many of our placement providers actually like to have car drivers to either be able to get to and from the placement or to be able to access visits and home visits whilst on placement, because they might be going out into the countryside or into different local towns to visit people within their own homes whilst they're on placement. So it's just something to be very, very mindful of when sort of applying to a university like Keele, which is quite rural, as opposed to perhaps a city university for social work.
Thanks, Helen. Very useful advice. So Ross, just back to public health question that we had submitted in advance of this Q&A. Just asking about, are there any subjects in particular that kind of lead well into the study of public health, useful for people to be studying at this point in time, or does it kind of lend itself to any sort of background?
Yeah, it pretty much does. So I think the kind of formal definition of public health is about the science and the art of how you can improve health in the population. It's, I guess, a little bit like Helen and Charlie have touched on. Public health is also quite broad. So again, if we take sort of epidemiology, which is essentially about using health information and how you interpret that health information, and then if you begin to think that we're focusing on health conditions, sort of knowledge of biology and physiology can be helpful. But we know that we also need to be able to be good communicators. So that's where the art aspect and the communication aspect of being a public health practitioner becomes really important. So what I would suggest to people who are interested in public health is that your background is probably going to lend itself to some application of public health or some way of developing your skills within public health. And I think you will have some strengths within the programme and weaknesses in other aspects of it. But that's the kind of overall purpose of the course. I always think about obesity when I get asked that question, John, because if you think that we all kind of know that obesity is bad for you. So we know about the science, and the science is a strength when it comes to obesity, what it is, and who's and why people become obese. But the real art in public health is how we prevent people from becoming obese and how we can even reduce obesity, which is the real challenge, because obesity perhaps is one of it's certainly one of the fastest growing epidemics that's impacting not just here in the UK but worldwide. So I think obesity, to me, illustrates the need for multiple skills and multiple types of people to improve the population, and that's why I think we don't specifically specify that people have got certain subjects covered when they apply for public health.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So what kind of careers does the study of public health lead into, Ross? Are there any kind of typical jobs that you'd see people go into, or is it a wide range?
Yeah, it's a wide range, but what we have done in the course is that we developed the course around the UK Public Health Registrar framework. So it means that once you complete the degree, it would allow you to begin to practice as a public health practitioner. And that could be for any kind of council or public health organisation in the UK. But public health is also global health. So all of the skills that you learn and all the knowledge you develop within the degree would allow you to work anywhere else in the world. So that would allow you to go and work for, say, a non-government organisation such as the Red Cross. You may even consider going to work for the World Health Organization, perhaps. So it's the job range is quite broad. I mean, going back at Charlie kind of reminded me of some of the posts that in the local area in Stoke, where again there are a lot of public health focus on how we can reduce alcohol and violence, how we can reduce smoking frequency in the local area. So these are just examples of public health practitioner roles that graduates may move into. There are certainly a lot of public health jobs around the West Midlands at the moment. And I suppose one thing about COVID-19 is that there will be increasing interest in public health. So I would expect there to be more posts in public health in the future.
Great, fantastic. We've got a few minutes left, so just enough time, I think, for a couple more questions, maybe for Charlie. Just again, questions that we've had submitted in advance here. So quite a good one here, Charlie. Been asked, is there any kind of top tip that you would give somebody looking to go to university about the kind of transition? Anything that you wish you'd been told before you would come to university you think would have made your transition to higher education that bit easier?
I think one of the biggest things for me was I'd gone straight into uni from school. So, everyone was saying, like, oh, you're so young, why don't you have a year off and, gain experience in other things? But, like, I knew that, I wanted to go to uni, and I don't have any regrets about it at all. And I'll just say, when you actually get to uni, just throw yourself into absolutely anything that you can, like, get stuck into everything. I did, and I'm so glad that I did. There's societies, there's so many societies, definitely join them and make friends. And, I've got involved in being a student ambassador, and I've loved every second of doing that. I'm student voice rep for my course. So, like, I speak on behalf of my course mates and, their views. And honestly, every experience that you can get from uni, just throw yourself into it and do it.
Fantastic, that's great. Thank you very much, Charlie. So unfortunately, I think that is all we have time for now. But thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for Public Health and Social Work, which is part of today's Virtual Open Day. Many thanks to Ross, Helen and Charlie for joining us to answer your questions. Just a reminder, staff and students are available on Unibuddy both today and in future as well. So if you did have any follow-up questions or you wanted to find out more about social work and public health, then please feel free to ask. So coming up next in around 5 minutes time, we've got a Q&A with the School of Allied Health Professions. Otherwise, I hope that you found this Q&A useful. And we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's Virtual Open Day. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Allied Health Professions, running as part of our virtual open day today. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Richard Barnett, who will be answering questions about physiotherapy and rehabilitation and exercise science. Emma Edwards, answering questions about radiography, diagnostic imaging, and Maura, a current student. We're going to be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you may have about studying at Keele. So if you have a question about any of the programmes in the School of Allied Health Professions, please pop it in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can. So we've already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll just ask Richard, Emma and Maura to introduce themselves. So starting with you, please, Richard.
Hello everybody, my name is Richard Barnett. I'm a lecturer at Keele University. I mainly teach on exercise, rehabilitation and physiotherapy.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma Edwards. I am a lecturer on the radiography programme here at Keele. I am also the clinical link, so if there's any clinical placement questions, feel free to ask. And I'm module lead for image interpretation.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And Maura?
Hi, I'm Maura Obeid. I'm on the second year of the physiotherapy course. And if you've got any questions about the course or just Keele Life, please ask.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Just in the comments here, Lizzie, I've seen you've asked a question already concerning study of psychology. We have actually got a psychology Q&A session coming up after this one. That one is at 3:45 and it will be on this exact same link here. So if you wanted and are able to pop back for that one, we'll be able to get your questions about psychology answered then. If not, then no problem. We can get you in touch with psychology academics via Unibuddy as well. So if anybody does have any questions about physiotherapy, rehabilitation and exercise science or radiography diagnostic imaging, please do pop them in the comments below and we will answer those as soon as we possibly can. Just seen another comment as well. Somebody unfortunately missed the public health live session. Not a problem. This is going to be available to watch on demand once the live session has finished. So yes, not a problem at all. You will be able to go back and watch that one. Okay, so just to get things started then with a few pre-submitted questions that we've had in advance. So Richard, are you able just to talk us through what the kind of application process for physiotherapy looks like? The kind of question that I think a few people have asked really.
Of course I can. So obviously our degree is a master's degree. It's a 4-year program, and people ask us about the the interview process. And so you apply through UCAS, and then we score your applications, and then we invite you to interview, and then we may offer you a place. So that's the process. People often ask, what do they put on the application to catch our attention? We want to see that you have a passion and an understanding of the physiotherapy profession. We want to see that you as an individual have got wide and varied interests, maybe voluntary work, maybe things such as being a prefect or any sort of leadership roles, and maybe where you've been involved in some sort of charity work. So somebody that meets the the profession. She's going to be very similar to what Emma would say about being a radiographer. So working in healthcare professions, those key characteristics. People sometimes ask me questions about what are the interview questions, and we never tell you. But what we do say is if you come to interview, we're going to make sure you understand the profession in its widest context. What do physiotherapists do? And also the interview process will be one about checking your ability to problem solve, because that is a key skill of a physiotherapist. So we offer you scenarios and ask you to think on your feet and to demonstrate that you are articulate and can problem solve.
Great. Thank you, Richard. And is work experience prior to applying for physiotherapy necessary?
It's preferable. But obviously we know at this time it's very difficult to get work experience. So you may be able not to get it, but what I say on the marking criteria is that students or applicants show evidence of health and or social care. So if you can't get physiotherapy specifically, maybe you can volunteer with any sort of food banks or charities or people's homes. Just show, because you're trying to join a healthcare profession, so demonstrates that you are interested in working with people. But clearly, if you can get physiotherapy experience, that will reassure yourselves that it is what you want to do.
Great, thank you very much. So Maura, you are a current physiotherapy student. So what made you pick physio, and why specifically at Keele did you choose to study that course?
Sure. So linking back to what Richard said, actually, I did some work experience, and I looked at different professions. It kind of helped me whittle down what I wanted to do, and I just felt like physio is the one for me. I mean, you get to meet a lot of people from a wide range of backgrounds, and really help people like regain movement, really. And why Keele? To be honest, I wanted somewhere a little bit far from home, but that I can still go back. You know, not most weekends, but you know. Also the vibe, like there's a really great family vibe at Keele. It's got great green spaces as well. So yeah.
Fantastic. That's great. And what is it about the course that you've enjoyed most so far?
So I really like the way that the practical sessions run alongside the theory. I think for me that consolidates the knowledge a lot more, and it kind of puts it into perspective rather than just listening to a lecture or partaking in like a workshop or something.
Great, fantastic. We have had a couple of questions submitted in the comments, so thank you very much for those. Just a reminder again, if anybody does have any more questions that they'd like to ask, please do pop them below and we will answer as many as we can. So this is a question from Nal, one for you, Emma, asking about which local areas are covered for placements in the radiography diagnostic imaging degree.
Okay, so we cover Staffordshire, and we also have Shropshire, Robert Jones and Agnes Hunt Hospital, and Walsall, and New Cross. So all our clinical bases are in approximately 50-mile radius from Keele, and if it's not within commuting distance, we will assist you or give you the guidelines as to some suitable accommodation near your placement site to help you.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And a second question has come in from Zoe as well for you, Richard. Zoe says she was offered experience with a physiotherapist but was unable to complete it due to coronavirus. Is that something that's worth mentioning on the application or not?
It won't do any harm to mention it, and I've read that about 500 times so far. It's a common theme, obviously. People can't get experience. It's nice to mention it, so obviously we can see you've tried to be proactive. You could mention what you're doing to try and get alternative experience, or how you've managed to get other experience. Like I mentioned a minute ago, maybe you haven't got physio experience, but you've done volunteer work, food banks, etc., etc. So we are clearly aware that it's difficult this year to get that experience. So I won't hold it against applicants.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Nal and Zoe, for submitting your questions there. Like I say, we've got about another 10 to 15 minutes. So if anybody does have any more questions, please do submit them below. So Emma, if I could come back to you, could you just explain maybe a bit about what radiography actually involves as a course, and also Keele's course is obviously a radiography diagnostic imaging degree. So specifically, what do we mean by diagnostic imaging?
Yeah, so diagnostic imaging is basically a large variety of tests which investigate, identify and monitor disease processes. So the radiography course at Keele, we have 6 modules which we extend on as each year progresses through the 3-year duration. So we learn about the human body, we learn about anatomy, physics, how to interpret images, which happens in our fantastic digital hub with high definition screens to aid your learning. We also have a mixture of practicals and didactic lectures to have the blended teaching approach. And we also learn about leadership, communication, and patient care skills.
Brilliant, thank you. And you mentioned there a bit about some of the facilities on the radiography course. Yeah. So what kind of facilities are there and equipment will students have access to while studying radiography?
Yeah, we have a fantastic Darwin digital X-ray suite. There is a video also on the webpage for prospective students to view. This is a brand new imaging suite, and we have a Phantom. So we have practicals in there on a weekly basis where the students can practice their X-ray technique before they go out on their clinical placement. So they're very prepared for their clinical placement. And that is the feedback which we have also received from our clinical partners about how hands-on Keele students are straight away due to this valuable experience that they get at Keele. We also have image interpretation on a weekly basis in the digital imaging hub. And that's where we have high definition screens where we look at a variety of images. And in year one, it's plain film, and we teach you what's normal, what's abnormal, and how to identify pathologies. And then we expand on that with ultrasound, CT, nuclear medicine, all the modalities which we cover, MRI, as the years progress.
Thank you very much, Emma. Had another question submitted from Kate, asking if we accept extended projects towards entry requirements or UCAS points. So I can kind of start off with this one on a kind of general level. So in terms of Keele, we have some courses which have UCAS points offers, but the vast majority are grade offers. So therefore, although extended project wouldn't formally count towards the entry requirements of a programme, we are in some cases able to make a reduced offer factoring in the extended project. That does depend on certain criteria, such as whether the extended project is touching on a topic that you're looking to study at university. Richard, is there anything you could add? Does extended project kind of help in any way with the application for physiotherapy? Is it useful to mention or not really in this case?
I can give a much quicker answer. No.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So I think just nature of the entry requirements for physiotherapy, isn't it really, with how kind of competitive it is?
So also a more expansive answer. No, we're looking for 3 A levels, A, B, B or above, or things that are equivalent, and we don't consider EPQs. Obviously, they can be for your own interest and they can be valuable for you, but they don't form part of the academic entry criteria.
Yeah, so I think we do typically find that with quite a few of our kind of health courses at Keele, that due to the nature of the kind of application process and the interviews and things like that, extended projects aren't always able to be counted for kind of all programmes. But as I say, there are kind of other courses at Keele where it's something we like to see, and it is often worth mentioning in your personal statement. So, Richard, could I ask, please, about the rehabilitation and exercise science course? So what does that course cover and how does that differ from physiotherapy?
So people have typically heard of physiotherapy and they've heard of sports science, and rehabilitation exercise science sort of sits somewhere between the two. You need to be interested in rehabilitation as a subject area, and in regards to exercise as a subject area, but you're not being, so it's clear, you must be clear, you're not being trained to be a physiotherapist and you're not being trained to be a sports scientist. It's a degree that is in a subject interest area, so it's very much a degree that will lead on to other avenues. So we've had students who've completed the rehabilitation exercise science degree and have thought, I like rehabilitation exercise science, I like this topic, and then they discover physiotherapy and they've gone on to our physiotherapy 2-year pre-reg masters. We've had others that have gone to work in occupational health. Some have gone to work in sports science. Some have gone to work in the NHS on health and wellbeing programs. So it's very much a subject area interest degree that will facilitate other directions. If you do the course, you get basis accreditation, which is for involvement in exercise instruction, sports coaching. So there's basis accreditation can be obtained. Also, they can get qualification and just think of the word. It's gone out of my head. That'll come to me later if I remember. But very much it is, it's a degree that's quite broad. We've had other students graduate and go into management. So they've used it as a degree in its own right and gone into management in healthcare settings.
Brilliant, thank you very much. We've had a question asked in the comments below from Prior, who asked, can the live video be accessed after it's finished? Yeah, that's correct, Prior. So if you come back at 5 p.m. when the live stream's over, you will be able to access anything that's been streamed live today on demand. So if there's any kind of details you want to look back over, that will absolutely be possible. So Maura, could I just come back to you, please, and just ask sort of when you were looking to apply for physiotherapy, it's obviously quite a intense application process and interview and all that. Are there any kind of top tips that you wish you'd been given, sort of looking back when you were applying, or things that you wish you'd done differently that you think would be good advice for people looking to study physiotherapy?
Yeah, sure. So definitely don't stress, because I did a lot of that. So don't do that. But I think weigh up your all your options really carefully and look at maybe like the pros and cons of each one. Also read up about the university you're going to see. I think it helped me quite significantly that I read about Keele before I got here. So maybe definitely read about your chosen university. Yeah, I think that's my top two really. I mean, prepare for interviews, but that's when you get the offer. So.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And kind of looking back at what you've studied on the course so far, your placements and everything that you've done, are there any kind of highlights that stand out of your time on the course so far? Anything that you particularly enjoyed?
My lectures.
Definitely Richard's lectures.
That's the right answer.
I really like the group work aspects of things, and even though we've had COVID, we've still been able to do that online, which I think it's quite nice to be able to learn from others, especially since it's quite a clinical course, and it is quite hands-on. So being able to see like other people's handling and different lecturers' handlings is quite nice.
Fantastic. And we had a question submitted in advance, just sort of asking about the kind of the social aspect of the course and societies and things like that. So were there any sort of elements of student life while at Keele that you particularly enjoyed? What is the social side of the course like for you?
Social side of the course. Okay, so I don't know about that one. Social side.
Put you on the spot.
So on Wednesday.
Just thinking
on
what
Wednesdays.
you can say.
Richard, come on. So on Wednesdays we typically have the afternoon off. So if you want to go do sports or any extracurricular activities, I really like running in the woody area around campus near the lakes. It's quite nice. So I'm more of an outdoorsy person. But my friends do have do take part in things like hockey and there's football as well. So there's a lot of societies you can take part in, I think.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And so we've got about 5 minutes or so left. If anybody does have any questions that they want to ask, please do pop them in the comments below and we'll cover as many as we're able to. But Emma, I just wanted to come back to you, if that's all right, just to ask about when it comes to radiography, what's the mixture of academic study and clinical placements like on the course?
Yeah, certainly. So we have a mixture of clinical placement and academic studies. It's approximately 60% academic, 40% clinical placement. So in year one, you undertake 10 weeks of clinical placement in semester 2. For year 2, you undertake 11 weeks, and that's spread between semester 1 and semester 2 in a 5 and a 6 week block, and that's the same for the 3rd year. In year 2, you're given the opportunity to undertake a 2-week elective placement, and that can be anywhere you want it to be, as long as it's involving radiography. So in the past, we have had some students go to see what the industrial radiography world's like, and we've also had some students undertake a veterinary work experience.
Great, thank you very much. And what is the assessment like on the radiography programme?
Okay, so we have a mixture of assessments. So we have practicals, we have clinical assessments which are undertaken on real life patients. We also have exams, written assignments, and image assessments, and we call them vivas, so a verbal examination at the end of each year.
Brilliant, thank you. So yes, a bit of a mixture, Dan. Yeah. Great. Richard, a question that we've been asked in advance here about the physiotherapy course, again, asking why the course is 4 years long and what is actually covered in the 4th year.
So previously, we've taught the 3-year BSc Honours programme. So Keele University is the oldest physiotherapy school in the country, to the best of our knowledge. And 2 years ago, we decided, after lots of sort of thinking and discussion, that we can't really equip you as well as we'd like to for the modern NHS world. And so that by going to a master's programme, it meant that we could have you here for longer, cover the breadth and the depth that you need to hit the ground running. There's a real drive for physiotherapists now to graduate and be able to work independently right from the very beginning. There's less, employers want that from physiotherapists. So you need to accrue 1,000 hours of clinical experience. By coming to us, you'd get 1,348, which is the highest in the country as far as we're aware. So that you're also going to leave our program with far more clinical exposure. Also, things such as acupuncture and manipulation, which are skills often taught postgraduate level, we're going to bring into the program and teach in the 4th year. Also, in regards to research, it gives us more opportunity to go deeper into that research, so that we can produce graduates who are can be research active very early in their careers if they choose to go down that route. But as working physiotherapists, they can sort of digest and understand and apply research into their practice. It's been said for many years, even when I trained 30 odd years ago, there's so much, it's really hard to fit it into 3 years. So we decided to try and correct that and do it over 4. Also with the advantage that by graduating with a master's, it does facilitate career progression, because band 6, band 7 in the NHS often requires to have a master's degree or to be working towards a master's degree. And also by having a master's degree aids with international work and working abroad. So they're the reasons why we went down this route.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that is all we have got time for today, but thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for the School of Allied Health Professions, which is part of today's Virtual Open Day. Many thanks to Richard, Emma and Maura for joining us to answer your questions today. Apologies if there were any that we didn't get to, but we have got staff and students available via Unibody all day and any time in future as well if you did have any follow-up questions. So coming up next in around about 5 minutes time, we've got a campus tour. Hopefully you found this Q&A useful, and we hope that you enjoy exploring everything else on offer as part of today's Virtual Open Day. Thank you very much.
Decided to come to Keele. Marvellous. Now with that in mind, you're going to be asked one specific question around 83 times over the next few weeks by your mum,
hello,
auntie,
Hello.
second cousin,
Hello.
friend,
Hello.
dog. And that question is, where even is Keele? Scotland? Germany? Antarctica? No, Keele is here, in the middle of England, 53.0034 degrees north, 2.2721 degrees west. 44 miles south of Manchester and 47 miles north of Birmingham, 3.8 miles from the M6, 3.6 miles from the nearest Nando's, and 0 miles from the absolute best university in the land. Probably.
Hello and welcome back. We're now going to take a tour of our entire campus. So this is our beautiful campus tour. I'm joined by Tees and Alex. So Tees, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us what you study.
Hi, I'm Tees and I'm a third year computer science and music technology student.
And Alex, same to you.
Alex, I do third year marketing with human resource management at the business school.
Amazing. So how this is going to work is that we're going to start at the top of campus right outside the main entrance, and then just in one continuous take we're going to work our way around looking at all the different buildings, the accommodation blocks, where they all sit, so you'll really get a feel of where things are on campus and how you kind of move around the space. And then Tees and Alex are here to give you that, the student's perspective on what it's like to live, work and study on and around campus. So both, where are you most looking forward to going past on the tour?
I really like the business school because it's brand new and just so fun. It's got so many little bits in it. And I really
like brand new as well. Brand spanking new.
Yeah, I like... Oh, sorry.
Go on, T. Same question to you. I was just going to say.
I like the just the central area of campus. It's where everything happens. It's where most people are during the day regularly. That's my favourite area, definitely.
Awesome. So we'll jump in, and if you've got any questions as we go around, if you see anything that you don't quite understand or you want more information on, drop it in the comments. Just to say that no question is too silly to ask. For a lot of you, you've never experienced this before. You've never been to a university campus, maybe you're coming out as A-levels or you're just interested from high school. Ask any questions you've got, big or small, and either myself, Tees, or Alex will help answer those. So yeah, let's go for it. Do you want to, guys, just want to talk us through what we're seeing as we go around? I guess it was because we're starting at the top of campus. Do you want to tell us kind of transport routes to get to campus if you're from the local area?
Yeah, so there's the bus. So the bus goes all around campus and to Newcastle and Hanley, the main bus, the 25, and it stops outside every accommodation, most of the main buildings. So you'll see one at the end of this road, a bus stop for that. I didn't drive in first year, but I've got a car on campus, well, off campus now, so I drive in and park at the back of the business school. You can just see the bus stop across the road. Yeah, so
Awesome.
that's the business school. That's my domain. So the lower floor is the lecturer rooms and tutorial rooms. There's also a cafe and a big seating area, social area, which I really enjoy, with a few alcoves with desks in as well. The upper floor is full of businesses, so you can work on collaboration projects, internships with live businesses that are all based on the top floor. And that room you can see in the corner, that weird shaped room with the big window, is the conference room.
And yeah, we've also got some new buildings around this area.
That building there at the back is just the sustainability hub, where they have a lot of... I don't think I've ever been in actually, but it's got a lot of plants and stuff out the back and some like bee homes, not like hives, like bug houses and things like that out the back. It's quite fun to walk around.
And we've got some new buildings, haven't we, around this area as well? So there's the business school, which is brand new, and I think there's two others, isn't there?
That's right, yeah. So there's the hotel that's currently being built that will hopefully be finished soon. I think they're planning to open February sometime. And then they're also building the Harper and Keele Veterinary School as well, which is opening in 2021 with a 5-year program for a bachelor's in veterinary medicine and surgery as well. So that's really cool. So yeah, this is a new area of campus.
And just to say, if you are interested in Harper Keele Vets, we've got the Q&A coming up at 4:15, so stick around for that if you're interested in those courses. But yeah, just go past David Weatherall. So buildings on campus, are they specific to different courses? So like David Weatherall, is that a specific course building?
That's for medicine. Most buildings do have a specified school, like course type that's in there, not necessarily one course. But they'll also sometimes have, if there's a spare room and timetabling makes sense, you will go into different buildings. But yeah, David Weatherall's the medicine building. It's huge. That's also got a cafe in it, the same as the business school. This building in front is the New Barnes Accommodation block, the Superior Ensuites on the right. They're 6 or 8 bedrooms with ensuites and a 3/4 bed. I think that's the... they're Superior Ensuites, and there's 3 blocks
And Alex, you've actually stayed in Barnes, haven't you?
I stayed in Old Barnes with the flats of 4. The ones just around the corner. These are a bit newer, a bit more shiny. I really enjoyed my stay in the Old Barnes, but these are something else. These are really. I don't know. Did you stay in them? I don't know. No,
I've never been in the Barnes.
Something.
We took a tour of them earlier. They're the nice ensuite rooms, aren't they? And obviously
That's right.
brand well, about 2 years old now, so still got that shine on there.
Yeah, the ones on the left that we just passed are the ones I was staying in.
So are they the shared flats and houses? Are they the blocks?
The
ones we share with 4.
The shared flats of 4.
Yeah. And so what is Barnes like as a place to live?
I loved it. I mean, there's the laundrette, there's the common room where they've got tea and coffee making facilities and sofas. It's more like a living room for the people that live in Barnes. And then there's also Barnes Bar, which hosts some fun like quizzes and karaoke. And there's some like different society events. That's Barnes Bar just there.
And I do believe Barnes Bar is the smallest bar on campus, isn't it? But it is still a really, really nice, fun space to be in with loads of events on all the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you're part of a club or society, I think someone said that you can hire them out. Is that right? You can hire out Barnes Bar for some of your socials and events.
I know that the it's going to sound funny. The Crap Society, the Keele Rock and
the Keele Rock Appreciation
That's
Posse,
it.
is
Keele
it?
Rock Appreciation. Yeah, they hold that. It used to be anyway when I lived in Barnes every week or every other week, and they'd hold socials in there. So that's the sty, the common room.
And what's the difference between the bar and the common room?
Common room's no alcohol. It's tea and coffees, and I think there's a TV and some sofas. We used to see people playing Just Dance in there all the time, which is quite funny.
Classic.
There's a little barbecue thing. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use it, actually.
You didn't have a barbecue? Oh. So at the Horwood tour, they said they had barbecues. Barnes needs to live it up.
This is the cut through that's not really a cut through, but everybody cuts through there.
Is that its official name?
Yeah, that's what everyone calls it.
You know, the cut through that's not the cut through, but everyone cuts through.
Yeah. Yeah, so these are still the old Barnes, the shared flats of 4. There's loads of them.
So we had a tour of Barnes Y and these blocks earlier, so you can kind of get a feel for where they are in relation to everything else. This
is the Islamic Centre. And on the right, you can see the big field as well, where there's a lot of the AU activities go on. But yeah, the Islamic Centre's on the left. There's a little bit of parking just outside it. There's not a huge amount. It's always quite busy as well.
Mm. Yeah, I would definitely recommend a bus if you're coming into Keele. And if you're coming from further afield, you can always use the train into Stoke. And then the bus, it really isn't that far. Or if you live in Newcastle, you can even walk. I walk to Newcastle all the time to get my groceries, and it's really not that far.
And again, just to plug, we've now launched the electric scooters, so you can always use one of those too. I'm guessing neither of you have tried those yet.
No, but they're going to be a lot easier to get to the business school.
They look
They're
like
so
so much fun.
Oh, they are. I'm sure the novelty will wear off, but they are a really convenient method of getting around places. And you can go to Newcastle on them as well, so you can go on and off campus with them.
Yeah. Yeah, this field's huge. And I know they play like hockey, lacrosse, Quidditch, everything you can think of outside on those fields.
Yeah,
My
absolutely.
window
Yeah.
used to look over them. It was great fun watching like the sports matches just from my window. That's the sports centre at the back. The windows you can see the gym. You can see the field's just huge.
Either of you take part in any sports clubs?
Last year I did, not this year, because obviously there's not a lot going on this year. I did lacrosse last year, which I really enjoyed, which was really fun. Obviously towards the end of the year it was a bit sketchy, but I really did enjoy it. And you make great use of all the space.
Tease, any
No,
sports
that's
clubs for you?
Yes, I played corfball last year, and I plan to do it again this year. But then again, it's an indoor sport, so not really any chance of that happening yet. But we're hoping semester 2 sometime, maybe. Fingers crossed.
And so how does it work joining a sports club at Keele? What is the process?
Right, so any student at Keele automatically becomes a member of the SU, and once you're a member of the SU, you can become a member of the AU. And whereas the SU is a free membership, the AU membership is paid, but that also includes transport to any and all events, and includes your insurance as well if anything were to happen during a sport event at Keele. And the AU then is kind of the mother society for over 35 sports clubs, and they manage the outdoor facilities that we just looked at and the indoor facilities that unfortunately we can't look at today, but include a gym and some sports halls, a dance studio as well. And once you buy your AU membership, you can then buy a membership for a sports club, and then you can attend all their events. They'll usually put on socials as well in case you want to have a bit more of social interaction as well. And if they have any tournaments and stuff like that, obviously that's included in your membership, so you can get transport to there and have those tournaments as well. So that's always really good fun. Yeah.
Awesome.
And then if you do want to try
in there.
Oh, there is a hairdresser's in there. That's right.
I've never used it, but I know that
I
I
think.
passed it.
Yeah.
And then they do Zumba classes and things like that as well, which I have been to, and they're really fun. They do karate, Zumba, yoga, spinning classes, all that.
They
kind
do loads, don't they? Yeah. And if you did want to try a new sport, you can always do a free taster session as well. There's loads of them at the start of the year, but even later in the year, if you just ask if you can attend a free taster session, usually they'll put something on and you can just try something new. And if you like it, you can join. And if you don't, I mean, you've tried it. What's the harm in that?
Yeah, definitely.
Couple of questions coming through. Shannon's asked, how much is the gym? Do either of you know? If not, I'll give it a quick Google whilst I ask you the other question.
I did know. It depends if you're doing it by semester or by academic year, or you can do it all year round, including the summer as well. Can't remember the exact prices, but it does depend on.
I'll have a look now whilst you answer John's question, which is, are there any student on-site employment opportunities? And you both are the experts in this because you're currently doing one now.
Yeah, I love it. I love doing this job.
So what if you can list some of the jobs that you can get on campus whilst you're a student.
So you can do student ambassadors like we're doing here, which normally would include open days. I mean, on campus open days. But this is what we're doing at the moment. There's also SU bar jobs. There's jobs in the like the cafes and eateries, restaurants. There's jobs in the shops as well, like the cost cutter and things like that. And there's a few, like I said, at the business school, they do a lot of internships as well on campus, not just for business school students, but for everybody through the Keele internship scheme.
That's right. Yeah, they've got loads of schemes like that one as well, for internships and for temp jobs. So I think I get a weekly email, and I've gotten it from first year onwards every week with just an update of what's kind of going on around campus and what I could potentially be interested in as well. Yeah. And then if any of you have spoken to any uni buddies as well, they're all student ambassadors as well. So that's kind of a job you could be doing as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, these are the central science labs.
Oh yeah, so these are the brand new labs on campus that opened last year. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, last year I think. Yeah.
Just to say, Shannon, I've dropped you a link to the sports pages there. Another question from Jack is, if you had a car and drove to university, where can you park?
I didn't have a car on campus in first year because it's very unlikely that you'll be able to get a parking permit in first year if you live on campus, because there's a priority list and it's right at the bottom. Last year I did have a parking permit. And there's a few different criteria, and you can have a look on the website, and it's quite easy to find. There's a big list of criteria, and it orders it as well, so be able to see how likely you are to be able to get a permit. This year it's working a bit differently, but hopefully by next year it'll be back to normal.
Yeah, and a parking permit gives you access to park essentially anywhere by all accommodation blocks and by some academic buildings as well. And then there's always the pay and display by the sports centre and the SU. Is that right? Where you just
And there's
pay a ticket.
one by the David Withwell building as well.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So you could do that as well if it's a one-off. You take.
That's what I'm doing this year. If I need to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Chancellor's building. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Chancellors, so most of you will kind of have one class in here, won't you? You'll touch this building at some point during your time at Keele. It's known for being incredibly confusing to get around. Explain to me what's in Chancellors and why it is so confusing to navigate.
Right, so Chancellors is all of this, right? So we looked at the food court to the left, so there's a couple of cafes in there. There's a cute little coffee place. There's great coffee. But then it also extends more to the right as well. And we can just see on the sign here that there's loads of schools in there as well, but it's not limited to those schools. So I, as a computer science and music tech student, had a couple lectures in there, either because it was more convenient for timetabling or because the biggest lecture room on campus used to be in Chancellors. It might be in the new business school now, but it used to be in Chancellors. There's a massive lecture room in there. And then there's the language centre as well. So if you want to do a language, or if your first language isn't English, you'll be in the Chancellor's building as well for that.
Yeah, the business school has a huge lecture theatre, but I think Westminster is still bigger.
Still bigger? Wow.
It's got the upper balcony as well, because it's 2-story.
It really is massive.
It's huge.
It really is. Yeah.
And then we're just outside student services now, so a really important place on campus.
Yeah.
Alex, do you want to take student services, explain what it is and what it can offer you support with throughout your time at Keele?
Yeah, this is the Tawney building. All the student services are located in there. They can help with finances, mental health. I personally had to go when I had some trouble with a certain exam, like the registration for an exam. They helped with all that. They are lovely. And I've never had a problem trying to, even if you think it's a stupid question or a silly little worry, they do really help. Anything to do with finance, anything to do with courses, anything to do with getting, like, applying for scholarships and stuff, they help with all that. They're brilliant. This is Cherry Tree Walk, which is gorgeous in the spring. It's bright pink all the way down. All those trees are bright pink and it's all over the floor. It's absolutely gorgeous. And
largest collection of flowering cherries.
So you can...
I was just going to say, largest collection of flowering cherries in Europe at Keele.
Oh, wow, is it? Okay, I didn't know that.
So there's a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
And we're in the beating heart of campus now, so who wants to tell us what is in Union Square? We've mentioned it quite a lot today, but what is Union Square and what is here?
I'll take that. So just to the left with the green bar across is the SU. So that's your central area for all your clubs and societies and stuff. And actually there's over 100 clubs and societies now at Keele, so there's loads. And if there's not one that you like, you can always create your own as well. There's a registered volunteer centre in there as well. So if you want to do some volunteering, I just got my my gold certificate for volunteering over summer, making packed meals for the NHS. So there's loads you can do in there as well. There's Give It a Go is managed in there as well. So loads of societies will put on free events for everyone to join in case you haven't done anything and you want to try it out. And then there's some more advice services in there as well. So if you did have a question that's not necessarily student services related or relevant for student services, you can always walk in to ask as well. But not necessarily that only. I mean, they can also help you find a job if that's what you're looking for, give you some housing advice, because Keele do have a list of trusted houses in the area, stuff like that. But they can also give you economic support if that's what you need as well. And then there's loads of events and nights out in there as well. And there's 6 main balls, I think, generally with Woodstoke, Christmas ball, stuff like that. That will all be in the SU as well. And then there's loads of little shops under there as well. So there's a Costa Coffee, there's a Martin's, there's a Cost Cutter right there on campus. So yeah, loads. I think there's even a small little pharmacy shop, isn't there?
Yeah, I think the pharmacy's still there, but I think the Costa changed to, I think it's called Chapters Cafe now. It's a different...
Oh, you're right, yeah.
Still a Costa, though. Still serves Costa, just a different front. So it's now Chapters rather than Blackwell's. But yeah, you can still get Costa coffee from in there.
Oh, brilliant. I just knew that the Blackwell's bookshop closed, which is where the Costa was, but I'm happy that it's reopened. This is the chapel. It's currently having a bit of work done, but when the scaffolding's not there, it's gorgeous. Especially at Christmas, it's all decorated. They do a lot of they do tea and toast after a night out, which is very popular. They also hold services every week. A lot of the religious society, like the Catholic society and stuff, will do stuff with the chapel. And at Christmas, they do normally, I'm not sure what's going on this year, carol events and things like that.
And you also graduate there?
Yes.
That's right.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we mention the library, by the way? I think that's pretty important to mention. Did we talk about
I don't
that?
think we did. No.
Yeah. Do you want to quickly tell us about the library and what's kind of in there?
Yeah. So it's usually open 24 hours. In fact, I think it's open 24 hours now as well. There's loads of study spaces in there in case you want to do silent study or you want to do group study. There's separate rooms for that. There's an IT room in there, so if you need a computer with access to all the IT services and printers and stuff, that's also in there. Career services is in there, so if you need help with your CV or tips to make you more employable, that's all in there. And then the Keele library is online as well, so in case you need any resources right from your home or your student accommodation, you can get it on the online version of the Keele library as well.
Yeah, each school has a librarian for that school. So, for example, the business school has a business school librarian who I think they work on several schools, but it's a nominated person you can speak to if you have any problems with resources or you want to request journal articles, having trouble accessing, referencing anything. They also do a lot of classes, like referencing classes, essay writing classes, like generic skills classes. So these are
That's
David Attenborough labs. These are brand new. These are last year as well, I think.
But we actually had David Attenborough come over to visit us, didn't we?
Yeah, they are lovely. They're two of the main labs, and then I think a lot of the others are in the CSL building. Leonard Jones has some labs upstairs as well.
That's right. These are all the sciencey
That's also
buildings.
got a large lecture theatre in it as well.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot. It's off in the corner, isn't it? But,
Yeah, because I've
So
never
this-
had classes in there, even though I'm from the business school, because they use the big lecture theatre in there.
Yeah.
Is this the crime house?
It is.
This is really fun.
So there's actually a 360 tour that you can watch of the crime house, and you can see the mock setups that they have, the mock breakups, blood splatter patterns and things like that, and how they solve crimes. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
It's
this is
brilliant to
Lindsay.
have just right on campus.
Lindsay's gorgeous. I'm just going to let you look because Lindsay's.
Yes. Lindsay Court
Yeah,
Lindsay Court is probably the most, it's the most attractive accommodation building, isn't it? It's this courtyard bit is amazing.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and the views as well from the upstairs rooms are just absolutely beautiful. Just looking out over the fields, you can look all the way down to the motorway. It's absolutely brilliant.
You got the
And
bar
that one's quite
and
luxurious
the
as well.
cafe as well, and also one of the exam rooms is down here that they use.
Oh
for
yeah, Lindsay
Yeah.
Studios.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Lindsay Studios. I'm in there quite a lot for music tech, and it's just brilliant. It's such a massive room that you can use for whatever you want. It's absolutely brilliant for music purposes, but then there's also exams in there as well. Yeah,
It's kind of Keele's
And then
version of
this is-
Abbey Road, isn't it, Tees?
that's right. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
So what is the hexagon? What's this?
This is Lindsay's version of the common room. So I believe every accommodation hall, apart from Horwood, possibly,
I was going to say, I'm not
have
sure
their
if
own.
that's one.
No, have their own common room, and the hexagon is Lindsay's version of the common room. There's even an upright piano in there if you're that way inclined. There's some snack machines. There's loads of sofas. I think there's a big telly as well. So it's just a place to hang out. And again, non-alcoholic, because Lindsay Bar is where you want to go if you want to have a drink. And then the hexagon's for everyone who doesn't want to drink or doesn't want to have a crazy night or just wants to hang out. Yeah.
As you can see, the campus is just so green all over. There's just so much green.
I was about to say I love this. I used to live all the way down at Lindsay E, And I used to walk this every morning to my lectures or to the library, and it's just such a beautiful walk.
It's a great way to start the day.
That's right, yeah.
Especially if it's like, if you have to get up early and you're a bit unmotivated, and then it's like that kind of light where it's really orange and there's like birds everywhere. It's like walking through the middle of a wood just to get to your lecture. And
That's right. No, it really is. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
And it really changes, doesn't it? Because it doesn't look like this at the moment. It's completely orange at the moment, like you're saying, Alex. And
Yeah.
you know, we're in mid-autumn, and then again with winter it'll change again, and it's just you kind of never get used to the same scene.
And I just every year I wait for the pink to arrive on Cherry, because it happens almost overnight.
Yeah.
Like the pink, they all come at once in the cherry blossoms, and then they all fall at once as well. So like every year where your hair is just covered in cherry blossoms, if you go anywhere near there.
So we're heading to kind of the heritage side of campus now, as we turn onto Clockhouse Drive. So Tees, you do music, don't you, as part of your course?
That's
so this is
right.
your domain now on the right. Clockhouse Drive, you should know it well.
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, yeah, it used to be the stables back when the land was privately owned, and it's just a beautiful building. Hasn't been touched in I don't know how long on the outside, so it's still beautiful and old, but then on the inside it's positively beautiful as well. So it's just really well adapted for music and music tech. So no one else will really have anything to do with the Clockhouse, I don't think. It's really just for music and music tech students. However, you can take up instrumental lessons or singing lessons, and you can do those in the Clockhouse. And it's just a beautiful building. Just look at this walk. I mean,
I know.
So you used to have this every morning then?
That's right, yes. I used to purposefully, because there's a shortcut from Lindsay E to the Clockhouse, but I used to purposefully walk up to like behind the library and then walk down this way because it's just so stunning. And then this is what it opens up to. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It's
and even more so now because we've kind of not been there as much. It's kind of, every time I go back, I'm like, it's like being reborn at Keele. It's amazing.
No,
I go this way a lot, just for walking. To like, if I'm having a stressful day, I'll just go out in between lectures and just walk around Keele Hall because there's like a loop you can do around the first lake. Because there's several. The loop you can do where it brings you back onto the main part of campus, which is just a good 20-minute de-stress.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is the courtyard of the Clockhouse as well, which is just stunning.
I like to call these the Tiffany blue doors. It looks like we're in some Tiffany shop. I swear that's the identical colour to Tiffany's.
It might be.
It's just trees everywhere at this part of campus. It's absolutely gorgeous. And there's always squirrels. That's why you'll see a lot of squirrels on logos for societies and in the SU logo. It's just full of squirrels, the entire campus.
Yeah. And this is kind of the edge of campus as well, so it just gets greener and greener from here. There's no more buildings going that way. It's just all green and all foresty, and it's
it's 600 acres.
That's right, yeah.
It's
massive.
Enormous.
Yeah.
But kind of most of the acres are on the outskirts, isn't it? There's a lot of woodland, isn't there? And as we've seen, everything else is in the centre, and then you've just got all this greenery to go. And if you want to have a walk around the lake, like you said, Alex, you can just pop out to the outskirts and have a wander around. And here we are at the Crown Jewel, Keele Hall.
Oh, and the Italian Gardens just in front of it as well, with the fountain.
Yeah. This is by far the prettiest bit on campus. It's just so old and so perfect and looks so good no matter if it's snowing or if it's autumn or if it's whatever. It's just always so beautiful. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of lectures or anything in Keele Hall. I think it's for event purposes only. So if you do join the AU and a sports club, you will have a ball in there. So they do a Christmas ball and a summer ball as well. And it's just beautiful for that. I believe they have a restaurant in there as well, don't they?
Yeah, I've been to it. It's great. I think liberal arts have classes in there.
Yeah, so ILIS is based in there, the Institute of Liberal Arts and Sciences. So they sometimes have some tutorials in there. But like you say, there's a lot of conferencing space, and people actually get married there. It's a wedding venue as well, so people come.
Yeah,
and get
I've seen
married
that
there.
a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah, I walk out to go for a walk. I'm like, oh, there's a wedding. Yeah, there's a restaurant in there, and you get a student discount on it as well. And it's amazing.
Might have
You
to
can
try
sit,
that
you can look out over the gardens here, and it's
Yeah.
can't be beaten. There's also the lake directly on the right, which a camera might show. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we popped down just to see that lawn and then the lake at the bottom of it.
There's several lakes, isn't there? I'm not sure exactly how many.
8 or 9.
I was about to say 7, but that's even higher than I thought.
Maybe it's 8 then. We'll meet in the middle. We'll just build an extra one if we have to.
You can go on a 20-minute walk and end up in Horwood, or you can go on like a 4-hour walk and end up by the motorway and with the random sheep.
I was going to say, yeah, I'll walk around so much, and there's still new paths that I'm discovering all the time.
There's also a swing down there, a couple swing, and a boat bench thing.
Yes, yeah, that's
I
right.
think it's a memorial bench, but in the shape of a boat, which is great fun as well. But you can just see in the summer, that grass is full of students studying on the grass with a picnic, and
actually, should point out
outside when you could be there.
I should point out this was filmed in August during, just as we were coming out of lockdown, really. So that's why it's very quiet. If the weather was like this, it'd be a lot busier normally.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah,
It was
absolutely.
full. You struggle to find a spot on the grass.
Yeah, that's the most popular hill when the weather's nice. There's some throwaway barbecues, and there's just people sitting there playing some music, having fun. It's brilliant. Yeah.
With the lake's right at the bottom of that. I'm not sure it caught it very well, but the lake's right at the bottom of that hill. So the sun reflects off the lake, so it's even hotter down there than it is anywhere else. The front of Keele Hall's gorgeous as well, this part.
It is. I sent pictures of this to my family who hadn't been to visit, and it went, it really is like Harry Potter, isn't it? I mean,
It's the same architect. Another fun fact. I'm full of fun facts. The architect of one of the rooms inside Keele Hall also designed Anwick Castle, which is where they shot the indoor scenes of Hogwarts. So they're the same architect.
Look at it.
There you go. It really is
On the
Hogwarts.
inside, it's just gorgeous, as you expect it to be. It's so grand inside. And they hold exhibitions there as well, like different shows they've done pottery ones and finds of the local area and things like that. Freshers Gate.
Oh, traditional Freshers Gate.
Right, we've done this talk quite a few times with different students, and none of them have had their photo outside Freshers Gate. Have either of you done the Freshers Gate photo?
I have a Freshers Gate photo.
Yes.
It's a
First
tradition.
two, genuinely the first two. So what is the tradition? Explain the tradition.
I think that there's a few different versions of it, actually. I think a lot of people do a Freshers Gate photo under the gate when they start, and then one when they graduate.
That's right.
Sort of a
That's
coming
what I know.
in,
Or you can do it every year. You could do it at the start of every year as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the main two versions. And I haven't done it second year, actually. I should do one this year. That'd
I
be
think
good.
start and the end.
Yeah.
And a lot of people take a photo with their dissertation there as well, once they have their dissertation all printed out. I've seen a lot of those. Freshers Gate traditions are great fun because you'll see in the first week there'll be people waiting to.
Oh yeah, there's actual queues. Absolutely,
Really? I've never seen
that.
that.
Not for ages, but you'll get like 3 or 4 people in front of you that are waiting, like groups of people, especially in the first week when they've just heard about it.
So we can just see the KPA in the distance there. So what is the KPA?
The Postgrad Association. So the building's a bar, and it's got food. I'm not sure. It's more of like a pub food, so it does a lot of burgers. It does some roast dinners as well, which are quite nice. And it's not just for postgraduate students, but it is the Postgraduate Association. But anyone can go in, and it's a really friendly atmosphere. This is heading back down towards the centre of campus. On the square, always smells delicious as you walk past. Because it's that
Been tempted by
burgers,
that one too
curly
many
fries, especially fast food on campus.
Yeah.
So yeah, just to say about the Postgraduate Association, we did the Postgraduate Open Afternoon last week, I think, and you can still watch that stream if you are interested. But it is one of only, I'd have to double check on the street. It's one of only 3 or 4. But there was 4 and then 1 shut down. So it's a dedicated students' union for postgraduates. So it's very, very unique that Keele has got it. And yeah, it's almost it's very similar to the students' union, but yeah, it has great food and people love their Sunday dinners, don't they, as well?
Yeah.
And love the food there. We've had one question through from Sophie. That's another one on parking. Sophie asks, "Is it easy to get a parking permit if you are commuting daily to university?"
Depends where you live, and the definition of commuting. If you live in the local area, then probably not. If you live a bit further afield, maybe 40 minutes plus away, then you'll have a better chance. The rule is kind of if you can get there on the bus or easily by any sort of public transport, you're less likely to get one. But if your journey is a bit more difficult by public transport, then you might have a better chance. But it's worth applying. You don't have to pay until you've been approved. So if you're in doubt, put an application in. And if you're approved, brilliant. If not, you can... they obviously know that there's a better way of doing it, and you can ask the student services for help trying to plan that kind of route and find something that works.
I would just like to say as well, it's not necessary to bring your car to campus because there's loads accessible by the new electric scooters using the bus or walk-in. And actually from major cities like Birmingham, Manchester and London, it's actually faster to take a train and then a bus than to drive because you'll just be stuck in traffic for a couple of hours. Whereas if you go by train, which from London, I think if you get the right train, is like an hour to an hour and a half. So it's really not that far. And then you get the bus, which is another 45 minutes-ish. So that's a lot quicker than driving yourself and a lot less hassle as well. And you can do some work on the train. So I wouldn't worry too much about getting your car here if that's what you're thinking about now.
I panicked in first year when I realised I couldn't get my parking permit and I didn't need it. And everything, once you're on campus, whether that's for the day or whether you're living on campus, once you're on campus, you don't need a car to get either around campus because it's all together, or to get to the shops or a cafe because it's all on campus. You shouldn't need a car to travel anywhere. And if you wanted to go to Newcastle, the bus is about 20 minutes to Newcastle on a busy day. The bus stops, like I said at the start, are outside all of the major buildings and outside every single accommodation block.
Awesome. So that is the campus tour. So we're here for a couple more minutes. So we've got a few questions to get through. So if you've got any more, get them in quick and I can just do a quick fire round with you both. The question from Jack is, where are the computer science courses held?
Oh, I'll take that. There's... I don't know why, I just feel like it. There's a Colin Reeves building that's a dedicated computer science and maths building. So most of your labs and practicals will be in there. Depending on how big your year is, a lot of your lectures will be either in Dorothy Hodgkin, which I believe is the psychology building, or in Chancellor's building. I've had a couple in CSL as well, so the Central Science Laboratories that are really, really new. So all over the place, really, but your home building, if you will, is Colin Reeves. So that's where you'll be for most of your computer labs and stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. And again, if you want to have another look at some of these buildings, head to the virtual tour, keele.ac.uk/open days. Head to have a look at the virtual tour and you can have a look at some of these buildings in more detail. Angeline has asked, is there a choir to join even if you aren't a music major?
I think there is a society for that. The society
there's loads.
Everything.
Yeah, there's loads. There's loads of bands and music groups and choirs. Yeah, definitely. You don't have to do music or anything of the sort. You can just join any society if you wanted to. Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's several types of choir as well. I think there's a gospel
That's right.
choir. I think there's a show choir.
Oh,
and
there's so many.
Societies. The societies aren't on the Keele website, they're on the SU website. So I've had some people on my uni buddy this morning confused of where to find them. But if you just type in Keele SU societies, the webpage will be up there. And you can just
go to keelesu.com/open day, and they've got their own little virtual open day going on, so you'll be able to find out more about all the clubs and societies on there. And just to say, societies, they work And it's similar to the sports club, isn't it? In that you can kind of go along to some tasters and things like that. And then the fun thing is, if there isn't a society for you, you can just make your own, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
That's right. Yeah.
And you get support
there's
from the
loads out
studio.
there already. But yeah, you can definitely start your own. In fact, I had a friend of mine did that, and now we're in the second year of the Keele Women Empowerment Network. So there's just something
Nice.
for literally everything.
And you get funding and support from the SU, don't you, in terms of for setting those up? So it's really cool, and it's a great thing for your CV, isn't it, as well, setting up your own society.
Absolutely, yeah.
You part of any societies, both of you?
I'm on the committee for the Entrepreneurship Society. So I know the funding's quite easy. So it's dependent on how many members you have.
Is that one quite new as well? Is that with Lucy? Is it who?
It was last year, so we've kind of rebranded it this year because it's a brand new committee, and there was a bit of it didn't do a lot last year. It was very active the year before, and then last year it wasn't very active. So we're trying to bring it back, and we're doing weekly workshops this year. But all the societies are, because I've been to a few taster sessions as well, and I mainly didn't go because either the timings didn't match up with what I could do, or I just picked a different one. But pretty much every society I've been to, everyone has been so friendly. Even if you're just, because I was very worried that they'd already have friends from the year before and then I'd be on my own, but everyone was very welcoming in the few kind of 4 or 5 taster sessions I've been to. So
Awesome.
definitely just try out as many as you can possibly fit into a week.
Last question before we gotta go. Tees, you've got 30 seconds for this. Someone said, Tees, you study music tech. It's something that I want to join. Can you explain what kind of things you do and why you should do the course? 30 seconds, go.
I would recommend,
or just say Unibuddy. Or just say
hopping
Unibuddy.
on Unibuddy. Yeah, definitely hopping on Unibuddy. It's very, very broad. And you can pick a load of your own modules as well if you want to customize your degree like that. So yeah, hop on Unibuddy. Ask me or one of the staff members for music tech.
Awesome. And describe campus in 2 words. Alex, you first.
Green and fun. That was very stressful.
Very basic. Tees, 2 other words.
Massive and gorgeous.
Amazing. Well, thank you both. Thank you both for showing us around campus.
Thank you.
And again,
Thanks
you can find you're both on Unibuddy, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep, cool.
That's right.
So make use of it. And coming up next, we've got our penultimate Q&A, which is, let me just take a look, which is our psychology Q&A. And then after that, we've got our Harper Keele Vet School Q&A. So stick around for those, and we'll see you shortly.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for the School of Psychology, running as part of our virtual open day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm George and I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Donna Berry, a teaching fellow in psychology, and Jess, who is one of our current psychology students. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you might have about studying at Keele. But before we get started, just for a little bit of context for you all, the School of Psychology offers a thriving and dynamic environment for both research and teaching excellence. We offer several courses, including psychology, psychology with counselling, and psychology with a placement year, as well as a variety of combined honours options. So if you've got any questions about those programmes or anything about studying within the School of Psychology, please just pop them in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can throughout this session. We've already had some great questions submitted, so we will also take a look over those. But just before we do, I'll just ask Donna and Jess to introduce themselves. So over to you, Donna.
Hi, I'm Dr. Donna Berry. I'm a teaching fellow in psychology and I've been at Keele for about 10 years now. And a teaching fellow means that I'm involved in teaching, obviously, so I'm delivering lectures, small group seminars and large lab classes, but I'm also involved in student support. So you can book one-to-one sessions with me, and if you're struggling with any aspects of your studies at Keele, I can try and help you through those and steer you in the right direction.
Hi, I'm Jess. I'm a third-year student studying psychology with counselling.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So coming to you first, Donna, could you give us a little bit of an idea about the ethos and the values that are associated with the School of Psychology?
Yeah, sure. So at Keele, we really value research-informed teaching. So what that means is that we're not just teaching you out of textbooks, but a lot of our staff are involved in actually going out there and collecting their own research. So it means that what we're teaching you is really cutting edge, it's really up to date. So research-informed teaching is a big value for us here at Keele. We also we really value student support. So as I mentioned, we have teaching fellows, including myself, who you can speak to for help with your studies, with your academic life. We also have student mentors, so you can be paired up with a student who's maybe in a year ahead of you, so they can guide you from a student's perspective about what to expect and try and answer any queries. We have teaching personal tutors as well, who are people, members of staff, who you can speak to about any issues. So student financing, maybe any aspects of your life that might be impacting on your academic studies. So we're really trying to not just teach you and get you involved in psychological research, but also just to help look after your well-being and support you as you go through this degree programme.
Brilliant. And the two go hand in hand, don't they? You know, sort of if you feel well supported, then you're more likely to be able to sort of actively engage in your studies. And Jess, is that something that sort of particularly resonates with you sort of during your time at Keele so far?
Yeah, definitely. All of what Donna says I've definitely felt as I've been here. Definitely, particularly the focus on research through like the learning in lab classes. You get to learn so much about research, and then finally a project as well where you actually get to do your own research.
Yeah, brilliant. And it sounds like, you know, from that you're actually able to sort of tailor your degree slightly. Donna, could you give us an idea on how a student might be able to do that? So, you know, if they've got a particular interest in perhaps, you know, going into educational psychology or something like that, how do our programmes help students to do that?
Yeah, that's one of the Keele founding values. So when Keele was set up at a university, it really valued this interdisciplinary aspect. So you can choose a whole range of different combined honours programmes at Keele, which means that you can study psychology with education, psychology with business, with other subjects. There's a whole list of those on the Keele website that you can look through. But even if you're just studying psychology as a single honours subject, there's a lot of room for you to tailor your degree. So there's option modules, there's electives that you can add onto your degree, so you can specialise. As you said, if you're interested in developmental psychology and child psychology, you can pick those kind of modules to tailor to that. You can also get involved with research that's going on within the school to give you that experience that might help you down a particular career, particular route. We have a major minor route as well, so if you don't want to study combined honours, which is where you spend half of your time in psychology and half of your time in another subject, you could major in psychology and have a minor in another subject. So you'd spend about 2/3 of your time in psychology and 1/3 of your time doing something else. So perhaps you'd like to pick up a language, or if you know which field, which career path you want to go into, you could study some of those modules. So you leave with a degree that's really tailored to your interests and and where you'd like to go in future.
Brilliant, brilliant. And Jess, could you give us an idea on the kind of modules that you've studied so far? So just give students a sort of an understanding of what they can expect to study.
Yeah, so the main core psychology modules are to do with biological and cognitive psychology and like developmental. Then there's also that focus on research methods and statistics in psychology. And there's so many optional modules that you can pick as well. For me, doing the psychology with counselling degree, all of my optional modules are counselling based, so I'm getting that extra learning in that aspect of counselling, like listening, practice, as well as all of the extra core psychology and research skills as well.
Yeah, those really sort of practical skills that you're going to need in the workplace. We have had a couple of questions, Donna, so perhaps there's a good time to come back to you. This is from Lizzie, who's asked whether we look at UCAS tariff points or grades. So obviously we're based on grades, so we'll give sort of our entry requirements are based on A-level grades or sort of BTEC, the equivalent grades. But there'll be some students who possibly haven't taken psychology before. Is that a barrier? Do they need to take psychology before they get to Keele? Is it helpful? What advice could you give to a student?
Yeah, hi Lizzie, thanks for the question. So we don't expect you to have studied psychology before, so it's perfectly possible. Every year we have a large number of students who haven't studied any psychology previously. And the way that we address that, because we've got students coming from different backgrounds, different countries, we want to make sure that everybody has the same starting point. So we assume no shared knowledge. We teach you from scratch. So your first semester of your first year, if you have studied psychology, you might be slightly more confident with that. You might be covering some material you've covered before, but in slightly more depth. But if you haven't studied psychology, we really pitch it to try and be accessible to everybody. So the idea is we get you all starting at the same point, and we build up from that year on year. So it's certainly not a barrier if you haven't studied psychology before.
Brilliant, brilliant. I'm sure there's probably quite a few people who'd find that quite reassuring. And Lizzie, again, thank you for your questions, Lizzie. Lizzie's just asked about the placement years. So just how do they work, really? So how do they work, and do people find it beneficial?
Yeah, so the psychology with placement year is a separate degree route. So this is something that you're applying for through UCAS right from the start. And the way that it works, you study your first 2 years of psychology at Keele alongside students who aren't doing the placements. And then after you've had your 2 years of content, you go out and do a year's placement in the community. So that could be something like working with a charity, perhaps, working from a business side, something like human resources. It might be working in a healthcare setting, something involving children. So we've got a really wide range of possible placements. And we've got a dedicated placements officer that will work with you to try and match you to a suitable placement. So if you have an idea in mind of what you'd like to do, if you have any existing contacts, it's possible for you to speak to our placements officer and for them to put something in place. And then throughout that year, so you've done your first 2 years, the third year you're on your placements, but you keep in regular contact with the placements officer. So they're keeping you up to date with what's going on at Keele, they're checking in on you, we're not just kind of abandoning you out into the wild. And then you come back after that year's placement and finish your final year at Keele, your final consent year. And feedback from previous students is that they do seem to find it very helpful. It really builds those, not just your experience, your hands-on experience, but also skills like being able to work as part of a professional team and being able to collaborate with different people. It allows you to put into practice the content that you've learned through your degree, and it stands out on your CV. You've got an extra, when you're going into a job, you've already got a year of potentially doing a related role. So if that's something that you're considering, I'd really recommend that.
Brilliant, brilliant. And I think you've acknowledged something really important, that even when students are out on placement, they're still very much a Keele student. You know, we still look after our students and make sure that they're still informed about, you know, what's going on at Keele and that kind of thing. Again, a couple more questions that have come in. Jazin's asked about whether it's worth taking philosophy and psychology if they only intend to go into a career in psychology. So I suppose the broader question here is, you know, what are the benefits of a combined honours degree? If you know really your career path that you want to go on is within psychology, is there a benefit of doing a combined honours degree?
Well, first of all, the combined honours degree and the single honours degree in psychology are all accredited by the BPS, the British Psychological Society. And that accreditation is what you need to go on to a career as a psychologist. So even if you know you want to do psychology, you're not missing out, you're not hampering your chances by doing a combined route. I'd say it's more about bringing in additional skills. So if you want to broaden your mind, maybe broaden your options, keep your options open, you might be fairly sure that you want to go into psychology. Perhaps when you start at Keele, as you learn about different subjects, perhaps your interests might change slightly. So I'd say the advantage of doing a combined honours is that you're not just getting the core psychology content, you're also possibly keeping your options more open. However, if you didn't want to commit to a combined 50% psychology and 50% philosophy or another subject, I'd say another way to go would be to possibly major in psychology. So you're doing mostly psychology degrees, psychology modules, and then you can pick up a bit of philosophy or a bit of something else as additional modules.
Yeah, I suppose one of the good things as well about Keele's combined honours is we don't offer, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We make sure that the courses are linked. So whether that's the skills that you're learning, whether that's a knowledge base, that kind of thing, we make sure that there are tangible links between the programmes.
That's it. They're tailored, so you're not just picking two subjects that are completely unrelated. The idea is that the skills that you're learning in one subject should hopefully tie in nicely and help you with the second subject.
Yeah, brilliant. And just coming to you, Jess, if we go back to the start of your student journey, what was it that made you choose Keele in particular?
So I didn't want to go anywhere that was too far away, so I don't live that far away from Keele in the first place, but it was just kind of the community vibes that I kind of felt from when I came on an open day visit. It was just such that sense of community that you get on Keele campus, because I know a lot of people talk about how the campus is so big, but I feel like there's just so many connections between people, and with it being mainly based on campus and everyone lives mainly in that area, it feels like one big bubble together. Yeah, absolutely. So we might be a 600-acre campus, but actually you're never too far from a group of friends, whether that's people on your course in the SU, because it's all quite sort of right at the heart of campus. Jess, could you give us a bit of a flavour of the facilities that are within the School of Psychology and sort of what you've had the opportunity to be involved in? Yeah, so there's loads of different class types that you will be a part of. So that's like bigger lectures, up to like 200 people, and then you also get those smaller lab classes, which is about 30 people, looking at the more research and statistical side of psychology. Then you also get the smaller seminar groups, which can be like around 15 people, and you definitely get a lot more support in those groups. It builds on what you've been learning in the lectures, but going into more detail with a smaller group of people, doing activities to kind of reinforce what you've learned there.
Yeah. And Donna, is there anything else that you sort of add in terms of the facilities? Maybe some of the more like practical facilities that students can sort of use.
Yes, we've got a lot of equipment and specialist resources that you can access at Keele. For example, we've got a virtual reality suite. So you could, if there's something that you'd like to test in a safe environment, perhaps something to do with phobias or something that participants can put a headset on and be in control of, and you can work with them. So we can use that for research, we can use that for teaching. We've got a set of eye trackers, multiple sets of eye trackers actually, which participants can wear a set of glasses, walk out in their natural environment, and you can measure what's capturing their attention, how much that's affecting their behaviours, their decisions. We also have some neuroimaging kit, for example, an EEG machine, which allows us to record participants' brain activity while they're taking part in particular tasks. And we've got a lot of software for analysing data. And we've got an observation suite. So if you're interested in covertly observing people, perhaps in a social group situation, looking at how they interact with each other and the factors that influence that. We've got a suite where you can sit in the next room, we can get a recording of what's going on in the room next door. So we've got a whole range of different types of practical equipment and kit that you can get your hands on, get involved with, get stuck in with.
Yeah, great. We've had a question from Stuart who's asking about our foundation year. So, so just in its broadest terms, Donna, can you do a foundation year? What are the differences between just doing a normal psychology degree?
You can do a foundation degree, okay? You cover some psychology on that. And the idea of a foundation degree is although I said that you can start a degree in psychology without having studied it previously, if you're feeling a little bit apprehensive because perhaps you've been out of education for a while, you'd like to develop your skills in essay writing and literacy in general before you dive into a psychology degree, the foundation year is really good for that, really supportive. They just get you back into learning. Or if you've studied subjects that aren't particularly maybe essay based, perhaps you've done practical GMVQs, BTECs, and you'd like to switch to something that's a bit more academic focused, a foundation year is really good for that. It builds your confidence, it just develops those skills before you join the degree afterwards, the psychology BSc.
Brilliant. Stuart, and if you want to look a little bit more into that, if you have a look on our course A to Z on the website, you'll see all of the courses with the foundation year, and the foundation year pages are brilliant. There's so much information on who might benefit from a foundation year and how they work and that kind of thing. But yeah, if you were looking on doing sort of a combined honours, then you would only do sort of one foundation year. But have a look on our webpage, Stuart, and I'm sure you'll find the information that you're after there. In terms of cohorts, Donna, how big are the psychology cohorts? How many students do you typically take in a year?
It varies year to year. In previous years, recently, we've had maybe up to 250 students overall, so that includes students who are doing single honours psychology and combined honours psychology with other degrees and major minor. So they all come together for core modules for some of the core classes. As Jess mentioned, we have some big lectures where you're together with a wide group of people, and we typically use lectures to introduce you to a topic for the first time. So you'll be presented with some new information, you might be given some readings to go away and read up on, and then usually what happens after that is that we split down into smaller classes. So I think Jess mentioned we have some seminars, which is where you're with a small group of students working on particular papers, particular topics, and you're getting a lot more interaction and feedback with that. And we also have some more practical classes where perhaps you might be learning how to use particular software, how to design a good study to go out there and collect data from a specific population about something that you're interested in.
Brilliant. And we have actually had a couple of questions about careers and that kind of thing. So if I come to you first, Jess, have you started to think about the kind of career that you might want to get yourself into post Keele? I know you still got a little bit to go on your student journey, but have you got quite a clear idea in your mind about where you want to go?
Definitely don't have the clearest idea in terms of other people that I know, but I definitely feel like I've got so many skills that I can maybe think about lots of different areas. So I have that main psychology, so I could look at like research types of like careers, or with that counselling as well. I feel like that would be quite helpful in a lot of different career paths.
Yeah. And is there anything you'd like to add on that, Donna, about the kind of careers that a psychology degree might prepare you for?
Yeah, so there's obviously careers as a psychologist. There's an organisation called the British Psychological Society, the BPS. If you want to check out their website, they've got some really good links for the different routes, but it covers things like educational psychology, which is where you're working perhaps in schools with children who are having particular difficulties and you're trying to help them with those. We have clinical psychology, which is where you're working with patients who are experiencing some mental health problems perhaps, and you're helping them through those. Neuropsychologists who can be based in hospitals and healthcare settings, you might be helping with a kind of rehabilitation route. There's a really wide range of careers within psychology as a psychologist, but I think what I personally really like about psychology is that it's the skills that it teaches you are so useful in whatever route you end up taking. So it's about, I think in a nutshell, psychology is about understanding yourself and other people and how we work together in society. So any job that you're doing that involves working with humans and being able to coordinate and get along with other people and understand them and predict their behaviour, it's so useful whatever routes you end up going down in the future.
Yeah, brilliant. And I know we've talked briefly about accreditation and the British Psychological Society. Well, for anyone who's not familiar with the term accreditation or doesn't actually know what it means in practice, could you just explain to us what that actually means for a course to be accredited?
Yeah, sure. So the British Psychological Association is the national leading body of psychologists, and they check the content, they check what's being covered at different degrees, different psychology degrees, and the accreditation means that they've looked through what we're doing at Keele and they've given it their seal of approval. It's a good degree for psychology. We're covering all the core things you'd possibly need to know for a career in psychology, or even if you're just doing psychology as a kind of interest and you're not intending to become a psychologist. So it's basically a rubber stamp from the main national body that oversees psychologists in Britain.
Yeah, and I imagine it means, the course being accredited means it's quite dynamic and that it's keeping up with their recommendations and sort of, what they're sort of advising.
That's it. So it really has to hit a number of different markers to be able to be accredited. And it's not just that you would get accredited once and then they leave you to it. It's a regular process. So they come back. So it really shows it's kind of evidence, I guess, that we're keeping our course really up to date, really cutting edge. We're covering all sorts of different skills. I think it says a lot about the quality of the course.
Yeah, brilliant. And coming to you, Jess, just in terms of like the student life aspect of the course, what are the social aspects of the course like? Are there any societies that you're aware of that are linked to the course?
Yeah, so there is the General Psychology Society, which I know a lot of students get involved with, and there's loads of things that you can like build on from there. I know they do a lot of like events. There's like the Psychology Society Ball, where you can all come together for a fancy night at Keele Hall, and there's lots of other different opportunities with that. Like you can become student representatives for your course, and you can kind of help other people, help other peers on your course through kind of interacting with them socially in that way as well.
Brilliant. So loads of opportunities.
Well. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you go, Donna. Yeah, go.
I was just going to say, we've had film nights in the past as well, which is where we've picked a film from popular culture, and we've had a psychologist. So I've hosted one myself. I hosted one about Rain Man, if anybody's seen that. Tom Cruise, Dustin Hoffman. But we give a little bit of explanation about what's going to be covered from a psychology point of view. We watch the film, and then afterwards we have a bit of a discussion. We really dig into the psychology of things, because psychology, it's all around us. It's in newspapers. It's in what's going on in the world. So yeah, we've had films. We've had kind of meet the experts. We've had sessions organised by one of our members of staff with the Psychology Society, where you can get to know a lecturer a bit more outside of work. So we've had this kind of session where you can ask them what got them into psychology, what their favourite topic is. You can really get to know people on a more personal level. So I think the social side is really good at Keele.
Yeah, brilliant. And I'm sure it strengthens academic studies as well, having those, relationships with peers and academics alike. Yeah, we are into sort of the final 2 minutes. So Donna, I just wanted to ask you before we wrap up, is there anything, sort of a lasting comment that you'd like to make about the school psychology? Perhaps what makes the school psychology at Keele different, or why a student really should be considering psychology at Keele?
Yeah, okay.
Put you on the spot a little bit.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I think there's a few things. So we've mentioned that it's BPS accredited, so you're getting a quality degree. We're using research-informed teaching, so it's not just relying on existing knowledge from textbooks, which you could read anywhere in your own time. We're kind of getting you involved with what's going on in a dynamic way. You're keeping up with the cutting edge. We really value our student support. We don't just throw a load of content at you and leave you to it. We encourage students to make appointments with members of staff to talk things through. There's a real community there, which is really nice. You get the chance to tailor your degree. So you could just do psychology if you wanted to, or you could do psychology single honours, but dabble in a bit of languages. You can get involved with sports. There's a really vibrant student society community at Keele. There's all sorts of things you can get involved with on the side, a bit of acting, and we had a Quidditch society. So it's really, you can specialise, but also you can keep your options open with extracurricular things. And we really value employability as well. So we try and encourage students to get involved with placements, to get work experience. We've got a study abroad. You could go abroad for one semester or for an entire year. And I think the good thing about that is that you don't just get the chance to travel, which is great. There's so many benefits to that, but you also get to learn what psychology and mental health and human behaviour is like in a different culture, possibly. So it's I think it's a great place to come. I'm not from Keele originally, but I'm really happy with not just the course, just the whole environment at Keele. I would highly recommend it.
Thank you, Donna. I better wrap up now because we're right on time, but Jess was nodding all the way through that, so I'm sure that But thank you very much for joining us for this live Q&A for the School of Psychology, part of our virtual open day. And thanks again, Donna and Jess, for joining us to answer the questions. Apologies if there were any questions that we didn't quite get round to, but staff and students are available on Unibuddy, so please do connect with them that way. Coming up in around 5 minutes time, just short of 5 minutes, we've got a question and answer with the Harper Keele Veterinary School. But we really hope you found this Q&A useful, and we hope you enjoy exploring everything else that's on offer as part of today's virtual open day. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We live today in an age of science, and we're dazzled by the vast technology it has created. But the elaborate paraphernalia of the scientist is nothing more than a tool for thinking.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live Q&A session for the Harper and Keele Veterinary School, running as part of today's virtual open day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm John and I'm pleased to be joined by Professor Matt Jones, Head of the Harper and Keele Veterinary School. We're going to be here for the next 20 minutes or so to answer any questions you may have about studying at the vet school. So please pop any questions in the comments below and we'll answer as many as we can. We have already had some great questions submitted in advance, but just before we take a look at those, I'll hand over to Matt to introduce himself. Over to you, Matt.
Thanks very much, John. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's really great that you're able to join us this afternoon. I hope you've been able to take the time to have a look at the rest of the content on the Keele website. It's important that you understand that this is a joint venture vet school and students are equally split across Keele and Harper Adams. So it's really good you get to know as much about both of those universities. The really good news is we've managed to launch, in spite of everything with COVID this year, we've managed to launch our first ever cohort of vet students, and they've been having a great time. We've managed to preserve all the practical teaching, all the face-to-face practical teaching, with appropriate using bubbles, family groups, and appropriate PPE where necessary. But our new students have been animal handling, they've been doing clinical tutorials, they've been undertaking dissections and other practicals. So we're up and running, which is really exciting for us. We can also, by means of update as well, we've got the building that's going up on the Keele campus, which is a dedicated vet school building, which will also include vet practices in the future. We've got some images of that, I believe, that we can share with you on this platform now. So I think colleague Tom's going to pop those up for you to have a look at.
Yeah, all good. Matt, we've got them running on now. Fantastic. Okay,
so this building's due for completion in August next year. It was always planned to be sort of from phase year 2 of our development phase for the vet school, and this will be one of your 2 vet school homes when you join the vet school. Without further ado, I'll see what questions we've got coming through. John's going to tee those up for me and I'll answer them as best I can. Now, personal questions around admissions are particularly popular, but for perhaps obvious reasons, we can't go into detailed personal discussions on this kind of forum. So we do ask you to send those questions that relate very specifically to you and perhaps around your exams or your predicted grades, things like that. If you could send them to admissions@hkvets.ac.uk, that'll be great, and we'll get back to you that way. Otherwise, let's take on some questions.
Great, thank you very much, Matt. So yes, we have got the functionality to send questions in via the comments below. So if you have got any questions, please do pop them in there. We have had one sent through from Alan. Thank you very much for this question, asking what preparation for the veterinary medicine interview would you recommend?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Alan. So we, like many vet schools, in normal times, run what are called multi-mini interviews. And these are like, if you don't know what they are, they're kind of speed dating style interviews where you've got a number of different stations and you're there for somewhere between typically 5 and 10 minutes per station. Some of them might be based on a computer. Others will be with interviewers, 1 or 2 interviewers. Now, last year we ran 6 of these and 2 of them were live animal stations. This year we've had to adapt things a bit, but the idea remains the same. And what we're looking for at interview is what we call competencies. Now, becoming a vet is not just about acquiring knowledge and skills. It's about developing into a professional. And in order to do that, we look for certain competencies. Communication skills is one that runs through everything. So we're really keen in how you can communicate with us, because that's so important when you're working with your colleagues, but also obviously the public, whether it's pet owners, farmers, or other professional animal owners. So communication, we will definitely look at. We like to see if you can solve problems, often problems that may be a little bit tricky, or we'll present you sometimes scenarios that don't have a clear-cut course of action that may be really tricky. And we're looking to see if you can understand that there are lots of different factors at play, that you can take those into account, and that you can come up with a kind of best course of action that may not be ideal, but may be the best one to take forward. Other things we look at, very, very importantly, your insights into the profession. So please do read around what it's like to be a vet. There are some great resources out there. There's the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, RCVS website, and the British Veterinary Association, BVA website. They have cracking resources about becoming a vet. So do read those and to build up your background knowledge. This year, we realised that many students have not had the opportunity to undertake work experience, and that is a real barrier. We accept that, we understand that, but you can still have some good insights into what it's like to be a vet, and into things like farming. We're particularly interested in farming, your insights, knowing what that kind of farmer-business relationship is like as well, and some common farming conditions that vets have to deal with. So those are the sort of broad things, really. I could talk a bit more about those if we've got time later, but I'm conscious we may have other questions. So I'll just hand back to John for now to see how we're doing.
Thank you very much, Matt. That's great. Yes, and thank you, Alan, for that question. Please do keep them coming in the comments below. Matt, you just mentioned about the work experience. So I guess as you've touched on, really, with coronavirus, maybe some of the requirements have changed. What under normal circumstances, what work experience requirements would there be on the course, and kind of expanding on that, what factors are being taken into account under coronavirus?
Yeah, that's a really good question, John. So we've got, normally, what we're looking for are insights into the profession. So we'd hope that students manage to get at least a week, ideally a couple of weeks in a vet practice, or in a couple of different vet practices. Now, a high street vet practice for small animals is a very, very different setting to a farm vet practice, where you're out in the car, out onto farms a lot of the time. Vets also work in other areas in big companies, in industry, in government work, in research, for example. So that's really important, because that's all about, do you understand what it's like to be a vet? It can be stressful, it can be hard work, it can be challenging. It usually involves people as well as animals. So it's good to get those insights, to use it for that. The other thing that we really, really value is time spent working, getting work experience with a range of different animal industries. So any time on a farm is absolutely invaluable. Understanding that farmers have a livelihood, that they really care about their animals and they care about their welfare, but they also need to make money, because that is their business. So spending time on a farm, seeing the expertise of farmers, how they interact with their animals, the things they have to think about, housing, feeding, cleaning, routine healthcare, that kind of stuff, that's really important. If you can't get onto a farm, then at least do try to see if you can volunteer in catteries or kennels. Things like zoos and wildlife sort of centres are really, really popular. If you can get into one of those, that's great. But it doesn't have to be exotic. Time spent on a pig farm for us is arguably more interesting than time spent at a zoo. It really shows that you're prepared to roll your sleeves up and get in there, and don't be afraid to muck in, clean animals out, and get a bit dirty. So it's understanding animal industries, how they're kept and how they interact with their owners and keepers. And then also the other side is spending time with vets and understanding what their lives are really like.
Fantastic, thank you. So I suppose at the kind of top level, really, what are the academic entry requirements for the course? And also just kind of in a similar area, how many places are there on the course overall at the moment?
Yeah, so if I take that last bit first, we'll be taking, each year we'll be taking somewhere between around about 110 to 120 students. So it may sound like quite a large number. It actually makes us, I think, the second smallest vet school in the UK. Cambridge is much smaller, around 60 students in an intake, but most are 130 upwards. So we are quite a small school. Now that intake will be split equally between Keele and Harper Adams, which really has most relevance for your first year. So you could be based with your accommodation and where you have some tutorials and things like that, either at Keele or Harper. And then for the rest of the time, you're together with the whole group with your practical sessions, that sort of thing. So you travel from campus to campus to spend time with the other students. So that's the sort of size of the year group. It's just about the right size so that you can still know everyone in your year. Now, onto admissions, question about admissions. So, it is a difficult course to get onto. It's demanding. We do need to see academic excellence. We don't only take that into account. our standard offer for A-level students, which are still just about the majority of students, about 51% of our students last year, or this current year, came to us from A-levels or Scottish, Welsh, Irish equivalents. The typical A-level offer is 2 A's and a B, and we're looking for either biology or chemistry, A-level or equivalent, at an A grade. Now, we're more flexible than some vet schools. A lot of vet schools still insist on chemistry. We're happy with either biology or chemistry, and we know some of you do struggle a bit with the chemistry, and so we're able to be a little bit more flexible around that. There are lots of different routes in. We're very interested in graduates who've done a first degree beforehand. Depends what your degree is, and we'll look at each case on its merits. We would look for a 2-1 or a first to show that you can achieve the right academic level to be able to cope with the course. What we don't want to do is take people onto the course who may struggle from day one with the academic side of study, because it's a long course. There's a lot of fees involved. And it will be doing you a disservice if we let you onto the course knowing that you're going to struggle. So 2 A's and a B in A-levels, 2-1 or a first for those graduates. But we're also really, really keen, super keen to attract students coming through different routes. So this year we had a lot of students who've come through the BTEC route, City and Guilds routes. So there's all sorts of different ones. If you're not sure whether the subjects you've studied, the degree you studied before, or anything else, just get in touch with us. We will treat each of your inquiries as an individualised inquiry. We've got a dedicated team who are very used to dealing with these, and we will communicate with you directly. So do use that email address that I mentioned before. Check out on the website first, because there's loads of information on the HK Vets website about admissions and grades and things. If you're not sure or you've got some questions, admissions@hkvets.ac.uk.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Matt. So we've got a little under 15 minutes still to go. So just a reminder, if anybody watching does have any questions, please pop them in the comments below. We will, however, cover off a few pre-submitted questions as well. So something that's been asked quite a bit in advance, Matt, concerns how the kind of 2-campus model works, I suppose. So I know you kind of touched on it a bit already, but questions around things like will they get a choice of which campus they're based at, different facilities at each, and things like that. Are you able to expand a bit on the kind of 2-campus model of the vet school?
Yeah, certainly, John. So it is unique. We realise that, but actually, it's not at all unique for vet schools to have 2 campuses. So it's unique that it's 2 universities, but nearly every other vet school has got a second campus, typically where you'll spend more time in your clinical years. We actually, in our model, you spend equal amounts of time across the 2 campuses. So you will get a home. Now, there are a limited range of special circumstances that you may qualify for, which would allow you to indicate your campus and be secured one or other campus. Now, these will be things like if you're a mature student, you've got caring, or any student who's got caring needs. So say if a family member, you had to care for them part-time and you could fit that around your studies, and they happen to live very close to the Keele campus, it would make most sense, of course, for you to be accommodated at Keele as your home base. So we will look at each case on its merits. You'll get the opportunity, once you've been made an offer, to be able to express a preference, and you can set out why you would like us to consider that. But other than for those really specific examples, we won't be able to guarantee that. Last year, out of over 100 students, there were only 11 that didn't get their first choice preference, and they seem to have settled in absolutely fine. Both campuses are great. Both universities have an absolutely superb student experience, and frequently are voted as up in the top end of student experience in the various surveys and league tables. So don't worry about that. So that's where you're based. That's where you'll live if you're going to have university-based accommodation, and that's where for example, your tutorials will be. So in terms of the 2-campus model, how it works for teaching, and let me just expand on the reasons for two universities doing this. A vet course needs an awful lot of facilities and resources, and both Keele and Harper Adams were really keen to have a vet school, but neither felt that they could do it completely alone, and therefore being two universities who are nearby and got on well together, they discussed this plan and came up with this joint working plan. Now, Keele has phenomenal life sciences facilities, great labs, including the new Central Science Labs and the Attenborough Labs. It's got a very successful medical school and other health professions like pharmacy and healthcare and nursing and those sorts of professions. They're very used to teaching those science-based healthcare professions, and they've got all the facilities to do that. Harper Adams brings to the equation the animal sides of things. So Harper Adams has 3,000 animals on campus. They also have been training vet nurses and veterinary physios, as well as agriculture students for years and years and years very successfully. So you put those two together, you've got phenomenal resources. Now, in order for our students to get the best use of both of those resources, some of your teaching will be on the other campus to which you live and are based. So lectures will be streamed between the two. You don't have to travel for lectures if the lecturer happens to be on the opposite campus. All vet students are given an iPad for the duration of their studies at our expense, and that's been really transformative, especially this year during COVID. So we're really chuffed we made that decision in January. Lectures can be streamed directly to your iPad wherever you are. You can go into the lecture theatres when we're out of the COVID restrictions and sit with your cohort and be with the other students. And you can ask questions of the lecturer, even if they're on the other campus. But you can have those lectures streamed directly to your device. All lectures are recorded, so you can go back and you can check the bits you're not sure about, save you having to make frantic, furious notes. So that's lectures. Tutorials, we've got 9 practicing vets at the moment. So they spend some of their days seeing cases in practices in the neighbouring practices near both campuses, and they come to us 2 days a week to lead your clinical tutorials. So there's 6 hours of clinical tutorials a week so even in first year, you're getting real cases that you're seeing, that they bring details of various cases. So for example, if you're learning about the anatomy of the canine knee, the stifle joint, in order to support that, you might be presented with a case in your small tutorial groups by the vet who leads that, a case of what's called cruciate ligament rupture. And that helps you to contextualize, to put into context why you need to learn that particular bit of anatomy, why it's so important, because you've got those vets there explaining how they see these on a weekly basis. So that's the tutorials. The tutorials are delivered in your tutor group, and that's based on your home campus. And then for all other practicals, so that's things like anatomy dissection, physiology practicals, and then all the animal handling practicals, they're delivered depending on which block you're on. So we alternate fortnightly blocks. So for 2 weeks, you're on an anatomy physiology block where you're all at the Keele campus using the great resources, the life science resources and the anatomy dissection labs. And then, so you don't travel at all if you're a Keele-based student for those 2 weeks. And then for the next 2 weeks, you travel 2 days a week to go to Harper Adams for the live animal handling sessions. And you get to handle sheep, cattle, pigs, cats and dogs, exotic species, so reptiles and guinea pigs and rabbits, poultry, and ultimately camelids as well. We're introducing that later on, so that's alpacas. So yes, so you don't travel at all for 2 weeks, then you do travel 2 days a week for 2 weeks, and that's pretty much in line with the travel between most traditional vet schools from their main site to their campus where they have the animals or the clinical hospitals. So I think that's it, John. Hopefully that's covered that one.
No problem. Apologies. The automatic license just gone off. There we go. Apologies, everybody. I knew that was going to happen to me at some point, so I had to furiously wave to get the automatic lighting back on there. There we go. We have had a question submitted by Claire, who is asked about the format and content of interviews and the admissions process to the vet school. So I know you touched a bit on that earlier, Matt. Anything you'd like to add, Ari? Interviews and admissions?
Yeah, I think that it's probably worth saying a little bit more. Yeah, hi Claire, thanks for that question. We have what we call a triple jump approach to our admissions. So there's your initial application, including your personal statement, and we do look at your personal statement, but we don't set too much store by it. We're interested in how you're tracking academically, of course. If we think you've got the potential, we will be quite flexible at this stage and consider consider students who may not be absolutely tracking on 3 A's or 2 A's and a B, for example, in A levels, or perhaps have a degree that's in a different subject. But we will consider that carefully, because we like to meet and interview and get more insights from a lot of students. The next stage, once we've had that initial sift, which usually we're then down to about 80 to 90% of the students who've applied come through that first sift. The next stage is we will send you an online questionnaire, a kind of question and answer form. And what we're looking for there are your personal insights and the way you think about various scenarios that we'll share with you. We want to know about your motivations. We want to know why you want to be a vet, what it is that really interests you, and your insights into the profession and into things like animal welfare. So that'll be self-explanatory, and you need to answer those quite honestly. And what that does is it means it doesn't put all that pressure on the personal statement, which is quite hard, we know, because you're trying to write that for a number of different courses or a number of different vet schools. So we then use our online form as a very much more personalised, tailored approach. So if you get through that and your insights that sort of meet our expectations, you'd be invited to interview. And again, we interview quite a large proportion of our applicants. So we'll be undertaking several hundred interviews. We've already started this year. And as I mentioned before, these are the multi-mini interviews. In normal times, they will be face-to-face. You'll come onto one of the campuses, have a tour, and then we will have those 6 stations that you will rotate through. Now, this year we've consolidated a bit because we're doing them online. We have to, for obvious reasons. We've kept as much in from last year's plan as we can. So you will be sent a Teams invitation for your interview. It lasts 30 minutes. And you will have 2 interviewers from the vet school, one of whom will be a veterinary surgeon, the other may or may not be. And we go through 4 different sections on that. And again, just to expand a bit on what we're looking for, this is about you as an individual, how you think, the insights you've got into the profession, your insights into how to deal with certain situations, your attitudes towards certain topics. That are pertinent to the veterinary world. We're not expecting a high level of veterinary knowledge. That's what we're here to do, is to teach you that. But we would expect you to have done some reading around. If you haven't been able to do work experience, there are plenty of resources out there around veterinary and farming in particular that are worth looking at. So knowing a bit about dairy farms, what life is like on a dairy farm, the kinds of things that are major topics, things like TB. In cows these days, other things, what do cows, what sort of conditions do cows suffer from? That's quite useful to just have 1 or 2 things like that up your sleeve, not the details, just so that we can see that you've had some of those insights. So that's the way we're doing it this year. Hopefully, if you're applying, or if you're applying next year, because we've obviously, the window closes on the 15th of October, so we're interviewing now for next year's entrance. But if you're interested in applying next year, we're very hopeful that we'll be back to our face-to-face interviews. And those are 6 stations where it's 8 minutes on each station. A couple of those are actually live animal stations, which most students really enjoy. And that's just to see, for us to see how you interact with a couple of different species of animals. And again, we don't need expertise. We don't need you to have vast experience in that at all. You can do well. Really important to know that if you haven't had the work experience, especially this year, we take all that into account. We don't expect anyone to come on to the interviews being really experienced in any of these things like animal handling of various species. We're just looking for your genuine insights. I think that's it. I think that's covered the main points, John.
Brilliant.
That's useful.
I've just seen, Alan, you sent a second question. I'm really sorry, unfortunately, we have reached the end of our time here. What we will do, however, is pass on that email address to you that Matt's mentioned, so you can get in touch, and we will certainly make sure that we get an answer to you. Apologies there, like I say, we have unfortunately just run out of time now. But many thanks for joining us for this live Q&A for the Harper and Keele Veterinary School, part of today's virtual open day, and many thanks to Matt for joining us to answer your questions. Hopefully you found this useful. If you haven't already done so, please do take a look at the course talk on the open day web pages for lots more information about the vet school. That brings us to the end of our live activities for today, so I will now just hand back over to Tom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, John, and thank you everyone who's joined us today for our live virtual open day. It's been a pleasure to show you around Keele virtually, and hopefully you found some of it useful. The stream will be available, so as soon as we end the stream, it will be reposted to Facebook, so you can go back, you can watch any of the Q&As, any of the tours again at your own leisure. But just to remind you, there's loads more as well. There's UniBuddy in the live tour, and just before we go, I'm going to show you again the 3 different things that you can get involved with today in your own time. So let's go to that now. So this, first of all, is UniBuddy. UniBuddy is the place where you can chat to our staff and students. So that's students from across the university on a variety of different courses, and then staff from pretty much every area, from student services to accommodation, admissions, and then academic members of staff as well. This is it here. So you go to keele.ac.uk/chat, and you're greeted with this page. Pop in your level of study, pop in the area that you're interested in. I'm going to say computer science this time, and your country, the Netherlands, and I can chat to Tees. So Tees just joined us for the campus tour, and I can then start a chat with Tees there and ask him any questions that I've got. So it's a great tool. It's available it's 24/7, so it's not just for today. Make use of it at your own time. So if in a week's time, in a month's time, you come up with a question that you've got about studying at Keele, make use of UniBuddy and head there and use it. And then we've also got our self-guided virtual tour, which is virtualtour.keele.ac.uk. Read on the landing page and let's get started, and you can explore 4 areas of Keele: our academic expertise, the Keele campus, accommodation, facilities. So if I go to the campus and I have a look at the business school, I've got lots of 360s and video content, and I can head in and have a look at the buildings in more detail and at my own time as well. And then also, if you're interested in clubs and societies and all that sort of good stuff, head to keelesu.com/open day. KeeleSU have got their own virtual open day here with lots of great video content, more information about societies, sports clubs, volunteering, student voice, nights out, advice and support, the food there, the shops, the way to go shop, the zero waste shop. There's loads of good stuff inside the SU, and they've got their own virtual open day as well. So head there and you can find out more. So all the UniBuddy live chats have ended for today, but again, make use of UniBuddy in the days to come, and you can start a chat with one of our students or staff there. Awesome, so that is it. Thank you again for joining us. I hope you found it useful, and again, any questions you've got, just use the website, and there's lots of ways to get in contact with us there. But in the meantime, I hope you're staying safe and enjoying this lockdown as much as you can, and we hope to see you at Keele soon. Thanks for watching.